Hello, folks. Welcome back. It's day 116 of Duolingo Japanese. Once again, Maku desu. Minasan, konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, yesterday we did our day 1 introduction into Unit 21. It says past tense adjectives. However, I think that's a generalized theme. Or it's kind of like furniture, or like visiting people, or describing a house, like visiting somewhere, right? That's the generalized theme, so we're gonna try to remember that, keep that in mind. So let's start with our active recall for the day. Let's see. As usual, we're gonna be outputting in English while I'm trying my best to remember the Japanese vocabulary. Typically, the average is around 15. If we get 15, it's pretty decent. 15 is our bare minimum. So we're gonna start with Agu, Mon, Kabim, Doa. Thanks, Nojo. Thank you. Kabe. Ida, right? Ida. To describe where in between. Ida. Kongetsu. With the exception of the kanji, of course. The English exception. Wait. Yeah, I think that's fine. Gogo. PM. Afternoon. Oh, there you. Hello. Higashi. Hey, do we have any other furniture? Etto. That's not a furniture. Um, Oksan. But third. It's third person. Oksan. Dana-san. Genkan. Genkan, sorry. Genkan. Yeah, Genkan. And of course, the theme is past tense adjectives. So instead of writing a bunch of them, we know no, actually I have to write this, so the kata. Right, the kata for e adjectives. And then non-adjectives for the deshita for the time being. That's what this unit was about as well. Chicken. That was the random food item for the unit. They usually squeeze a food item in there somewhere, or a descriptor of some sort. Speaking of which, tezukuri no. Oh, haku. Haku specifically to put on something in the lower body. So in this case, we had Suripa. How many do we have here? 3, 6, 9, 9, 13, 13, 15, 19? That's good enough, actually. 19 is good enough. Unit 21. So now let's do some unit 22. Not 22. Unit 20. I went forward. Unit 20 was cooking with someone. Unit 20 was cooking with someone. So, tsukurimasu. Cook. Let's do... When we think about tsukurimasu, we think about ingredients, right? So let's start with things involving cooking. Ata. Ata. Sato. Sato. Oh. It needs to be larger. Niku. Tamanegi. Wait. Yeah. Tamanegi. Komukiko. 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 Mm. Jagaimo. Jagaimo. I think those are all the ingredients that we received this chapter. So things that we think about when we think about ingredients. Wait. Ramu. Ramu. Yatsu. Ikutsu. Ikutsu. Like how many, right? Hiru Gohan. Spoon. Yawan. Ikidashi. Ikidashi. Hmm. Iru. Or need. That Iru. Not the other Iru. No kanji yet. How much do we have? 6. I made 6, 7, 10. Across 15. That's pretty good. I think I have a few more that I can think of probably. Let's see. Time of day. Frequency. Type. Ingredient. Look. Guy. Aimasu. Sakashimasu. Skaimasu. Recipe. Recipe. Oh, right. Oh. Stew. Right, stew. Oh, no. Just kidding. stew, stew, stew. Yeah, I think that's good. We got 17. Good enough. Good enough for the review. Today's review day, so it's gonna go a little bit quick. We can throw in some extra practice, extra repetition at the end. Okay. All right. Let's get to our review today. All right. So.
ご飯
Okay.
今月東古い
時間 Okay. 間
間
サムさんのペットは可愛かったです。
サムさんのペットは可愛かったです。Sam's pets cute. 午後4時にナオミさんのアパートに行きました。
はい、玄関でスリッパを履きました。
はい、玄関でスリッパを履きました。Right. Put on, right?
晩ご飯は辛いチキンでした。
Okay.
晩ご飯は
辛いチキンでした。テーブルの上に What do we have? カラフルな花瓶がありました。
カラフルな
とても大きかったです。
大きかった。
家のドアはカラフルでした。
家のドアはカラフルでした。The door was colorful. The house doors were colorful. Okay. Okay. キッチンの家具は素敵でした。So this is the E adjective versus non-adjective thing. So you have to know the end of the sentence in order to know, right, the proper thing. キッチンは広かったです。広かったです。田中さんのお子さんはかわいかったです。They put in Oko-san to contrast with Okusan. I think they deliberately did that. Yeah. You're in Japan right now, Texka. How is it? So Oko-san was deliberately placed because Oksan for third person wife was introduced, which can be easily mistaken for each other, right?
キッチンは少し小さかったです。でもダイニングはおしゃれでした。テーブルはとても長かったです。
Oh, you know, I just remembered another phrase. Onaka ga tsukimashita. To be hungry from last unit. It's good? That's awesome, Texka. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts about Japan. Okay. Your friend has a stylish, a nice dining room, right? Kitchen wa skoshi chisakatta desu. Chisakatta desu. Demo diningu wa oshare deshita. Table wa totemo totemo nagakatta desu. Yeah, nagai is kind of tough for me right now. Nagakatta desu. Nagai. How many days do I have left in Duo, Super Duo? 9 days. Wait. Yes, 9 days. Whose house did you go to last week? Oh, I forgot about that one. Dare no.
誰の
Dare no.
家
Yeah.
先週
先週誰の家に行きましたか?
行きましたか
The sushi there is insane. I bet. Can imagine. All right, so here's something. So now we hit a new kanji part, but I think the kanji part is also here too. So you can do either or, which I already have been doing every 15 minutes, or like for 15 minutes. So here we go.
今日
No change in schedule. Already do it from the start. Actually,
今月
before the change, already been doing it. Yo.
土曜日今月
Oops.
今月
Wait.
今月今日
Yo.
来月火曜
Kayobi. My bad.
今月
Kongetsu. Okay.
今日
Okay.
今日
今月
Okay.
今日金曜日土曜日9月今月
Okay. I was a little distracted there. 2月 11月 2月
8
8
月
月 What?
8
Oops.
月12
12
月
月
11
11
月
月
2
2
月
月
10
10
月
月 You just got to unit 2? Nice, nice.
10
11月
2月
Oh, knee. Sure. Wow, that's fat. Okay. That's fine.
2 月
I wasn't checking the grid lines on that one.
来月12月11月2月7月
And then now we're gonna go back and see if we complete it. Yeah, so you're supposed to complete the kanji section. Interesting. We're gonna go on now with personalized practice. Oh there, Greg. Going pretty well. How are you doing?
もう先生にメールしました。
もう先生にメールしました。I already emailed the teacher. 昨日マネージャーに 電話しました。
猫、
猫を撫でました。かわいいですね。
今週も頑張ります。
今
今週
週も頑張ります。
頑張ります。
浅草で同僚と花見をします。
浅草で同僚と花見をします。します。I was gonna say in past tense. Good, about to watch anime or play some Pokemon in Japanese for practice. Very nice. Just enjoying your first day off in like 2 weeks. Fantastic. Fantastic. How long are you off, Greg? I'm going to goingもう先生にEメールをしました。Or, oh, just メール。Sorry, I said email. メールしました。
もうにメールしました。
会社は大きくないです。大きくないです。
大きくない。
Sure. ミーティングの部屋は綺麗じゃないです。
綺麗
This is the na and e adjectives with negation.
スミス先生にメールしましたか？
Just today, but next weekend you should get the whole weekend off. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, so you worked straight weeks without a weekend off. I see. Yeah. Enjoy your day off, man. Enjoy your day off.
スミス先生にメールしましたか？先生にメールしましたか？
もう少し今のは会社会社で頑張ります。Right, this is for current, so the lesson is current. 今の That's the point here. 今の and 頑張ります。Okay, so the reverse.
浅草
で
同僚
と花見をしました。
花見をします。
or します。Sure, we're going.
クリスマスはメイに何をあげましょうか？去年はおもちゃをあげました。でもメイはもう12歳になりました。CD を買いましょうか？
What present to buy, right? So, クリスマスはメイに何をあげましょうか？ What am I going to give? What kind of Christmas? What am I going to give to my niece for Christmas? Right. 去年はおもちゃあげました。I gave a toy last year. でも、メイはもう12歳になりました。She turned 12. She already turned 12. CD を買いましょうか？ Should we buy a CD? Right.
頑張ります。頑張ります。
What
頑
the?
張ります。
What is the?
今週の月曜日、仕事の後、みんなと花見をします。公園の桜はとても綺麗です。一緒に行きませんか？
Right. 今週の月曜日、仕事の後、 wait, mina to hanami o shimasu. So, this week, this week, Monday, right? This week, Monday, after work, everyone's going cherry blossom viewing. Koen no, sakura wa totemo kirei desu. The cherry blossoms are going to be pretty, I guess. Are pretty, yeah. The cherry blossoms are pretty. At the park, right? The cherry blossoms in the park are very pretty, right? 一緒に行きませんか? Do you want to go? Would you like to go together? I'm trying to say a little literal to the translation, right? However, I'm basically paraphrasing in my head most of the time nowadays. Taxi de Shibuya ni ikimashou. Right, should we go to Shibuya by taxi? Iriguchi. Entrance. Okay. What do you have here? Kanarazu. Oh, Kanarazu.
Debut. 必ずレビュー
レビューを書きます。必ず。必ず is like to for sure, right? For sure. 必ず and that's gonna be in the 10%. 必ずレビューを書きます。For sure. For sure write a review. 必ず Are you going to take the... Okay. Okay.
Yoji.
4時
51分
51分の電車。Oh, 新幹線に乗りますか？
どの電車に乗りますか？
どの電車に乗りますか？ Okay. レストランのクーポン
レストランのクーポン
入り口
食べ放題のクーポンをもらいました。
食べ放題のクーポンをもらいました。Okay. もらいました to receive, right? Although they use the word got, so it takes me a while to remember that got is the word receive. You can use got. I got in all sure. Okay. 1時28分に電車に乗ります。 いいレビューを書きました。
書きました。
私も土曜日に風邪をひきました。
私も土曜日に風邪をひきました。So, I caught a cold on Saturday too. Okay.
横浜。
いや、横浜の隣の、港。
港。
いや、横浜の港からクルーズツアー。いや、クルーズツアーに行きました。
風邪をひきました。
風邪をひきました。Make sure. Okay. 31分に電車に乗ります。
まず千葉の港に行きました。
まず千葉の港に行きました。So first, we went to the port in Chiba. Okay.
どの動物のマグネットがいいですか？
It'll be quite a short day. I think review days are still relatively short. So it gives us opportunity to take it a little bit easy and go a little bit harder on Chinese, I suppose.
どの動物のマグネットがいいですか？
どの動物のマグネット。Right? マグネット。Where the heck is マグネット？
マグネット
がありますか？ No. がいいですか？
どの動物のマグネットがいいですか？どの動物のマグネットがいいですか？
Yeah, sure.
ですか？
Fair enough.
来年もこの公園で桜を見ましょう。
Okay. 来年もこの動物園で桜を見ましょう。So we should see cherry blossoms. Where it is? Cherry blossoms. That cherry blossoms in this park. We should next year too. Yeah, that's fine. We should see cherry blossoms in this park next year too.
6時33分に着きます。
6時33分。
33分。
What?
6時33分に着きます。
に着きます。
着きます。
Okay. Arrive is the thing, and then the time format. 上野公園。Oh no. 上野動物園の Actually. Yeah, sure. 上野動物園のパンダは有名ですね。
パンダは有名ですね。
オフィスの something。オフィスの何はよく壊れます。Breakdown. We have プリンター。
ナオミさんたちはどこですか？メッセージを送りましょうか。
ナオミさんたちはどこですか？メッセージを送りましょうか？ナオミさんたちは8時53、3分、3分に着きます。Right, they're gonna arrive.
上野動物園にパンダの赤ちゃんがいます。でもパンダの赤ちゃんは12月5日に中国に戻ります。12月5日の前に動物園に行きましょ
う。Alright. So the baby panda is going to leave the zoo soon, right? 上野動物園にパンダの赤ちゃんがいます。There's a baby panda in Ueno Zoo. でもパンダの赤ちゃんは12月5日 Yes 5日に中国に戻ります。So it's gonna return, but it's gonna return to China. The baby panda is gonna return to China on December 5th. What happens after Diamond League? Nothing. Nothing happens after. Oh, well, there's Diamond League tournaments. There's like a tournament thing. I haven't seen it yet. You get invited to it based on, I don't know, your performance or something. But nothing really happens after Diamond League. 12月5日の前に動物園に行きましょう。We should go before the 5th of December, right?
食べ放題でした。
食べ放題でした。食べ放題でした。I for sure. So, 必ず。I hope they use more kanarazu, because I'm gonna need some repetitions on kanarazu. That's a term that's like a grammar point term, and I like grammar point terms to be more flexible. So hopefully they use more expressions. Okay, this is the unit actually. This personalized practice, yeah. This is a unit that is the only time they use kanarazu. Let's see. So far, anyway. Next year. So.
来年も旅館この旅館にOh wait. 必ず
Yeah, I guess we'll stick in here. 必ずこの旅館に want to stay. Want to say. Is it? Oh, interesting. They put nisundemas there. Tomaritai desu.
泊まりたいです。
Right. Yeah, tomaritai desu. Doko nani sono マグネットを買いましたか？どこで？ Sure, no wait. I guess you're buying it there, right?
朝ごはんは食べ放題でした。
朝ごはんは食べ放題でした。
食べ放題でした。朝ごはんは食べ放題でした。
いや、食べ放題でした。 会社のモニターをいつも、会社のモニター、モニターはいつも Oh, I wonder if I can stick it there. Curious. I don't think there's a problem sticking it there, right? Let's see.
会社
の
モニター
モニターはい
つも
壊れます。
壊れます。
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I'm kind of curious if they'll bump me if I moved it over there.
毎日。
来年も必ずこの旅館に泊まりたいです。
Wait, 来年も必ずこの旅館に泊まりたいです。Okay. I for sure, right, this is the reverse. I for sure want to stay at this traditional inn next year too.
毎日。
Okay.
毎
Again,
日。
I miss the pairing ones. Pairing ones are so good. They're gone. We don't have them anymore. Okay.
午後1時。午後1時。
東。7月。東。
Okay. 誰のパーティーでしたか？
誰の
パー
ティーでしたか？
田中さんのアパートは公園の東です。
I wasn't paying attention.
田中さんのアパートは公園の東です。田中
さんのアパートは公園の東です。
公園の東です。
ケンさんは今月wait。ケンさんは今月隣の町に引っ越しました。
玄関でスリッパを履きました。玄関でスリッパ
を履きました。門の後ろにかわいい庭がありました。
庭？
玄関は広かったです。
広かった
です。Yeah, that works. And then 玄関で靴を脱ぎました。
2月。
Whoops.
午後。
東。時間。
今月。
日曜日にアレックスさんのパーティーに行きました。
日曜日にアレックスさんのパーティーに行きました。アレックスさん。Alex, man, Alex. いいですね。 楽しかったですか？東。
東。
今
今月。
月。
お
お父
父さん。
さん。
水。
水。3000。
中山さんの奥さんに会いましたか？
中山さんの奥さんに会いましたか？はい。本当に素敵な人でしたよ。
パーティーは午後2時頃からでした。
パーティーは午後2時頃からでした。The party was from 2 p.m. around 2 p.m.
玄関にいろいろなスリッパがありました。
玄関にいろいろなスリッパがありました。They had all sorts of slippers at the entryway.
誰のパーティーに行きましたか？
誰のパーティーに行きましたか？ Whose party did you go to? リビングの壁はとてもおしゃれでした。Hello? I can't. どこ？リビング
の壁はとても
おしゃれ
で
でした。
した。
玄関のドアはカラフルでした。
玄
玄
関
関
の
ドア
は
カラフルでした。
カラフルでした。な、adjective。棚に本がたくさんありました。
家の家具は素敵でしたか？
家の
家
家
具
具は
家の家具は素敵でしたか？
素敵でしたか？
素敵でしたか？
No, adjective. Are you concerned about your pitch sounding off? Nope. I'm not, Granola. I am not. ベッドと机の間に高い何 What do we have?
棚
棚がありました。
家の中にペットがたくさんいました。家の中にペットがたくさんいました。
家の
中に
がペットがたくさんいました。
家の中にペットがたくさんいました。
家の中にペットがたくさんいました。Okay. 田中さんの赤い田中さんの赤いソファーは本当に可愛かったですよ。
赤い
I think it's if I had to make a quick, very concise statement, Granola, about pitch, regardless of what my reference of my pitch is, if I'm capable of pitching whichever way I think I want to pitch, then it doesn't concern me, because when I decide what the pitch is, I will adjust to the pitch. There's a difference between being concerned that you can't do it versus concerned that versus you probably practice how you're able to do it, but not accurately. So it doesn't concern me whether it's accurate or not, because my pitch is not off or on, because I'm not concerning the accuracy of the pitch, but the production of the pitches. So it would be very, very concerning, I would say, to people who want to make a pitch and cannot produce the pitch that they're sounding. So that's perfectly fine. I would be concerned then. However, I am not concerned that I'm producing a pitch that I'm imagining it. So if I want to sound like something, I am being able to produce it. So being accurate to me personally, is superfluous to practicing pitch. So without practicing pitch, being overly concerned about accuracy is something you concern with yourself less until you actually can produce pitches. So that's kind of my thought on the topic. It's not for everyone. I prefer doing before concerning with accuracy. I try my best with all the things that are available to me, and then I adjust as I go. So it defeats someone's purpose who's stuck with concerning themselves with things like pitch accent and then refusing to do anything else until they get the pitch correctly. That is slowing them down. It's preventing them from doing something. It also makes them incredibly closed-minded, and it slows them down. So while they're deliberating on the best way to get pitch accent correctly, I am producing pitch as I'm going. So it's kind of like an alternative perspective on it. Not necessarily one that's right or accurate, right? But I do not concern myself with accuracy of people's determination versus being able to do it. So if I can choose to run faster or more efficiently later. Can I do the running now? I can, in my own way. So that's kind of how I'm approaching this. If it annoys people or concerns them, then they're not the people that I'm associating with, right? So if someone comes up and say, boy, I can't afford to sit here and listen to you because you triggered me. It's like, well, then don't listen and go somewhere else. There are a lot of people in the world. I wouldn't ever, in my opinion, because I believe this in myself, when someone comes up to me and speaks English to me, like for example, this person comes up to me and say, your pitch accent's all wrong in English. And I'm like, well, your English is wonderful, although it doesn't sound like my English. So that's kind of how I take upon myself, because I'm an English speaker. I don't go out of my way to discourage that. If you want to sound like me, that's perfectly fine. I can understand you. You can understand me. We certainly don't sound like each other. However, if you want to sound like me, feel free. And that's, in my opinion, is a more desirable perspective on spreading the influence of the language you love and the language you use. Languages that focuses on those concerns are languages that have died out, in my opinion. So, or are dying, right? They are less flexible. I don't think Japanese is one of those languages in the future. Perhaps if I'm not the minority, then Japanese will continue to stay in Japan. And the people who want to speak Japanese will continue to move to Japan. And then the people outside of Japan would care less and less about the language if people go around worrying about the accuracy of their pitch accent. In my opinion. Like, precisely. It's a trade-off, right? It's a trade-off. The more strict you are with the language, the less likely you're going to stick with it, in my opinion. Especially as someone who doesn't speak native Japanese. But you still eventually want to get good at pitch. I will eventually be able to sound like someone I want to sound like, is probably the way I'm gonna say it. Get good is a terrible phrase, in my opinion, for myself, because the person that I love to listen to might not be good at pitch. So what I mean by that is, if I play a video game, I don't play to get good. I play to gain experience. So, with enough Japanese exposure, I will pick up an accent. Whether that is good or not, it's not of my concern, because I live in a world where all my languages that I have different pitches and accents. So to be concerned about what is a good accent and what is a bad accent is literally the thing I spent most of my life dealing with. And personally, I don't want anyone to have to deal with that. As in, like, oh yeah, your American accent kind of sucks. Like, why don't you sound like this American? Or, wow, your Mandarin really sounds like Fujianese. Like, why can't you speak better Mandarin? That kind of thing is my entire life. And I don't want anyone else to have to deal with that. I want them to have fun and want to, learn language and stuff. So will I get good at a pitch? If it does happen, that's pretty cool. If it doesn't, that's pretty cool. That's fine, because there will, no matter how skilled you are, there will be someone who is going to criticize in this case, it would be your accent, because the Japanese accent varies in pitch accent. However, in English, I get criticized. I still receive lots of criticisms about my English, my articulation, right? The way I pronounce English words. So I don't want to concern myself with that. One day, as a short answer, I hope to sound like someone that I listen to a lot. As in, if there's an influence out there, if there's an influencer out there that I absolutely love, I think being next to them or consuming and being like them will eventually turn that accent into what it is. So, like, for example, if I suddenly moved from North United States to South United States, there is a very high chance I will end up sounding Southern, as in, I like to pick up whoever influences my life. So instead of picking based on pragmatism, I will probably end up picking a pitch and an accent based on whoever inspires me. So if there's a content creator out there, like for example Dogen, lots of people like Dogen, whoever influenced me the most, I'm probably going to end up naturally adapting to their pitch. The way I speak English is largely inherited and based on all the people that influence me. So there is a chance it might not just be one person, it could be 2 or 3, and I pick up pitches and accents based on how often I hear the people around me. And I think that's what most people who has a healthy relationship with language learning end up doing. They end up being inspired and influenced by the people they listen to. I sound Northern because I'm surrounded by Northern American English speakers. At some point when I was in New Zealand, I started picking up New Zealand accent for a moment because we kept talking about the different, like the difference between Australian, New Zealanders, and British accent. At some point, some of our words kind of changed and stuff. Like we used keen a lot and whatnot. So you kind of pick these things up. But competency comes first. Comprehension, being able to create any sorts of, it's like practicing scales. As a musician, if you cannot practice your scales and hit all the notes, learning the proper way to play Mozart's piece will only allow you to play Mozart's piece like that. It does not give you any flexibility without understanding how to play the fundamentals and whatnot. So this is kind of what I'm doing here. I'm trying to practice as many of the different fundamentals. I like to believe it's preparing me for it. Might not. We might find out that there's things I don't know how to do. That's fine too. It means I have more to learn. After learning Norwegian, where almost everyone I see speaks with a different accent, I started appreciating accent diversity, and specifically when it's all within an understandable degree. Yeah, I speak English. English is my common language, right? So if there's any language that has different accents, it's English. And I hope that people who use English aren't gonna be like, I kid you not, in Japan, it's one of the countries that have the most resistance to picking up English, really, honestly, or other languages. I think since English is my main language, it just happens to be that language where if you take a perspective of good accents and bad accents, you're gonna have a very, very terrible time with English. You're gonna constantly have insecurities about, oh, but I don't want to speak English because I have a bad accent. I'm like, what is a bad English accent? I don't know. I understand you. So there are still countries, obviously United States being one of them, and then Great Britain or the UK being one of them, where there's still this idea of what's correct accent and what's not correct accent or correct ways of speaking things. But I don't think English is a language that's bound by the whole idea of good accent, right? And hey, who knows? I'm not gonna live in Japan, so I have no aspirations of living in Japan. Perhaps when I visit Japan and everyone says like, dude, your accent's terrible, it's like, all right, well, at least they understand me. And then I'll go back to the United States. And what do you do in the United States? Well, when someone speaks English to you and you understand them, that's the first thing you do. You don't really, actually, some of the first things an American would do, in my opinion, me specifically, like the Americans around me, we would be excited to ask you where your accent comes from, because you sound different, and that's cool, as opposed to you sound weird, unnatural, and not good. So that's probably not the most common interaction you'll have. So when someone says they're learning English, I'm more excited to hear what their English sounds like versus if they sound like me, because I don't know what me sounds like. It's to the point where I move to the next state, like I go to the next state over, and someone tells me, oh, you sound like you came from this state. And I'm like, wait, how do you know? Like, you just sound different. Like, oh, well, that's cool. You sound different too. Although I'm not good enough to pick up where you're from, based on your stress accent, right? Or your word usage. So that's kind of the thing, at least in my opinion. Bro really has the totem of motivation. Is that a thing? The totem of motivation? I should make a totem. English learning is definitely not for fun. What do you mean by English learning is not for fun? Are you learning English right now, Hiroko? I want to make English learning fun for other people. Honestly, having such a big common language, it can be very daunting without rules and stuff. So I can understand how Japanese people would want to stick strictly to rules and try to make sure that all their pronunciation and stuff is consistent. So I have to concede, right? I have to concede that I want English to be dynamic and diverse. However, it can make it very, very difficult to know what's desirable and what's not if you're that kind of person. So if you're the kind of person that needs to know, how do I know this is good? It will be very difficult. However, my rebuttal is you don't have to. You can pick your favorite person, the one that you adapt most comfortably, or pick your favorite tools or group and learn from there. And that's how I'm treating Japanese. For better or for worse, that's how I'm treating Japanese. Whatever came first is what I'm starting with. You're always in learning? Me too. That's a fantastic statement, Hiroko. The difference is that English is treated as a means of communication and Japanese is usually treated as a hobby, a sport where perfection is the goal, which I don't really mesh with. Yeah, true. That's a fair example. Actually, Granola, that's a really cogent point about the difference between a necessity, like an obligation, versus a voluntary choice. For example, yesterday I learned this word diligently and so on. Yeah, diligently is fantastic word. Like I'm not an English teacher. However, I do have a wonderful cluster of special words, and diligent is a great one. Like instead of saying very careful, right? Some people would say very careful. This would be less than high school level, right? But if you want to sound like college plus, diligent. Diligent is the replacement word. It's one of few replacement words, too, for very careful. You'd be diligent. And then, carefully, very carefully, diligently. Right? There's also staying, some people would say staying focused, right? Staying focused, this is less than high school level. And when you get over here, you would say vigilant. You would use the word vigilant. Right? Or like you are able to use the word vigilant if you want it. Staying focused, staying like paying attention, vigilant. So there's wonderful words that I don't use, by the way, on stream. I don't use lots of these words on stream. However, if I was in a professional setting or like a business meeting or something that requires more formal, right? More formal or like professional setting, I would switch over most of my vocabulary. My diction would change as well. Like my diction would change, and I would use words like diligently, vigilantly. What's another word? Like very kind, benevolent, right? Benevolent would be a word I would use. Benevolent, right? Everything that deals with like degrees, most of those words would change. I don't think 90% to 95% of online content would engage in this level of conversation in English. Where in Japan, honestly, I actually think they do engage in formal, even when you're learning as a hobby. Like in Japan, as a hobby, you're already introduced to formal speak, right? There's already formal speak. But in English, there's not a lot of formal speak. Yeah, you tried to replace very. I don't want to say very hard. Yeah, difficult. But we use the word difficult, so it's not too bad. Difficult is a word that many use already for very hard, right? Difficult. As opposed to very hard. Difficult. Easy, very easy, right? Very easy. I do a business-like thing, and I would say accessible. If it's very easy, it's accessible. Yeah. Like, I'm glad you find learning Japanese accessible, as opposed to very easy. If I had to describe like subjective terms and whatnot. So accessibility is typically, so these lists goes on. Like you practically, that's why whenever I think about Japanese, it's kind of cool because you end up using all the words constantly. In English, I feel like in English, let's say I don't know how many words you need. Let's say 2,000. 2,000 seems to be like a number these days. So let's say you have your first 2,000 words. I feel like at least if you're going into like a professional setting, I would say at least half those words, half, like 50% of those words are substituted with another 1,000. So you end up stop using, in my opinion, out of frequency, half those words, and you're learning 1,000 new words to replace them, which I'm not using. Like replace, like the word replace, I'll use the word substitute. Substitute, as opposed to replace, right? Replace, substitute. There are different manners of replacements, and the word that people are using, replace, they're talking about substitute. But there's also alternative. Alternative, right? This is not to replace, but it's an act of replacing. So if you use an alternative, you are likely also referring to replacing something. There's also the contrast to, like, instead of replace that people talk about, they're talking about complementary. Complementary and supplementary. So all of these words, in high school level or lower, use the word replace to imply all these things. But they're not specific enough. Supplement doesn't necessarily mean replace. Complement doesn't either. Substitute is the closest thing, and then alternative doesn't really mean that too. However, when you're like reading Twitch chat and stuff, right? When someone says replace, they have to explain what they mean by replace. Because a lot of times, to someone like me, when you say, oh yeah, for example, there are better things, right? There are better things. What does that mean? There are better alternatives, there are better substitutes, there are better complements, or there are better supplements. All those are not specific enough, right? Effortless? Oh, very easy. Effortless? Effortless is great. Effortless is pretty good. Hiroko. And it's not necessary. All this is not necessary, in my opinion. Like, everyday speak, you don't enter these things. When you are giving presentations and interviews and maybe like job stuff and promotions, then you kind of get into this type of thing, which is very exhausting. It's very tiring at the same time. It's rewarding if you think of it as rewarding. It can be very exhausting though. Sometimes I learn a word like and ask myself, where the F I will use that. I stop focusing on them. Yeah. So we're talking about colloquial speak, right? And I think Japanese has that too. And I think it's more ingrained into their stuff for learning material than English. I don't think English places pressure on subtitles are cringe. Oh, here we go again. Okay, let's see. I think anything can be unfun if you have to learn it, and English is something that a lot of people have or feel like they have to learn. That's fair. That's a fair statement. I don't feel the same way most of the time. However, that is definitely the impression I get a lot. When you have to do something, it creates negative stress. And when you're voluntarily doing something, oftentimes that leads to positive stress with a big asterisk. I probably won't expound upon it here because I already spent a little too much time. Japanese, it's a means of communication for most people because most people learning Japanese want to settle in Japan and very few people treat it as a hobby. That is a point. That's definitely a point to consider, and that's why I tend to counter and rebuttal for myself, because I gotta remember that when I talk to other people, I need to remind them that I have no aspirations to live in Japan. And I don't identify as someone who wants to be Japanese adjacent. So that's often a great way to offset and make sure that I communicate my goals. I don't know, I feel more people learn it because they like anime. That is a fair point too. It's all of the above. So we're not making a competition, right? It's not a competition between what. It's likely a mix of all of the above. That's just who you're around. I guess statistically it's the other way around. Yes. Again, sampling bias and all that stuff. Why people learn? Can I see them? And learning Japanese for anime feels so funny to me. Not gonna lie, you can watch it in English. Okay, wait 1 second. Subtitles are cringe. I don't like to read. Also, hello. How's the stream? Subtitles are cringe. Okay. There's a lot of there are a lot of glowing little things here, but you guys are having conversations between yourselves, so I won't jump in as a third wheel here. You watch dub. I just want to be different. I have no problems with subtitles. Oh, you just want it to be different from... Okay, so fancier English is funny because it often means replacing the words that I first had to learn, with words that sound more like Portuguese words, like difficult substitute are closer to point. Fancier English. Wait, we learn English in school since kids school, and now in 10th grade, and literally no one in my class know how to make a sentence in English. Hiroko, I don't want to hear that, but it's so scary. It's true. I mean, like, what I mean is, I don't want to hear it, but I know it exists, and it kind of saddens me a little. I don't want to like start a crusade or anything, but it is kind of how it's happening. Until now, to be honest, I'm not sure why I study Japanese. I want the reason to find me. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, the reason found me. So someone asked, I get asked a lot, like, why are you learning Japanese? The reason found me. That's pretty much how it goes. Most of the things I did in my life, the reasons found me. And you might be thinking, well, then Aren't you sad that you never made your own choices and do your own things? Well, I make my own choices when the reason finds me. So like I found my calling, I found my like the stuff found me, and the choices I make after are the choices that I feel create ownership of the thing. So why learn Japanese now? Like I have reasons to now. And you might be thinking, well, then it's not a hobby, right? Like, well, yes and no. It's one and the same. My hobbies and my life's work and my career, I like doing them. So it's a privilege, right? We have to keep in mind, it's a privilege. I was lucky and things found me. It's not so true about everyone. So I'm only speaking from personal experience, not to paint a life hack or anything. This is not life experience, life advice or life hack. I'm exchanging my experience. If you're so dedicated to watching anime so much, then I think learning the language is just a natural step. It allows you to understand the culture of it better. I'm going to say within the subset of people who watch anime, that's not the case. Usually. And I can prove it without using anime, actually. I can prove it with using English. There is, but is that worth to go through thousands of hours of learning just for that small passion in the voice? So, in my opinion, learning Japanese for anime is extremely niche. Only the very hardcore ones learn the language for anime. I'm gonna make a counter argument, and I'm gonna say the way you guys are using English now, just because you watch a lot of English programming doesn't mean you learn anything about the language. It takes active participation to learn anything. So you can watch thousands of hours of anime and accrue no motivation to learn the language naturally. And it goes the same with English and math and science and logic, philosophy, anything you learn in high school. Motivation is, in my opinion, axiomatic. It supersedes all of that. So you could passively do tons of things without learning anything. Granola thinks every dub is essentially a parody. If you're satisfied with someone else's interpretation of a show, that's fine. I learned enough Japanese to see the huge difference in sub and dub. Interesting perspective. Our education system are not to learn how to speak more than answering the final paper exam. Unfortunately is useless. It can be. It definitely can be. It doesn't intuitively teach the person early on how to apply it creatively. Yes. Kind of like Duolingo. Duolingo doesn't intuitively help you apply what you're learning. Pretty much most formal education things. And just so you know, that includes most YouTube content. It doesn't actually intuitively tell you how to apply things. Input is one thing, but integration and synthesis of input is another step. And that is effectively something that matures and improves your ability to output something that is transformative. So you can know a lot of things, like an internet expert. You can know a lot of things. Without experience, there's a high chance you cannot synthesize that information and apply it constructively. So, for example, I could learn pitch accent and just memorize the pitch accent. That's kind of cool. But for myself, I like to synthesize and transform the things I learn. That's how I learn. So when I learn sushi, I learn about how to express and look at sushi differently. And I said sushi because that's how Americans say it. So whether that's accurate or good, it allows me to transform the information. And that becomes part of me. So what do you make of the things you learn? That, in my opinion, is the end game for me. Not how good you reproduce something that someone else already does. Not saying that that's not great for language learning and stuff. My purpose of learning Japanese is very different. Yeah, much like you guys when you're saying like dubs and subs and stuff, it's what you make of it, right? When you think that someone who says for example, Granola thinks a dub is a parody of the original, that's someone that cannot, in my opinion, unlikely to appreciate transformative things, right? And that's a choice. That's a mental choice you make. If I believed in that, then I wouldn't believe in people asking me and contributing to my learning experience. I would be the kind of person who determined what's the best way to study and be refractory to anyone else's input, because you know the best. So therefore you are unable to synthesize and appreciate something that's different because they're imitating the thing. So like for anime, when an anime is dubbed over, the original is the original, and anything over it is an imitation, a facsimile of it. So it's cheapened by that person's mind, right? Do I think dubs are a cheapened version of whatever the original language is? No, it's not. It's something different in which I can learn something from and treat it differently and, appreciate it differently. I can't express how much more constraints and ability and necessity of knowledge in order to execute a dub versus a sub. So, like in a different way. Like what I mean is the skills required for dubbing is different than the skills required for writing the original script. So, would you say is rendition? Would you say it's a rendition? No, I'll still call it a dub. I mean, I'll still call it a dub. The dub has taken on that meaning. And video games is a great example. I play Like a Dragon, and they are dubbed in 3 languages. And I did say dubbed in 3 languages, as in it is dubbed in Japanese. It is written in Japanese, but it is also dubbed in Japanese, along with English and Mandarin. They are very different beasts. And an execution of the dubbed is beautiful when the English track sounds like English, the Mandarin track sounds like Mandarin, and the Japanese track sounds like Japanese. Now, I do concede that in anime dubs, they try to, depending on the studio that's doing the dub and the people, they might try to make the language that it is not try to sound like it. So like, they try to make English sound like Japanese, which inherently is a logical fallacy. So they are not the same. What makes it in your mind that you can treat both of them the same? So that you can probably tell, right? That you can probably tell. So I'm not saying that anime dubs are all around glowing, fantastic products of writing. Understanding these nuances allow you to appreciate how difficult it is and who's in control and who's determining what is being done. Like the anime company themselves might want the English voice actors to sound Japanese in English. So inherently, that might be actually normal sounding to the Japanese audience. That is their target. However, there are animes that are deliberately trying to sound English, and then the dubs had full wielding command of their English dubs. Case in point, Cowboy Bebop. I don't have to pick a modern anime. Cowboy Bebop. It's a classic. Listen to the English dub. It's actually predicated on English mannerisms and English source materials. So, you know, they're rare gems, obviously, because the Japanese writers and stuff imagine their characters to sound a specific way, even in English. So, hey, do I know? I didn't. Someone else knows Norwegian. Eroko. Nar knows Norwegian, right? Yeah. Most watchers don't care about learning the language as far as I've seen. They just stick to subtitles, right? And I have other reasons to learn Japanese, yeah. I feel like the dub is too hated. It's almost universally hated in the anime community. They will bully you if you say you watch dub. I do all of the above. Actually, I will extend even more. I watched the English dub with English subtitles. I watch English programming with English subtitles because writing is a different aspect of reading. If you're a language learner, I'm sure you'll be able to appreciate that. Reading, hearing are two different things. I watch Japanese with Japanese subtitles. I watch Japanese with English subtitles. I watch English now with, if they're available, I also watch English with Japanese subtitles. And usually that's video games a lot of times, but I do all the above. Reading and hearing and seeing and hearing are two different properties. So if you're a language learner and you're having an argument about what is the right way to consume things, then I don't think, in my opinion, humbly, you understand what it takes to appreciate language, because language is both auditory and written, right? So why would you create a double standard in the way you consume material by saying, I don't need to read and I only need to hear? At least in my opinion. I'm learning the language by reading and hearing. So it's no different from my daily life. I have constantly both read and hear things. I go to class and hear a professor while reading something the professor is writing. When you go to school, you do both. Unless you're telling me you're one of those C students that only listen or read and not pay attention all the time. I'm just saying. A little shade, but not too much shade. Because I'm probably speaking the truth in this case. Fairly accurate. I don't understand why, honestly, they have the irrational hate for it just because it's different. I mean, yeah, it's just sort of irrational, almost gatekeeping feeling, especially when they haven't even watched the dub in full. All right. Enough. Yeah. Let's keep it a little positive, you know? They're very passionate. People are very passionate. You've seen English and Brazilian dubs of anime. Some can be very good. It's very dependent on the actor's performance. Well, let's keep in mind that actor's performance, people's preferences, how well they adapt the plot, and how natural the source material is. Also, don't forget money target audience, right? Target audience, PR relationships, and the original vision of the developer and the writer. The authors and the developers also have a say in how they're perceived in other languages or how it's taken care of. So if you have an author that doesn't care, or maybe it's superficial or something, then the company, it gets really, there are quite a lot of possible driving forces behind the quality. I just don't like someone else's interpretation of a story you like. That's fair. That checks out, Granola. Japanese to English can get very awkward. I've seen the difference and I can't go back, honestly. That's fine. It just means that creatively you are less receptive to other things, Granola. So for me, I wouldn't be streaming if I followed the same mindset. You like connecting with writers directly? That's fair. But there are more than one writer. The writer of the English is another writer. So you're making an exclusive double standard, which is healthy, which is very healthy. Lots of people will probably relate to you, Granola. But what you just said was a double standard, right? Because you said you like connecting with the writer. There are two sets of writers here, right? You're favoring the one writer over another writer. Instead of saying you want to connect with writers, you're saying, in my opinion, my interpretation, you want to connect with the original writer. Because there are other writers. Dubbers are writers too. It takes a lot, imagine, I'm already having trouble translating myself for learning Japanese. You only want to connect with the original one. So when I'm learning Japanese, this is making me appreciate even more all the writers that have to come after the original, right? If you're learning a language, that could be something you appreciate, or you can reject it, right? And to me, I think you would likely reject it, because you did ask me earlier, what happens if I sound, if my pitch is off, or am I concerned about getting a good accent? So for me, let's think about a world that uses that perspective. Let's imagine a world that uses your perspective right now, in my opinion. Then that means that if your comment represents a trend, then you are a cheap facsimile, as in you are not the original. So if you always need an original idea in order to be substantially important, for myself, I would be very disappointed in me all the time. I would find it very difficult for me to find something that's valuable, because humans are linear creatures. The things you do now are based on an originator. So how can, in my opinion, I would find it very difficult to find value in what I do if I'm always bombarded by someone who's already doing it. And I don't want people to think of it like that. I want you to take knowledge and create something new from it, something different from it. So when I consume anime and I consume things, and then there's like a reinterpretation or a remake or a reboot of video games and reboot of literature, you have to understand, in my opinion, I want to really encourage people to understand that humans don't live long enough to constantly see the original. So at some point, you're going to live long enough to see something recreated, something reimagined. I usually tell people I give it about 10 to 20 years. So like every decade, there's going to be a reimagining of something. So if you live long enough, you're either going to hate everything you've lived long enough to appreciate, go away and change, or you become happier, in my opinion, and have a perspective like me, and I'm not even 40 yet, to see things reimagined more than once already. I've seen the whole video game industry redefine itself 3 times now, right? Every 10 decades, every 10 years. Are you still going, like, as a creator, as someone who wants to stay creative, I couldn't find myself saying, oh, this isn't like 30 years ago. It's like, well, it isn't like 30 years ago. Is that going to keep you from liking the things now? Like, am I going to become that 80-year-old and say, back in my day, this part is more important. I don't think originality is the crux. No ideas and shows are truly original after all. Writers write to connect with people, and I'm trying to get as close to them as they want to me but you're not, Granola. Like, let me, that's a little aggressive. You are connecting with a writer. You are connecting with a subset of writers. So I want it to be very clear that you favor, and it is contributing to the crux of your this double standard that we don't meet. You are connecting with a very specific group of people. You have sidelined, in my opinion, respectfully, you have sidelined anyone else who's trying to transform an original piece of work. So that includes dubbing, that includes voice acting, that includes a remake, a reboot. Those things, you are less likely, in my opinion, to connect with those people because you choose to think that they're not as an important writer as the others. So for me, I'm not as an important content creator as someone who is already doing this before me, is what I'm thinking, right? If my advice overlaps with another person's advice, then that you're going to choose favorites, or at least I feel like you're going to prefer one over the other, whichever one is better, I suppose. And that's kind of the whole, like, which one's better, which one's good, which one's more accurate. So when it comes to creative process, I feel like your preferences, like people's preferences, I won't talk about you, sorry. When people's preferences have to be conditional, like if you choose to enjoy something, say in anime, and you found out that this anime is the understudy of some other famous director who originally did it, where you can choose for it to cheapen your thought about it, or you can see it as a different thing, right? And dubbing is also like that. While dubbing is a little cruder, and it's easier to, in my opinion, easier to see or appreciate, what about reboots, right? I can tell you, the majority of people would probably agree with you that reboots are something no one asked for, but I don't think it's for the same reasons, like constructively, right? That's a bit of a digression. I like talking about this stuff, but I think I might hit too many nerves here, so I don't want to be too aggressive here. I've already gotten to some hot waters before trying to assume something. What's a take-home message that I want to say? The take-home message, in my opinion, is that when when I'm reading your comments, right? When I'm reading Nara's comments, Hiroko's comments, you and yours, Granola, I don't see you guys as representatives of a trend or a connection of people. I'm connecting with you guys. So I will be investing my darndest to try not to generalize the people I interact with. Now the problem that I encounter a lot of times is the opposite, which when people connect with other people, they take a representative approach. Like, oh yeah, this writer wanted to give this message. So when anybody else write about this person's writer's like composition, they're trying to capture the same thing that writer is trying to say. I don't think that's the case. I don't want to see it that's the case. I see another person trying to make their own spin. Now, if you're wondering, is that what people do? No, they don't, because they're a business, right? For example, anime, pragmatically speaking, in order to not to upset people, they will continue to try to mirror and imitate what they say, because in my opinion, people like Granola and others, they are the more vocal and probably the statistical majority. As in, what I mean is, in anime, when it gets dubbed, the businesses are going to attempt to make the English content like the Japanese content because it produces less friction, and it's likely to be received a bit less volatile. So to me, whenever I encounter in anime or a writer that says, no, I know English too, let's do a English version, I want to oversee an English version and a Japanese version, and these are both my products, but I will trust it with a colleague of mine who they collaborate with, and they produce an English version of it. You can definitely tell when there is an English comprehension and a Japanese comprehension, but that costs a lot of money, that's very risky, and it doesn't cater to people who view that the original is the most important, which I do feel is a very specific case for the passionate anime community. It is not true, in my opinion, for cinema. Cinema, in my opinion, has graduated from this. Cinema does not create this. Like, for example, a good example would be Infernal Affairs. Infernal Affairs. Not only that, they don't even keep the same names, right? Or they don't. And The Departed. I really liked Infernal Affairs, the Hong Kong produced thing, and I really like Scorsese's The Departed. They're connected. This, quote unquote, was the OG. This is the American version, or the Americanized version. Or right now, I'm currently watching a Three Body Problem. Right, Three Body Problem. And the OG in 2023 was Chinese. It was by a Chinese writer. And Netflix just released Three Body Problem 2024. And I really like this too. It was quite different. Both of these are quite different. I'm not finished watching this, but even from like the first 4 episodes, there's quite a startling difference between these two. Now, if I were to ask the majority of target audience, they're going to pick which one's better. Right? And yeah, you can kind of make a comparison, but I compare and contrast. Right? It takes perspective to understand what Netflix's 3-body problem requires and what 3-body problem in China requires. They're different. There are a lot of different requirements. If one is really interested, in my opinion, if one is really interested in the nuances of Japanese, why does English get a double standard from you? Personally, I don't. I try not to double standard this. I love the nuances and stuff of Japanese, well, so I'll try to continue learning the nuances of Japanese. But I love my English. That is why I love learning Japanese and its nuances. I know a lot, in my opinion, humbly, very humbly. I appreciate all the things I don't know about English and the things I continue to learn about English. But it is also one and the same. It's not a double standard. Right? And I don't want to make a double standard for other people. Or I try not to. The key word here is try not to. Right? Try not to. We're just different. I watched Freehan line by line, mining words, and that gave me enough time to take in every word. Made it better, in my opinion. That's great. That's great. We're just different. In this case, we're not different in that case. I mined Freehan line by line as well, but I did it in both languages. So I did a scene, I mined the entire English, and then I compared and contrasted by mining the entire lines in Japanese. So in the case when you said you watched Freehan line by line mining and it gave you enough time to take in every word and made it better, we're the same there. How we're different is that you make an exception for Japanese, but you don't make an exception for English. So that's where we differ. Not necessarily having a lower appreciation for word mining and getting closer to an anime by mining each word. I still do the same. I do not make an exception for English. English doesn't cheapen the experience. It is a different experience that is worth mining as well. That's where we differ, in my opinion. Oh, you were talking to Nar and Hugh. Oh, okay. That's fair. And just so you know, we talked about this earlier. I want to deflate something. Granola, we talked about time. Time is why I can do this. So, before everyone goes crazy about me and saying that I care more about certain things, I have more time. So we have to keep in mind that the reason why people pick, like, one of the biggest motivators is you are prioritizing what's important, and that's really reasonable. So I don't want to, I'm trying not to make it sound like there's a right way to do things, right? This prioritization is the right way. So you don't have to care about Japanese and English equally. You're choosing what is important to you. So I have to recognize that. While at the same time, it's probably prudent to understand it is a double standard, right? So you at least know that, English, not as exciting. It's kind of dumb, right? It's kind of a parody kind of thing. You gotta go? Take care, Yadoko. Take care. Thanks for sharing, by the way. Let's see. Did you guys talk about Norwegian? I'm gonna guess you're not from Norway because kids in your school can't English? So you're saying most Norwegian classes have English comprehension? That's interesting. No, man, I was surprised how many languages did this man speak? Oh, me? By the way, you are from Norway. Is it true that you learned Danish? You could understand both Swedish and Norwegian. Partially, Nar says. You can understand written, communicate with people, but there's a limit to the comprehension. Wow. So you get some Swedish and Norwegian cross, I see. Like that, so it wasn't like what I expect. Okay, 3 and 1. They're very similar, Swedish and Norwegian, that is. You can understand a lot of the other two, learning only one. Oh, interesting. If you want a good language feel, look at Serbian, Croatian, Montenegrin, Bosnian. It's 4 and 1. Oh, now you guys are really talking about some epic high value language learning. All right. I was catching up on the other side. Sorry. Let me try to read these before I continue doing my Japanese lessons. By the way, today's a review day, so it's a shortened day. We'll chalk this up for a extra video, I suppose. Anything for content, guys. Sorry, not sorry. You used to be a more radical on the must-watch original content, but I've learned after seeing original JP content and translating JP content, original EN content, and translating EN content. For me, each experience, yeah. And, you know, it's if you have time, right? And what's important to you. So everyone has their preferences, and that's fantastic, in my opinion. The reason why we're having this long discussion or like having fun going back and forth and sharing our thoughts is all of us have different perspectives. At least I think that's cool, as long as we can remind ourselves that we can respect each other. I think granola has a very high reference and they know what they're doing. And in my opinion, granola's Japanese will always be better than my Japanese, largely because granola's priorities are not distributed like mine. For example, if you're thinking of a pragmatic thing, I divide my time between English, Chinese, and Japanese even before I started learning Japanese and Mandarin. And at home, I don't speak English with my parents, so I could be practicing English at home or Japanese at home, but I speak Fujianese with my parents. So that's time devoted for something else. If I tried to learn Japanese because I wanted to watch it in the original form, I would quickly lose interest, considering the fact that I could have a better experience watching English dub or sub. Interesting. Actually, so true. I actively avoid watching shows or playing games like that in the language I'm learning because of that. Oh, huh. That's an interesting thought. It took me so long to be able to enjoy English content well enough that I think it's not worth studying it just for that. Yeah, just for that. All of the above. Be greedy, guys. It's not just learning the words or whatever. I still learned so many cultural references in different media that I had no idea usually. You know what's... Hey, Kinorashi. Early today. We're just dragging this conversation so you can slack. Okay. Here's one thing. Have you guys, granola, everyone... Have you guys ever watched a show or a movie that the content is literally different because of the different cultures? So what I'm saying is like if you're learning a language and you're watching a kids show, right? Like a kids show. I don't know if you guys are aware, but lots of those kids shows internationally, they actually literally change to represent the cultures. Like, it's really interesting. Like all the little tiny bits that you can pick up. Like they had to change it because of cultural relevance. I don't know how often you guys watch these shows. Like Pixar is a great example. Pixar movies, but I've heard of ghost stories. You mean the Chinese one, right? Nar? The one that was originally Chinese? Or are you talking about Chinese ghost stories? Because if you're talking about Chinese ghost stories, I know what you're talking about. Unless it's something else. You're going to have to be a little bit more... you're going to have to explain that a little bit. There's a lot of ghost stories. There's one that I'm specifically thinking that changed completely. Oh, it's a Japanese anime. The dub is different. Wait. Ghost story. Is this recent? Hold up. No, wait. Yeah. Oh, wait. Was it originally anime? You're talking about the 2000 one, right? Oh, no. This isn't the same one. Are you talking about the 2000 one? I'm not familiar with this one. It's something else. I'm thinking of something else. It also deals with ghost stories, though. And it's hilarious what happened to the English thing. Because I watched it first in English. Steins Gate dub is very different from its subtitles. Indeed. Steins Gate is very different. Sci-fi is incredibly different most of the time. There's an anime that was a flop in Japan. Oh yeah, it is the same one. Yeah, because it got all vulgar. Like the English one, it has so many which one is that? Is that the ghost story one? Where it just become like, it's so different. Like the dubbing was like for Zoomer dubbing. Like what I mean is like it became super vulgar and like it almost became like a parody in itself. Like Granola mentioned the word parody. I think it's Ghost Stories, isn't it? The show, when it got dubbed, it practically became like Family Guy. Like what I mean is like it became slapstick comedy. Like it wasn't like serious about ghost stories anymore. Because is it the same one with all the memes and like it became like, how do I describe it? Right, the excessively vulgar, it is the same one. I see. Okay. Or I think you might be talking to each other here. Yeah, for now, I'm only watching the lower rated movies and shows in Japanese because I wouldn't be missing much. Ooh, that's an interesting about it. Only planning on watching the shows and movies I like once I get fully fluent. Okay, you're saving. Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm slacking on Duo at this point. I'm way ahead, so no worries. It's fine. This is review day. I grew up watching it in Portuguese, and that dub is more like the Japanese one. I watched it again in Japanese and then dropped and keep watching in the English dub. That was shocking. Dude, I think it is the same one. I'm pretty sure it's the same. The Ghost Story dub. I watched clips of this. Let me see. It's gotta be this one. Hold up. Yeah, it is this one. Yeah, it's the one that when the English got dubbed, when they dubbed the English, it's like incredibly aggressively offensive. And what I mean by that is not aggressively offensive in the sense of oh, it's unintentionally offensive. I mean, it is like hilariously offensive. Like what I mean by that is like there's like vulgarity and aggressive language that gave it a really, really different perspective on what the show was going for. And it is a hit in success when it came that the dub decided, oh, we're just gonna flip the script. Literally flip the script on it. I saw so many clips of the dub of the show. I haven't watched it in its entirety though, so I can definitely say I was shocked. I think this was a couple years ago. I was pretty shocked by the dubbing. That's a good example though. That's a good example. I think video games is a great example. You only saw one episode, but they basically joked with things a teenager would joke on. Yes, exactly. I think it's a good way. It's a good example. You watch the English dub in full, but honestly, I can't remember much of the plot. It was hard to take it serious. They didn't. You know what I mean, right, Nar? Right? The dub group clearly didn't take it seriously. Like they knew they weren't taking themselves seriously. And that's what made the English dub surprisingly accessible, right? You guys gotta watch clips of this. If you haven't seen the English dub of Ghost Stories, it's pretty clear they weren't taking it seriously. Like it was less about the plot in the end. Because the plot doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, the story failed. Yeah, the story failed in Japan. They didn't want to repeat. Yeah, they didn't want a repeat of the failed story. So they just went, the script was just thrown way off the rails. It was just like, nah, we're not going to try to make the story. But we're not going to try to translate this into the story. Now we're just going to redub it. And it almost feels like an awkward out of context moment, but it was surprisingly on point. Like, hey guys, wait, there's a spirit. Oh no, it's like attacking me. Things are bad. We should go and help her. Oh no, this thing is chasing. It's kind of like that. It like, wow. To me, it almost feels like the early 2010s of YouTube comedy. You know what I mean? Right? You know what I mean by that? Like, it kind of feels like Charlie the Unicorn and all that stuff, like the early YouTube days where, oh, this is stupidly funny. As in, you know, this kind of works. It's very stupid. It feels like an American show, and it worked. One show that is weirdly much more popular in a transformed material than its original, I think, is Everybody Hates Chris. Yeah. Good example. Yes. American show, but I rarely see Americans who have seen it. Everyone here knows it. Yeah. Everybody Hates Chris is a good one. I think for me, what is a good example of a Japanese one? It's not like quite. I'm trying to think of like big cinema. Big cinema. I think for me, surprisingly, I think FMA is probably something everyone has watched. But at the same time, the dub for FMA, I guess both, but we'll just write Brotherhood. It's largely due to the setting, right? It's the setting. When you have Western fantasy, or like sci-fi, they're heavily westernized. Because of their origins. You know, sci-fi, it's largely Western sci-fi and fantasy. And Cowboy Bebop is a great example, right? Cowboy Bebop. Even down to the music, right? Things that deal with like mafia stuff. Mafia, organized crime translates really well. Examples I can think of is like 81 Days. Not the other thing, not 86. 81 Days, Bakano, Banana Fish. I don't know if you guys ever seen these, but Banana Fish. Monster is a great example. I saw German, so Monster is another one. The German one actually works really well, because Monster, it's an interaction between a Japanese and a German group. So yeah, Banana Fish, a good one from Netflix, or sponsored by Netflix, right? Published by Netflix. Great Pretender, because it's basically like Ocean's 11 and like Hollywood. It's Hollywood, Pulp Fiction stuff. Anything that deals with like Pulp Fiction, and Pulp Fiction itself is actually, Tarantino is inspired by Japanese, so it's like kind of full circle and all that stuff. But like Ocean's stuff, organized crime, like heist things, right? Heist things. Great Pretenders is a great example. It's fantastic. The dub is incredibly fantastic. Great Pretenders. If you like heist heist things. That's why when you had Infernal Affairs and Scorsese does like these types of films. If you have heist movies or cops, right? Serendipitous, like British stuff where like a series of unfortunate events that lead into each other coincidentally. That is stuff that translates super well. In fact, to the point where I think most people didn't know that it was in Japanese. As in, like, when they see it, they're like, wait a minute, there's a Japanese version. And when you hear the Japanese version, it becomes more like comedy as opposed to melodrama. So, like, for example, Great Pretenders is a great, like, I was watching the Japanese version. It's more like a Black Lagoon situation. Oh, Black Lagoon is a good example too. I'm basically harping on the specific genre that the dubs, quote unquote, the English is like militaristic. It's militaristic. What you call it? Zero-sum game. So it's preying on like the Hollywood approach. Basically, oh yeah, if we do this, we're going to die. And then when you hear the Japanese, it's like comedy and slice of life. Like, oh, you know, they almost died, but no big deal. Like the MC is incompetent. And like, no big deal. It's just anime, right? Kind of thing. Like, oh yeah, he almost died like 15 times, but yeah, just brush it off. It's anime. Like, whoop, life goes on. And then when you hear the dub, the English dub, it's like depression, existential crisis. You know, like feeling like being abused because it's military. So English culture, right? English speak like entertainment relies on a lot of militaristic stuff. Militaristic intrigue. You know what is fantastic? Gundam. The Gundam series is a great example of the dichotomy between executing on militaristic stuff versus emotional like I believe in stuff. Like this is more like espresso depresso, everyone is dead, you know, stuff, right? Like life, it is what it is kind of thing. This is like racism, discrimination. Like it's a really different feel. I started with Gundam and I watched both, right? And the English is clearly, people know even the typical schools of voice acting and stuff knows how it feels to like reproduce a military feel to things, because war and stuff is a very common vehicle, right? So that's kind of what I mean. So these are good examples where certain English, the culture itself, the culture that's associated with a language legitimately causes the change in the content. A lot of what happens to anime have to do with agenda of the dubbing studio. So yes, true. Some lines and personality people complete. Yeah, true. Well, one could also say it gives the flexibility of the voice actors, right? Let's not forget that the voice actors themselves also want to not be a clone, right? We have to remember that there are a lot of creators involved. Not that you can choose if you want to appreciate it or not, because you don't have to watch the show. Obviously, you don't have to watch the dub. For me, when someone says, oh yeah, this is a big gruffy guy, what does that mean to a Japanese person? And what does that mean to an American person? They're very different things, by the way. I chose an archetype that separates the two. Most people want to see the original creation. Yeah, pretty much. That's what the whole point of this is. I actually think, with all that said, whatever I suggested, that's a minority voice. It's largely a minority voice. I believe that what is prioritized by Granola, in my opinion, is fair. It actually is the agenda. It is the agenda. So when people say like, oh yeah, dubs are parodies, basically, it's the agenda. It's diminished return. Like, most people statistically still want to see the original, right? The original is not a facsimile. The original is the original. So when you think about incentivizing good dubs, I mean, it's diminished return. It's an uphill battle. So we still have to remember there's also business and creative freedoms and liberties and restrictions, right? A director can have all the most creative ideas in the world, but if they're going to make a sequel to a movie that had a successful original concept, it's not like the director is going to say like, I'm just going to do my own thing and we're just going to ignore the original creation, right? So one thing I have to say though, as a person who feels like they like to create things, I don't want other people to treat me like that. And I also don't want to treat other people like that. So when you tell me, for example, this is the last message I want to give before I go on with my Japanese lesson and then like finish the day off with Chinese. I don't think that the people I talk to are incapable of being creative. Now you might be thinking, well yeah, right? Well yeah. Now hear me out here. Just hear me out. This is my message most of the time. The reason why I say this is because, to me, someone mentioned totem of motivation. Totem of motivation. My totem of motivation is I believe this. I don't think, this is pretty, I should have wrote, I think that the people are capable of being creative. So what I mean by that is, when someone tells me something, I prefer to trust that they are passionate about what they do and that they value what they do. Why is this relevant to what we're talking about now? The idea that someone's creative work is lesser than another person's creative work makes this, for me, not very pragmatic. So what I mean by that is, if I don't keep this idea with me, that I think that the people I talk to, or the people that shares their time with me are capable of being creative, then it would suggest that I will then, whenever someone talks to me, it's easier for me to brush them aside. And I still humanly do this. I try not to do this. So for example, if someone comes up to me and they are the 30th person to tell me that I can't learn anything with Duolingo, for example, right? Oh, this comment is just like the last 20 people who said the exact same thing. It's like, is this comment cheapened by the first comment I've heard? And I try very hard to think, no. Let's wait. Let's hear this person out. I really need to try to hear this person out. There is a chance that even if this person is the 20th person to say this, they are capable of being creative. So when someone approaches me with a question and it sounds like 100 other questions, and I have ideas, as in I have predispositions, like, oh, maybe they're going to tell me this and this and this. Let's find out. As in, I've done this for a really long time now. It can go in 10 different ways, but I'll still try my best to continue to believe it can be emergent, creative, as in emergent, right? So even if I knew statistically, which is why I'm still using Duolingo now, it's pervasive through everything I know. Against, some people would say against my better judgment, I'm saying if I have the time, I know what the statistical outcomes are. Lots of people inform me about the statistical outcome. The question is, do I want to be creative about it? Just like this person who was like the 20th person who told me I can't learn anything with Duolingo, or the 20th person that told me dubs suck and subs for life, or etc. If I continue to believe this, I will naturally try to talk to the person, and I will try to care about the person. I will try to, even still against my better judgment, right? Or like against all the pragmatic things. It's not very pragmatic if you have priorities, right? Priorities. So for example, I don't have time for this. I've already heard this comment before. Let me guess, you're going to say this, and then you're going to say this. You're going to raise Anki. You're going to talk about Anki. You're going to talk about immersion. I should get a tutor. We should definitely listen to native resources. And then I'm going to go into all the examples that I've used for native resources. And then it's like, oh, if you're not going to that, then you're going to be going into comprehensible input. All this stuff I learned. I learned from interacting from other people, even for the 20th time, for the 30th time, for the 40th time. How do you learn things, right? How do you gain experience? By doing them. If, big if, with 3 F's, big if you have time. If you have time, right? Sorry, I'm writing off screen. If you have time. I kind of do, so I try my best. We're having this discussion, and it goes all the way back to this discussion. We're having this discussion because I think all of you have reasonable time to discuss with each other, so we might as well make the best of it, right? We want to make the best of it. Everyone has differing opinions, and it's great to hear everyone's different opinions because this is voluntary, right? Voluntary things should make us all feel good, in my opinion. Just because we disagree doesn't necessarily mean we can't be happy for each other. Now, if it was something we have to do, then that's a different story, right? We don't have to argue about it. So, to me, this is my resolving take-home message. I want to believe that when someone makes a comment, they could be creative about it. Not because they're echoing and pushing whatever the originator is. And you might be thinking, how does this relate to anime? Anime has a standard. That standard is echoed and maintained. So if you're always wondering, why does successful things not take chances on new things? It's largely the same perspective that people predicate on preferring the original. So when things don't change, it's not necessarily because people aren't open to change per se. It's they want to maintain the status quo, the consistency. So will dubs get better? Quote unquote, will dubs change if most people don't prefer it? No. It takes brave people, creative people even, that have the totem of motivation to create new standards. Like, it takes creative people to beat all odds, the totem of motivation, in order to create new standards. If you're someone who focuses on origination, then everything stays preservationist. In my opinion, you're more likely to preserve things. You know, prefer one over the other. Oh, this isn't like the Japanese. Let's just keep it Japanese. Let's just keep it Japanese and it stays Japanese. That kind of thing. And that's the human condition. I'm describing the human condition. So it's not like I'm not immune to this. I'm human, so I tackle this all the time. Like, oh yeah, I love this sandwich. Do I ever want to change it? I mean, the sandwich is really good already. Do I want to change it? Like, I'm in the United States, Asian fusion town, okay? So, yeah, I want my spicy mayo, my spicy goopy mayo ranch dressing on my kimchi tater tots. Does that sound blasphemous? It probably does. I think some Koreans probably just turned over in their bed and heard my voice and is already cursing my life. So, you know, it is just to keep in mind. So for me, your advice, all your comments, my enthusiasm about your comments is that I think you're capable of creative and emergent information synthesizing, not peddling unoriginal ideas or echo chamber stuff. So your opinions are your own, hopefully. I hope that the small amount of interactions that I have, relatively speaking, are with people who have original ideas. Not original in the sense of it has to be different, but original in the sense that you took all the information you had and experiences you have and you created you know, a new opinion as opposed to peddling what someone else said. I take all my opinions from your favorite influencers? Okay. Alright. Your avatar is very familiar, so that checks out. Somewhat related to the previous discussion, when the Mario movie was coming out, there was this movement of people saying we have to watch the dub since the BR actor was putting on a better Italian impression than Chris Pratt. Oh, interesting. I thought that was a funny way of looking at it. I did watch the Super Mario movie in 2 different languages, but only 2. Yeah, the Brazilian actor. That's interesting. A better Italian accent. Huh. I don't know if Chris Pratt was going for Italian though. I think Chris Pratt was going for New Yorker or Long Islander. As in like Italian American. I don't know if that's was his intent. I actually never seen an interview. Yeah, Chris Pratt had that wave of criticism since he said he really worked on it and people were saying he just sounded like himself. I don't know if Chris Pratt is a do anyone know if Chris Pratt is like Italian? And what I mean by Italian, I mean is there a chance he's multi-generational American but he's Italian? I have no idea what Chris Pratt's background is. Because there is what if he is Italian American? Like what I mean is he worked on it, right? But what if he is? By like coincidence. I'm just saying by coincidence. What if that's his vision of what an Italian American sounds like? Because I think how do you say it? The city that they were modeling in Super Mario, the city that they had was Americanized, right? It's an Americanized city. So there is and then they did the pizzeria thing, right? The pizzeria thing and whatnot in the corner store. So you might think Italian American. An Italian American doesn't sound like an Italian speaking American, right? Which I had the privilege of having a boss who was an Italian who speaks American. And yeah, Chris Pratt doesn't sound like that, for sure. You know, what studying do I do outside of Duolingo? What studying do I do outside of Duolingo? I don't study outside of Duolingo. I do practice out of. I do input, I suppose. I do input outside of Duolingo though. And I want to be specific. I do input as in I didn't like focus on like dictionaries and like I don't do it very often. And like sentence mining, I don't do it as often as other people. Like sentence mining, like I don't actively study something. Most of it is input. So most of it is input. So comprehensible input. That's like vlogs, podcasts, or not really podcasts. It's really vlogs, but the vlogs happen to be podcasts as well. If you don't look at the screen, right? They call them vlogs, but they're vlogs that are in the form of a podcast. And then like grade readers, technically grade readers, I don't think that's the same as studying because I'm not practicing anything. I'm reading for comprehension. So you either comprehend it or you don't and then come back to it. So technically the most amount of active studying that I would do is Duolingo for now, right? I practice output outside of Duolingo though. I do a lot of practicing of output outside of Duolingo. What JP podcast is that? I wanted to find a good one. I recommend someone asked me this and I've been watching this guy. It's is it called Japanese with Shun? I just know his name is Shun. So if you like type Japanese and Shun, I forgot his channel name, but Shun is his name. He recently, I guess this is a shout out to Shun. He recently passed 100k. He has a very humble thing. He's been doing it for years, but they do like this person largely focuses on comprehensible input when it vlogs about random things. Like he moves around and goes on vacation and stuff and does interviews in Japan, and kind of he makes an attempt to mark what comprehensibility it has, and he uses Genki as a reference on how comprehensible. So like he'll write N5 to N4 maybe. It's like, oh, this is from like N4 to N1, but the average is about like N3, that kind of thing. So and it's in the form of more or less a podcast and stuff. So you can, there are other people. If you watch this, YouTube will probably show you others. So oftentimes when you start with a vlog like this and then you watch it and then suddenly, you know, YouTube will recommend other shows like this. So that's what I mean by it's kind of like studying, I guess, but it's more like soaking in. So I watch him talk about things and he already tells you what he's going to talk about. So is that studying? I don't know. It's more like enjoying XP, but you're really taking it in. I really want to find some podcasts like Trash Taste. Yeah. I've asked JP friends and they couldn't tell me about any equivalent podcast. I like this guy. This guy is very quaint. Someone else recommended, I don't remember her name. You'll probably end up finding out many of these. There was another, I think it's Comprehensible. She has this person has a more comprehensible Japanese. I think that's her actual type. Like this is literally the channel's name, Comprehensible Japanese. Someone else recommended this one, and she's very quaint too. She's quite quaint, and there's a lot of related YouTube channels that deal with this one too, and they're both related as well. As in, their approach is to talk about things, talk about their lives, but also be incredibly cognizant of what the level of comprehensibility it is. So that's where I just tune in every once in a while. So that's what I do. And then the rest of the day, right? The rest of the day, I engage in my own content. I'm still learning English. So, right, like I don't stop consuming things in English. English is required for my understanding of like science and other things. I can't do that in Japanese at the moment. If by chance a program is in Japanese and I can use English and leverage them together, then I would do that as much as I can. And in this situation, outside of Duolingo, I'm not studying anymore. Like I'm not technically studying per se. I'm gaining experience, exposure. So it's largely just exposure, right? And most people would call that input, I suppose. It's largely input. This is usually the time I'm actually concerned about getting things right. I'm not actually concerned about getting things right outside of Duolingo. In fact, Duolingo's double edge is that they're incredibly concerned about getting things right. Like right. Even if it's weird or unnatural, they're still focused on getting it right, as opposed to paraphrasing, feeling out the meaning, right? When I'm learning Mandarin, it's even more like that. When I'm watching Mandarin stuff, I feel it. So whenever I feel it, I start associating words that I see in the subtitles and the sound that I hear over and over again. So then it becomes a feeling most of the time. So the new words I'm learning in Duolingo, it's adding to my feel. So when it like lao gung was all over the place. It was lao po and lao gung in the movie that someone recommended who happens to be Chinese, and they recommended the 2010 movie Let the Bullets Fly with Chow Yun-fat. That stuff they keep on talking about. The I guess right now I have about 40 words maybe in Duolingo Mandarin, and it was easier for me to pick up all those words in the conversation because I'm already used to feeling where the words are going to be. And then when I see something like the event is happening, I'm expecting all those things. And that's kind of what's happening in Japanese. So when you're watching a vlogger or a podcast that focuses on comprehensible inputs, you can frame all the things around. I like watching Severin, right? The anime Severin. I watched the English already, and now I'm watching the Japanese. And then I'm watching the Japanese, and then I'm watching, and then follow up by watching English. So the thing is, I'm comparing and contrasting the two, like scene for scene, because I really like the show, and it's helping me understand English complexities and Japanese complexities at the same time. So am I studying per se? There might be some studying involved. Like I might look up a word that I don't know. However, I'm not drilling. So the thing that I do really less of because of Duolingo is I do little to no SRS outside of Duolingo. When I start stream, I do active recall, which is part of SRS that people are underutilized, right? And then I do it on my own time. Like when I'm walking around, eating dinner, watching a movie or something, I'm actively recalling. So my SRS is just the recall portion. And then Duolingo continues to provide the SRS. Like, oh, here's the word again, here's the character, let's associate them together and whatnot, and pattern recognition and all that stuff. And from time to time, maybe once a week, I look at a new grammar structure or something. New grammar structure. And that's fine. How often, in my opinion, how often have you used the common language English? Say we're all common English language speakers, right? How often do you form complex clauses while you're speaking in English? So oftentimes grammar comes very, very late when I'm very interested in, you know what? This came up a lot. How do you contract two independent clauses by interweaving a transitional word in this language? Then I am motivated to look up more grammar, right? So this may be like once a week, possibly. Basic sentence structure. I heard this phrase a lot thrown at me. Basic sentence structure. Have you guys read Twitch before or chat? Right? Somehow basic sentence structure became like a second-class citizen or something. When inherently basic sentence structure is a large majority of conversations. So if you want to like become a complex scholar and whatnot, that's very admirable and respectful. At the same time, I think sentence structure comes with motivated exploration and doing things like a transitional word while you're talking. Like firstly, I'll make 3 separate points. 1, etc., etc. Following that, furthermore, in addition, and finally, right? These type of things rarely ever come up in chat and things like that. I'm interested in those things, but I don't really look them up very soon, like very quickly. And when I start to write something, maybe if I start writing a story or something, perhaps I'll look up more complex grammar structure. So that's kind of an idea. So we're gonna wrap this up because I've slacked off enough for today, and leave it with the message. Norway has way less YouTubers, but it was easy for you to find such type of content you like. I see. I have to believe it's just that Norway have much more influence from the English community. I see. That's fair. Yeah. I honestly think being invested in someone that also lines up as much, finding one of those rare gems, I found a few, and it was actually through the recommendation. It's like indirectly because of the recommendation and suggestion of other people. And the recommendation and suggestion came from my interaction with other people. So, right, like person A that I've met interacted with me over the course of months, actually now. So we've known each other for months, right? So this person got to know me, and sure enough, most of their recommendations or the things they use indirectly inspired me to do everything I'm currently doing in addition. So indirectly inspired me. That's kind of where this generally goes, right? If the person is invested in you, they are more likely to understand what your needs and desires are. I love the 3-body problem right now. And I love hearing it in Mandarin. It's fantastic, and it's due to someone I only knew for like 3 weeks, actually. Even less than 3 weeks, probably. And I like grade readers. Especially, I'm still working through like grade readers from the original recommendation by someone else. But I won't mention names for now. Like Shady is this inspiration, and Lotus is this inspiration. So things like that help motivate me most of the time, right? So I do a lot of things right now, but I don't have a day job, so I can still do this while doing everything else, right? And what's take-home message? I like to invest in people. Invest in people. Not the content. So, content second, in my opinion. I invest in people. So, if the content is not original, say, like, to relate everything that we've talked about, if it's not original, that's irrelevant. I'm investing in the person. So, like, if a writer is writing the American version, for example, just to relate everything, the American version, the English version of a Japanese anime, if I'm going to watch this thing, I want to understand the writer of this. And then when I'm watching the Japanese, I want to understand the Japanese writer of the product. They are both individual peeps, right? So that's the take-home message. I'm not investing in Japanese, the language. I'm more investing in the people that learn the language. So, have I gotten to the point where I had an opportunity to know native speakers? No. If I get lucky and they are willing to invest in me, then I'll take it. There are other people that are using Japanese right now, other learners. So if they're willing to invest in me, I'm willing to invest in them. And that's where we are right now. Why do I continue to use Duolingo? Because there are people who are more likely to talk about learning and sharing ideas in this context than the people who are going around silently but vocally telling what other people what to do without knowing them. I will wholeheartedly admit, when someone asks me a question, my first comment is, okay, I don't really know you, we just met. However, there's a lot of things people say very often. Maybe some of these things are helpful, right? But I am not confident. However, if you start learning Japanese, and every so often, maybe once a week, you tell me like what you like about it, what are you doing, what are you currently doing, we might be able to develop an understanding for each other in which we can be comfortably able to motivate each other and help each other out. And if they become really successful, it's not dependent, right? Like eventually it's two independent learners who are helping each other in the meantime, but when they no longer help each other, they can leave each other. There's no dependency. We've exchanged ideas. So for me, that is the take-home message here. How it's related to everything we're talking about, because I think almost everyone who had different opinions about the content here, at least in my opinion, I'm surrounded by people who respect that there's a person or persons behind the content. So when we were talking about priorities of anime and dubs and subs and stuff, all of us still had the mutual respect that there are people behind all those things that we want to get to know, right? We're trying to get to know the people, right? As opposed to making the content define the worth of the person, at least in my opinion. So the take-home message here is, even though from time to time, right, it's a human condition to save time by saying, oh yeah, you're probably like all the other 99% of people, or statistically you're more likely to do this, and what's in that, I don't have time for this kind of thing. Like, oh yeah, this is the 30th time I've heard this. Not so important. If time permits, I like to believe that I try not to do this to the best of my ability at the moment, and try to invest some time, because the more you do, the more connections you have, and you, as much foresight as a human being can have, you have no idea how successful the person you connect with can be, or how much they can benefit from your connection. Yesterday, just to tie one last thing, yesterday Granola asked me, like, how can I afford to do this for however amount of time? And I'm gonna say, well, the savings came up, right? The idea of savings. And it's like, well, yes, you could say that. I am on borrowed time, so eventually we're gonna have to think about that. However, for now, the reason why I'm in the position I am, in my opinion, is that I continue to invest in people. It's so arrogant, in my opinion. It's almost foolishly arrogant if you think that you know exactly what the person is going to amount to with or without your influence, as in with or without your investment. So for me, again, I try my best. I'm not always successful, and sometimes I fail myself and disappoint myself for sure, to connect with as many people, because that is where the luck comes from. You just have no idea who you're helping. You cannot see the future. That one thing could be like a strange anecdote. Could be a random wedding invitation because you came across path and you left an impression on their life, and then you randomly get a wedding invitation. And am I going to go to it? Of course I'm going to go to it. It's a person's special day, right? So that's kind of, I could have thought of a more pragmatic situation, but I think it's pretty wholesome in that way. It's like, really? Me? You want me to be part, like, to go to your wedding, even though, like, we talk once a year? That's kind of the idea. So if you have time, in my opinion, if you have time, right? It's a big if with 4 F's. If you have time, investing people is the wild card. And just, you won't know. It's very difficult. Which, by the way, I don't want to make this sound too negative. It can go the other way too, right? Ignoring people. You just don't know what will happen if you decide to ignore someone, right? But let's focus on the positive for now. It can go any way. The idea is I'm willing to bet. I can't spell bet. I'm willing to bet on anyone who's willing to give me the time of day, and not at all. For the rest of my life, I'm perfectly fine with that. You know, that's legacy. So that's the take-home message. It permeates everything I do. Like, for example, it's hard for me to call something garbage. It's hard to say things like, this is the worst thing ever. All these things come up all the time, but I can't resonate with those people. Because someone worked and made things. Free even sort of perspectives like, this is garbage, this is the worst thing, it never works, everyone is the same, oh, all you people are similar. That's the type of thing that I won't be able to resonate with, but I have to accept that it's faster to think this way, right? It's more efficient, and efficiency is king when you're talking to people who are limited with time. And I acknowledge that with granola and whatnot, because that urgency is very real. It's incredibly real. I'm speaking from a privileged situation, because that privilege came with luck. And my luck in life was built on investing in people. I invested forward. In fact, to the point of my detriment of my health. I sacrificed my health, for the most part, early in life, investing forward in people, which generated luck. And now I'm in this position. Not a life hack, just a attempt to share a different message that maybe not a lot of people hear these days, because they built their own dream. You know, the phrase is, I built my own dream, right? I can't say that. I really can't say that. I didn't build the dream alone. I didn't get here alone. At least in my opinion. Like, we're talking about philosophy and stuff. I got here on the backs and efforts of quote unquote my predecessors. So how could I ever say something like the original is always the best? Right? This tool is always going to be the GOAT. Duolingo is always going to suck. It's not too far from there. I think people are creative. It takes investment. Time is both a bane and a positive. Like, is how you use it. So I think people can change. I think people can improve. They can grow. They can evolve. Like, there are a lot of things people can do. So I prefer to even to my detriment sometimes, to invest in people. Maybe if you had my last encouragement is like, if you had 30 minutes, how would you want to spend it? Right? You can choose, respectfully so, to self-improve. That is very admirable and respectful. Sometimes I have lots of time, so I have more than 30 minutes, so I spend like 30 minutes self-improving, and I spend 4 hours instead giving. And depending on how much time you have, you can ask yourself, how much of a person's life can you change if you're willing to invest 10 minutes of your time? How much does that cost you? And can you present that much value to another person, right? Instead of yourself. It's not always clear cut. Some people are very not in that privileged situation. So for me, I don't see 8 hours streaming Duolingo as an investment in just myself. It's a voluntary generosity that I'm throwing out there, and some people are going to think it's a waste of time, and some people are going to think it's valuable. But I'm giving it freely. Like, I'm not expecting payment back, right? So oftentimes that's forgotten. When someone gives me advice about language learning, they have often forgotten that I could do something else. I could not stream at all, and they wouldn't even know I exist. So that would be a person who's focused on their own progress and their own language proficiency. I'm streaming, so the idea is I'm probably not focused simply on learning my proficiency. I might not get proficient at all, really. But I sure as heck am not going to think it's a waste of time. Things I voluntarily choose to give is gift. It's not a waste of time. So that's probably my last message. Ask yourself, right? Ask yourself, how are you using your time? And what is the the pragmatic potential of what you're doing? If someone told me today that they live nearby me and they're having trouble walking, like getting some exercise walking, like, hey, if you're comfortable, let's spend 15 minutes and go on a walk together. Let's do it. Why not? And that's 15 minutes less that I can spend learning Japanese. But it is generally, for me, almost always worth investing in a person first. I don't care if that person goes off and forgets about me. That's fine, right? Like, someone literally asked me one time, I don't want to go here. Like, I don't, this is so troublesome. I'm having anxiety about it. And I literally got in the car, drove to that place, and drove them there and tried to show them that, hey, it isn't so bad, is it? Right? That is the take-home message here. I will continuously favor the person over whatever the content it is, right? Because the source of all the content, the inspirations, the advice, your well-being is what's contained in that person. So it does backfire for sure, but I'm willing to take that. So that's the take-home message. Invest in people, right? You'd be surprised how tolerant you become after that. Anyways, that's a good wrap. And I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break before I finish my Japanese lesson. Thanks for listening and hanging out, guys. Really appreciate it. And I totally forgot to read the last comment. Not sure if you know Lang Focus, but they just released a funny video where they get Chinese people to read Japanese. Pretty cool video. If there's anyone for me to recommend, Lang Focus. Hold up. I'll write this on a side, and I'll check it out this evening. Lang Focus. Holy, that's a big channel. Oh, I've seen a few clips of this guy. If it's the same one. Yeah. Can you link Nar, if you're still here, can you link me the video itself? Twitch takes links. So perfectly alright. Like the very specific one. That's a really interesting video idea. Alright. So let's continue here.
キッチン
キッチンの近く、no。キッチンの角は
広かった
でした。Oh,
素敵
it already sounds like Monka? Yeah, 素敵でした。That's a double. So, キッチンは
広かった
です。で、
乗ります。
乗ります。東。今月。間。午後。Okay. ソファはOkay. ソファは 大きかったです。
大きかった。
And テーブルはおしゃれでした。
おしゃれ。
田中さんの旦那さんと話しましたか？
田中さんの旦那さんと話しましたか？はい。素敵な人でしたよ。
窓とテレビの間に綺麗な絵がありました。
Right. 窓とテレビの間に綺麗なright. 絵がありました。絵がありました。So there was a pretty painting between the window and テレビ。
ペットはいましたか？
ペットはいましたか？犬が3匹いました。Oh, yeah, fair enough. 可愛かったです。
壁にいろいろな写真がありました。
3 pets, 3 dogs. 壁にいろいろな写真がありました。Okay, sure. There were all sorts. Okay, all sorts of photos on the wall. Sure.
エリカさんの旦那さんに会いましたか？
エリカさんの旦那さんに会いましたか？Did you meet Erica's husband? Donnaさん。
晩ご飯はまずいチキンスープでした。
Okay.
晩ご飯
はチキン。
晩ご飯はまずいチキンスープでした。
まずい。はい。rude。まずい、チキンスープでした。Dinner was a bad chicken soup. I hope I don't have to use mazui too often. At most, probably like muzugashi. Maybe like yokunai desu. Maybe yokunai. I don't know about Mazui. Let's see.
Cake.
You're back? Did you reply? Oh yeah, I did. Can you link me the video? For Lang Focus? Their channel's really big. So there's like a lot of videos. So you can hit the link. Links work. And then I will watch it this evening. Yeah, because if it's the same Lang Focus, then yeah, they have an insane amount of videos. Okay. Thank you. And a Downy commercial. Holy.
Downy
Okay.
makes clothes softer, fresher, and better. We breathe life
Can
into your
you?
laundry.
Hi everyone, Mark Barden here at Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2012.
There we go. Okay. All right. Wait. Yeah. We're good. All right. Thank you. I'll watch it later, Nar. I'll let you know. I'm really curious. I haven't watched too many videos of Chinese people reading Japanese. My background with people when it comes to like Japanese, Chinese, and Korean is largely through like musicians, right? Artists, like singers. And the singers tend to be like bilingual, trilingual when it comes to that. So like there's a lot of Chinese and Japanese singers that happen to have known Chinese, and I'm not that well, my hearing acuity is not that great and comprehension is not that great to know if the Japanese person was speaking Chinese really well or the other way around at the time. But generally speaking, I remember listening to a lot of singers, and those singers tend to have those two languages associated with. If not, they would have like Korean and Chinese, or Korean and Japanese. Like there'd be pairs, and occasionally there'd be a trilingual person. So they already had proficiency, but it would be interesting to hear. I watch a lot of interviews where the Japanese person would be interviewing in Japanese, and they would be asking Chinese students and Japanese students to speak English, because it's also really interesting to me in a perspective of what do Japanese and Chinese students sound like. And it's usually from like their top universities, so they're like top high schools or all that stuff, and it's quite varied, but it's wonderful. Like they're incredibly understandable. Now if I were to take on the perspective that Japanese people and Chinese people have, their English is not that great. Like what I mean by that is it's very, very heavily not nuanced. It's kind of awkward at times. However, as a not Japanese or Chinese person, I'm sure I don't have to tell those students at all. Their standards are probably higher for themselves than even my standards for other people who are speaking English here, because the variability is more appreciable. The culture is closer to the language, in my opinion. So I don't think I have to tell them that. I think their English is incredibly Chinese and incredibly Japanese, and I kind of like that. I like the way they sound. You can hear, like, now that I've done enough Japanese, you can hear the Japanese in the English, and that's pretty cool. Like now, if I walk outside and if I go there, or maybe there's a Japanese person who happened to be visiting or touring, I might be able to tell the difference between a Chinese person speaking English and a Japanese person speaking English. And that's pretty cool. Like the opposite. Because obviously it's pretty obvious that I'm an English speaker who speaks Japanese, right? So many people have already raised that comment. I mean, that's legitimately a meme at this point. Like, oh yeah, typical English speaker. Like, yeah, it works the other way too. And it's kind of, I think it's cool that their English sounds like Japanese, and they're it makes the dots are connecting in my head. Like, oh yeah, the way they said this word, it makes sense now, or at least to me intuitively makes sense why they would pronounce that English word that way. And that's pretty cool. His channel has overall really good content. He always does really good research on what he's covering. Yeah, it sounds like, I mean, his channel is gigantic. I imagine his content speaks for itself, right? Yeah. So I'll have to do a little bit of cursory dabbling into his content. Does he run a company now? Like, what I mean is, does he run a business? So his channel is probably a business, right? It has editors, filmers, and like a collective group of researchers and what, right? Yeah, their mistakes. Yeah, their accents. Like R. I know. I don't know if you're learning Chinese as well, Nar. But your name, Nar, that R sound. I hear it all the time in my parents. But now that I'm doing like arts, new R, nar, as in like where, you know, doko desu ka? Nida nar, right? Or where are you? Or nisha nar. Whenever you hear the nar, I'm like, oh yeah, I totally get it. Yeah, I totally get the ER sound. His channel is actually more on the hobby side of his life. He works on months on videos, does most of the research and stuff. Oh, that's interesting. So he has a daytime thing. He has a other like background, other day job or like occupation or something. All right, pretty solid. That's impressive, being able to do that. And obviously, what I mean is, having an editor goes a long way, right? When it comes to trying to balance that stuff. Even hobbies as a side of his life can be very brutal. Like I like watching Dave 2D, and Dave 2D still manages that, presumably. You know, Linus Tech Tips is one thing, but I quite enjoy Dave 2D's approach, and he has a day job. He actually works while still continuing to film almost impressively regularly for his channel. Hey, it's not YouTube. Okay, that's sweet. I actually really appreciate people who are juggling the two. That's incredibly impressive. Obviously, I'm not juggling the two at the moment. There was a time I was, but it was not sustainable. Right. Maybe it might change in the future. Oh, okay.
ケーキ、手作りの。
手作りのケーキを ate たくさん食べました。
私もきれい田舎瓶が欲しいです。私
I try not to be too biased, but I have a soft spot for individuals who juggle more than one aspect of their lives. So to me, when I see a content creator, I want to see not just a content creator, if that makes sense. I like individuals who are juggling more than that, and it could be something as things like, oh yeah, this person also has a family, if you know what I mean. So like when I watch video games, I find the perspective that people who have other things that aren't completely closed off into the internet culture to be incredibly grounding. It helps, it resonates with me a lot more. So people who are like family oriented, like those who are raising kids and juggling ventures with their loved ones and stuff while making content. It frames a lot and influences a lot of the way they present information or engage in things. And I like that personally because it provides a balance as opposed to being exclusively on the internet. It kind of not necessarily warps the perspective, but it closes someone off to other possibilities. The internet can be very proficient and rigorous at sending someone down one line of thought. very, very rigorously. So it's the difference between someone who likes to play video games and also juggle all their other aspects of their lives versus someone who plays video games and they do it like 24 hours straight, always focus on being good and beating the next competition, right? That's the perspective I'm talking about. So like, I'm not learning Japanese to get good. I'm learning Japanese because I like Japanese. That's the perspective shift. I don't have to learn 2,000 kanji in 1 year to pass N1 in 1 year. Like it's a race or something like that. I don't need something to give me everything because everything is not on the internet. I don't need, like, these things I don't need. When you're on the internet long enough, it feels like everything on the internet is all you need. People keep asking me things like, where are your motivations? How do you stay motivated? How do you stay disciplined? How are you doing this for so long without needing to make money? It's all outside. It's behind the... I have a life outside of this. So those are the things that provide a lot of perspective. And I feel that it's become increasingly obvious that that's not the default people think of anymore. So when they think about like this person putting out a video, they immediately think they know everything about the person and they assume everything about the person, largely due to what they see in the video, not making the obvious assumption. If you have to assume anything, one of the obvious assumption that used to be an obvious assumption anyway is that this person is way more than what's on their channel. And it's still true now, for better or for worse, actually. A lot of times people feel betrayed and get surprised when the person they see in their favorite content was not everything, right? I'm sure there's some streamer out there that record every second of their lives so that they can show you, but when you're preparing something and you're streaming, even when you're doing a live, you're preparing for it. And I made sure to tell people that. I don't only do this. The things I choose to stream is because they're appropriate for streaming, right? And I'm not going to tell people that I'm not absolutely exhausted when I stop streaming. And why am I always enthusiastic and motivated and disciplined when I'm streaming? It's because I make myself that. You know, I wouldn't be streaming otherwise. Do people like to see someone complain? Well, okay, let's not get that crazy because there are people who enjoy that. But I'm not one person. I'm not that person. If I'm streaming, it means I'm in a positive state of mind. I'm incredibly motivated. I'm disciplined enough to stream. If I'm feeling terrible, this is a hobby after all, right? If I'm feeling terrible, it's making me feel terrible. Then you're not going to see me anymore, right? At least that's how the logic dictates. This is what I'm giving for free. I'm giving willingly for free. So it would be counterintuitive to give something I can't give. That is, in my opinion, a difference between someone who's creating content for the sake of creating content versus creating content because you're free to do so. And that's also the difference between wanting content creation to be a job versus maintaining something in addition to content creation. And that's kind of like blank focus, apparently. And most of my content and influencers that I follow are people who are doing more than that. So there's no conflict of interest. There's rarely a very evident conflict of interest between what motivates them in making the content versus what they need to do. And even those people on interviews and stuff, they open up about sometimes they have to step away because the content that they were making have become something that they needed. And those are the type of people that I resonate with most of the time. I don't need to do this. And yet, that doesn't stop someone from coming up to me and say, oh, you need to become famous. So here's some clicks. It's like, oh yeah, you're the only reason you're streaming is because you need exposure. And that's kind of the world we live in right now. So I have to be really, really aware of that. I don't need to be doing this. There's no need to be doing this. I don't need to learn Japanese, right? I don't need to satisfy anyone. I want to help people. I want to share experience with people. I think there's not enough of that going around. Human beings are incredibly resourceful people. When you need to do something, I'm sure you'll come. I like to believe you'll come up with more than just, I need to go on the internet as a way to fill that, right? You're going to take all the information, synthesize it, and come up with your solutions and test them. At least I hope. Instead of banking on the wisdom, perhaps, but solely on the wisdom of wherever it is. Anyways, he lives in Japan. Oh, okay. So another guy that lives in Japan. I see. And he generally talks about languages he doesn't speak. Oh, that's interesting. I like that. But Japanese is one of the few languages he does really well. So he talks about the language. That's pretty neat. So is he a linguist? But you're not sure what he does primarily. I'm interested. My interest is piqued.
私も綺麗田舎便が欲しいです。
私も I heard Nabim, Kabim, sorry, Kabim. Oh.
綺麗な花瓶
Kabim?
が欲しいです。
が欲しいです. I think he majored in English or something. Not sure other than that. I see. Yeah. I wouldn't mind living in Japan for a little bit. I told myself I don't have a desire to live in Japan. However, that doesn't mean I won't end up living, right? So I also want to keep that in mind. I currently have no aspirations to live in Japan, but life has this weird way of working working some magic. So I wouldn't say that it's out of the question. I am going to visit Japan in some near future. My family is going, because we actually have an immediate family member who is residing in Japan at the moment.
私も綺麗田舎便が欲しいです。
Yeah, the reason found me, as I guess I mentioned earlier. The reasons found me. Yeah. I know, I think maybe you or someone else mentioned earlier about the difference between English being not fun and Japanese. I'm learning Japanese because I have to in some way, or like the reason is, to me, it's actually the opposite. I find myself far more motivated and disciplined when all the reasons start to stack up. I'm not as motivated when it comes to voluntarily doing. So that might be something that I don't think a lot of people feel vibes with them. I like standing up to the occasion versus whatever suits me. So if we ever met and the first thing I would say is, have you eaten yet? And then you would say something like, oh no, I haven't. It's like, well, my first inclination is, what do you want to eat? Because it's irrelevant what I need to eat. We'll have to eventually eat. So if we both starve, I would eventually have to suggest something. and that alleviates the need to be considerate. However, most of the time, I like when I'm around people who make decisions. It's kind of nice, at least in my opinion. That means that they have priorities and stuff, and I like to help them with those priorities. I don't have too many priorities myself, other than like eat and sleep, right? Japan looks very cool, but also the people I see living in there are in a very different reality from me. The main people I see about that are YouTube. Yeah, that is a great. That's a definitely a great thing to keep in mind. That many of the representation of people who are residing in Japanese are living in an incredibly different situation. And of course, I am too. So, you have to keep in mind, if you're already interacting with someone who is either voluntarily or have sustainably become a content creator, you have to keep in mind their situation is probably unrelatable. And it's a great way to ask if you have the opportunity. I already answered this question a bunch of times, right? How do you, like, someone asked me in various different ways, like, so how do you make money, or how do you afford to do this, or what do you do in your day job? Well, the answer is I don't have a day job at the moment. And then the shortest answer is quote unquote savings, and that's pretty much it, right? So that pretty much sets the stage for how one needs to frame everything. I don't think I'm gonna come out and say this again, because most people keep thinking that I don't say this, that Duolingo requires a lot of time. Is it time well spent? For most people, probably not. Am I using Duolingo the same way most of the people you're reading online are saying? The answer is no, right? You still have to remember that I'm a broadcaster. So, are you telling me that all the people that gave you advice about saying Duolingo sucks and it's not good for fluency and stuff, are all those people in my situation? Like do they meet my situation? So then ask yourself, how does that apply to me, right? So it's ironic that so many people that offered advice and I offered the contrary, they refuse to believe that I'm not in the box that they fill, right? If you read it on a thread and stuff, I would understand. Like, if I go on a thread and I don't stream and stuff, it's like, oh yeah, what is the best way to do it? I probably skip Duolingo too, because it's not for the purpose. Like, I would be looking for something for a different purpose. There's a reason Duolingo is on my screen, and it's for all the reasons that are irrelevant to the people who are offering advice. What am I sacrificing for the efficiency gained, or by, I don't know, using your favorite premier proprietary thing that you can probably get copywritten struck immediately? Pimsleur, probably. It would come up pretty often. Pimsleur, right? You might throw in LinQ or whoever's influencer's favorite thing, who they work for. Like, LinQ is a good one, or like, but whatever their product is, right? So gotta keep that in mind. And I appreciate that you are able to see that too, that they're in a very different reality. Like, I kind of enjoy PewDiePie's new things, right? Now that he's in Japan, he started a family. That's really wonderful to see someone who's able to step away and come back, right? And still be as presentably genuine, right, as one can be. I like Magnus, which Magnus recently collaborated with PewDiePie in Japan because PewDiePie was climbing, right? So, relevance.
昼ごはんは
It's funny. I think it's really funny that now that works to my disadvantage too. The thing that you're saying, the different reality, it doesn't stop people from associating the reality the same way too. So like, okay, I'm on Twitch. So obviously now I'm immediately like every single Twitch streamer. And that's how you get approached. That's what cuts efficiency, right? Or like becomes efficient. So the moment I have posted something on Twitch was the moment that the vast majority of people look at me and say, these are the things that are important to me. And sure enough, they aren't. So I don't want to sound like an edgelord, but I guess this is pretty edgy. But viewership, views, popularity, I've been accused of this a couple of times, and they've been used to argue against me. I'm like, it's irrelevant. Like, this is a hobby. It's irrelevant if you have people to talk to or not. Someone corrected me and said recently and said that, oh yeah, I tend to like, you know, stream to myself, record for posterity, and I have dialogues with myself. I self-talk out loud to like demonstrate that it can be healthy and work when you have no one else to interact with, right? And that person literally said, you do know there's no such thing as self-talk. That's called a monologue. And I'm like, okay, well then it's pretty clear that we don't understand each other because you have no idea what I'm talking about. But hey. And then this person accused me, he's like, you're just like every other streamer. You put everyone in a box. I'm like, I'm not the one who came up to a random stranger and put them inside a box and then assumed everything. So that happens 9 out of 10 times. When you also use Duolingo, it's 9 out of 10 times. 9 out of 10 times. Even though you come on Twitch and you look at the Duolingo section and you're wondering, wait, what is the statistical norm? What is the statistical norm of a Twitch streamer spending most of their time streaming Duolingo? Then ask yourself if your presumptions are statistically relevant. Because this person literally said, statistically, 99% of Duolingo users have this problem, so I'm only trying to help. I mean, okay. So you're telling me that 99% of Duolingo users are Twitch streamers who have a background in formal education, in science. And this person continued to accuse me and say, you, as a monolingual English speaker, unlike me, as a self-taught multilingual person, I'm like, are you sure I'm the one who's putting you in a box, or are you the one putting me in a box? Like, there isn't anything that you have presumed that was accurate so far. Not only am I not part of the 99% of Duolingo users, because if 99% of Duolingo users are Twitch broadcasters, it would make the Duolingo section of Twitch the biggest section. That is not true, right? There's like one person. It's probably me and like 3 other people across the day. So that is not 99%. And this person kept saying, I got my facts straight. I'm like, the facts are you are making up facts. Hey Virus, what's good? Duolingo is good. No, I'm just kidding. We're chilling. We're chatting along. How are you? How are you, Virus? We're gonna try to finish our Japanese lesson here. You're doing good? What are you up to lately? What do you got working? Learning Spanish from the UK. Very nice, very nice. How's the Spanish going? How long have you been working on Spanish? How are you learning Spanish, by the way? What are your approaches? And why? Why Spanish as well? Duolingo, YouTube videos, very nice. Whatever I can. Okay, very nice, very nice. How long have you been working on Spanish? I am out of practice with Spanish. However, it would be fun to hear what are your go-to phrases right now as you're learning Spanish. What is a go-to phrase for me? I like que lástima. Quiero el a mi casa. Okay, fair. Yeah, I want to go to my house. Fair enough. Que lástima. Que lástima is probably an expression I like. What a shame. What a shame. Like, oh, drats. Que lástima. Your go-to Spanish phrase is no mames? Mamir. What is mamir? Ayúdame. Ayúdame is great. Ayúdame is great. Or como se dice? Como se dice vaca? No way that oh I see. No. Yeah, como se dice is como se dice stocked. Como se dice insert word in your native language. How do you say, basically? How do you say? Oh, I see. Well, like no way, okay. Like get out. I just wish Duolingo supplied more for grammar and didn't only go like 5 words for one topic. How far are you in Spanish? Usually, at least, I don't know about the Spanish course. In Japanese, it goes like 20 to 21 every unit. So it's kind of pretty okay on the Japanese side of things. In the beginning, it's like 10, but at some point it goes up to 20 plus. Section 2, Unit 3, I see. You started learning last year? I see. And yeah, it doesn't supply grammar. It's indirect, you know, it's implicit. So I imagine you're getting grammar from somewhere else, Virus. But you have to maintain my daily sheet. But you have maintained your daily sheet by, yeah. Me too. I got my grammar from elsewhere. Yeah, other outside sources. Exactly, Virus. You're not. I don't think Duolingo is gonna reprioritize that kind of thing. It's actually part of their philosophy statement, by the way. If you go on like, if you ever read the blogs from Duolingo's people, it's secondary. It's secondary. So they de-emphasize that quite a lot. I think Duolingo supplies grammar is just kind of hint. Yeah, and it's optional. Yeah, it's actually part of their statement. They like people engaging with the language and making mistakes and doing discoveries on their own, implicitly and indirectly. They're not saying grammar is not important. It's not their priority. And you can see a lot of the blogs. I was reading their blogs from their like developers site, and their philosophy is pretty in line with their building. You're learning Spanish by watching The Office with Spanish subtitles? Right on. That is such a great way. I'm also rewatching things with wherever I can get my hands on with Japanese subtitles. And then sometimes all the Japanese programming also comes with Japanese subtitles. So you can like read and listen at the same time. Right on. You love The Office? Well, you do live in the UK. I'm just kidding. Which office though? Virus. Which office? Sorry, that's a little controversial, but which office? The American one? Oh, my man. I'm just kidding. I'm from the United States. I mean, if that's not already obvious. I've dabbled in Office. I don't think I've seen all of the British and the American Office. I've seen enough to know a lot of it. I would say overall like 4 seasons. Not all of it though. Maybe I'll go back and revisit it in a different language. That would be kind of fun. Like in a different like subtitles.
おいしい。
Thanks for sharing. Spanish. Very nice. Spanish is like a year down the road for me. I need to revisit Spanish.
チキン。サンドイッチでした。
手作りのケーキをたくさん食べました。
Since you're technically European, you want to learn all the Romance languages and the Germanic ones. Yeah, French, German, Spanish, and Italian. Fair enough. The macro languages from them. So when I get to like B2 in Spanish, you'll move to German. That's a great way to be pragmatic about your immediate exposure, right? I learned Spanish as well. Spanish was my second learned language, like formally learned language. And because I live in the United States, Spanish is the second most spoken language in the United States. You should move on to Portuguese instead so you can learn better Spanish. Better Spanish. No, listen, you need to calm down.
手作りのケーキをたくさん食べました。
I mean, technically, virus is near Portugal as well. You know.
手作りのケーキをたくさん食べました。手作りの
What is it?
手作りのケーキをたくさん食べました。
食べました。
食べました。
Virus is going with the macro languages, the higher. I mean, unless I guess if you're in the Americas, you could make an argument Portuguese would be the next one. When it comes to Spanish and Portuguese, there's no politeness. I'm fighting a war, man. Well, it goes without saying that here it's Spanish, obviously, and Hispanic Spanish as opposed to Catalan and etc. Right? So, not gonna lie, I'm surprised there are over 500,000 Welsh speakers. Oh, are you also? Oh, okay. I was just about to say, are you Welsh? Okay. Oh, hey, I met someone that would love to talk to you about being Welsh. We know another person who's on here. Cozy. Cozy is probably doing something. Cozy, at least I think, I don't know what they identify as, but they are very, very into talking about that kind of thing. Oh, you mean on Duolingo? Yeah, that's fine. But you're Welsh, so that is I would love to hear your English accent. I'm just saying, I have a soft spot for that area. Speaking of accents, tell me you have a unique accent. Oh my gosh, I can't even. There's some Welsh. Dang. What does that say? I have no idea what that says. I enjoy playing football. That really says I'm enjoying football. I enjoy playing football. Wow. Where's the football part? Which one's football in that sentence? Oh, droid? Pel being Paul? Oh, okay. Okay. I see. Tell me, do you have a Welsh accent when you speak English? I kind of have a droid. Okay. Like droid. Pel droid? Oh, you don't? Oh, come on. What's the fun in that? You have a very British accent. Can you like? You're no wizard. Oh. Okay. All right. Fair enough. A British accent is pretty cool too, but it would be cool if you had two different accents. I'm just kidding. You can do a Welsh accent, but I don't have a. Okay. That's fine by me. That's pretty cool. I can't even do whatever my parents' accent is. Yeah, I have no like flexibility in English accents. This is the only English accent I have. I can't do an impersonation either. The cheapest thing I can do is apply what I know and only use those words. Like saying, instead of saying British, I could say British, right? If you start substituting all your reverting all your DTs back to T's. I find English accent very hard for me to do, probably because my learned accent is a mix of British and American. Oh. Yeah, get rid of all the T's and anywhere. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. Change all the D's to T's. Yeah. Oh, you mean in it? Change it to in it. Yeah, that's all I got. Soften all the R's or drop all the R's at the end of words, like that deals with a vowel next to it, right? Thank you, Manifest. They're all like the stereotype things, like the voice acting stereotyped things to sound British. That's about it. Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday. Tuesday. I say some words with the British accent or like the British preferred pronunciation just because of choice. So like respite. No, I don't say garage. That's not, sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. Actually, speaking of which, do you watch Lost in a Pond by any chance? Like the YouTube channel, the Lawrence. Oh, dude, I really like that guy. And my exposure to a British accent who talks about American culture all the time is Lawrence from Lost in a Pond. Tuesday. Man. What's Thursday? Is Thursday still Thursday? I mean, I'm Welsh, but there are two Welsh accents, North and South. So I've heard, actually. So I've heard. I've been informed that recently by someone who is Irish. Or like who's like in that area. And they were talking about all the idiosyncrasies of it. Languages, not accents. Oh, two languages. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think in this case, I know what you mean still, because we were talking about like dialects. We were talking about dialects and accents. We were comparing and contrasting dialects and accents. I won't say which ones I'm from for privacy reasons. Obviously, yes. Understandable. Understandable. I respect that. You don't want to get doxxed. That's understandable. I also exercise discretion and advise people to exercise discretion, for sure. Understandable. Yeah. A Welsh person, huh? Who has a British accent, who's learning Spanish. I wonder what Spanish sounds like from... I wonder what Spanish sounds like from a person who's learning from a British perspective. It's even rarer, in my opinion, to find people from the UK wanting to branch out than like the United States. And the United States isn't that high up as well in branching, but Spanish is kind of sort of the exception. You know, as opposed to like other countries, obviously, virus. So because English dominance, right? The whole like English common language thing. Spanish is Spanish, Espanol is Espanol. Well, the thing I'm saying is, when you start learning a language, there are idiosyncrasies, there are things that are involved in accents. So I learned Spanish around American students, right? That is going to sound different, even if it's Espanol, like whichever type of Espanol, from a person who has a different accented background. It's kind of like a Japanese person being able to tell if it's an American who's learning Japanese initially versus a British person learning Japanese initially. Like in terms of Mandarin speaking, I can hear the difference between a British person and an American person speaking Mandarin, even though I'm not quite Mandarin competent, because my reference are my parents. That kind of thing. I assume Virus is just focusing on Spanish on Duolingo, which is neutral Spanish or whatever that means. Oh yeah, that's true. I'm not talking about that though. I'm considering switching over to German because it seems simple, but I'm not sure I would prove wrong. So if you're talking about Duolingo, there is something to take note of. The Duolingo's German course, at least I think, if you're still talking about Duolingo here, I think from other people's experience, it's incredibly short. Like it's really short. So I'm not sure if that will fit into your, or like it's shorter than Spanish. So like Spanish is Spanish is a flagship. It's one of the flagship courses. So I think you might need to find other resources, like other space repetition system for German. German language is harder for English speaker than Spanish, statistically speaking, as in it will take you longer. Yeah, that's a uno momento. Cuento. Interesting instead of por favor. Oh, 5? Okay, fine. I'm surprised. And you went with uno momento instead of un momento. Interesting as well. No worries. I'm also getting a chance to practice my Spanish too. Yeah, un momento por favor is probably what my old 10-year-old rusty Spanish is making me think that's what I would go with at the moment. I haven't practiced Spanish in so long, so this is kind of fun. And I'm not trying to critique you or anything. Oh, you just translate on Google? Ah, I see. Here's how that sounds in Spanish Plus. Momento. Interesting. No. We need to use stuff, you know. Spanish Plus being Portuguese. If you were confused, okay, I see. Spanish Plus, man, Nar, you're really fighting a war there. Those are some fighting words. Spanish Plus, huh? Okay.
手作りの
ピザ。ピザも少し食べました。
ペット少し食べました。
You really do be fighting a war, Nard. Those are some fighting words. I hear the Portugal-Spain border is like Ireland and Northern Ireland. Ooh, jeez. Here I thought you guys were gonna go hard and say Korea and North Korea. You won't understand the frustration growing up of playing a game and having to play in Spanish, but you don't speak English and there's no Portuguese. Yeah. Those got two rifles. Okay. Let's keep it civil, okay? Civil. I understand. It's fair. That's a fair point, Nar. That's a fair point. It's a fair point. Now here's a counterintuitive thing. Are you talking about civil war? All right, that's a 10 out of 10 for dad joke. That's a good dad joke. I like the pun. You got me. Civil war. You got me. Here in Brazil is with Argentina, and it's mostly just about football. Okay, that's fair. You and Brazil and Argentina football. I can see that. Makes sense. One thing I have to say though, in terms of like Portuguese, remember that in my opinion, languages tend to be more inspiring and people are more likely to pick up a language when they don't focus on putting down the language they're learning. You see what I mean, Nar? Right? So, how do you get someone to want to learn English if they don't want to learn English? Use English to relate everything to their target language, to their native language. That's how you get, in my opinion, that more likely will propel them to threaten them. Learn English or else. No, so most of the time when you can connect the threads without distinguishing which one is better, then you can no longer tell the difference. Nar, you already made the comment that you can't really distinguish between American English and British English, largely because you have a mix, right? Because they're still mixed a lot of times. Now, Portuguese, I know this is going to be terrible if I say this. Now, if Portuguese have become related to Spanish, then the transition for someone who want to learn Portuguese would become smoother. Now, this can create mixing, which does have some other things that people might not like about it. However, typically, seeing the connections is likely to get some. You mean you understand both American and British English? Interesting. Just because of the internet? Oh, okay. That's fair. Yeah, because of the internet, yeah. I was about to say, man, we should really break out some American versus British phrasing. That would be a lot of fun, but I don't have too many American phrasing because of the internet as well. I watch a lot of British programming. So I don't think, like diaper. Oh yeah, nappy. I mean, let's not get started with fanny. Come on, virus. You gotta give me this. Fanny, come on. Sorry, Lawrence. Like Lost in a Pond guy provides. Oh, eggplant. Oh my gosh. What? I'm not gonna. No. What, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I don't even know how to say that. I don't even know how to say, I don't even know how to say the eggplant alternative. Yeah, good point. Aubergine? Really? Aubergine? Huh. Oh, there you go. You could have stuck with something simple like crisps or biscuits. Say the J like you would in French. Aubergine? I don't know French either. How do you say what how does French people pronounce J's? Aubergine? Oh, aubergine, like a G, like a Z? Aubergine? Eggplants in Portuguese? Oh, okay. Eggplant, okay. Oh, okay. So it's Jean. Okay. Alright. Yeah, the only way I knew that was Jaune, right? Jaune. That's the only way I remember. Like Jean d'Arc, right? Jean d'Arc. So that's what I thought about. I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. Eggplant in Portuguese is Berinjela. Wait, but are you doing the Z too, or is it Hela? Berinjela, or are you doing the J as well? Is it difficult learning Japanese with different characters? Like, is it difficult to read? I think that's the first milestone most people have. It's the Japanese P. Oh, oh. Berin pera? Pera? Berin pera? Is the I the same too? I'm not even going to try Japanese. Why not? Come join the fold, Virus. You'd be impressed how much English you know, or how much. No, you miscalculated. Much is pretty. Oh, pretty. So, Baron Peda. Baron Peda. You have no plans on going to Asia? Ah, nonsense. You can go Asia. You can go to Asia on the internet. I'm just kidding. I'm peer pressuring you. Sorry. Portuguese J is the same as Japanese J, pretty much. I meant. Oh. Okay. Parangita. Parangita? GeoGuessr. The studies are coming pretty not existent. Yeah, today we got sidetracked so hard today. It's going pretty alright, as usual. Oh, we got sidetracked like crazy. Now we've been talking about anime dubbing and not dubbing and subs, and now we're talking about Virus learning Spanish, and then we're talking about American and British English right now. Yeah, learning languages surprisingly does not help much with GeoGuessr. What gives you that idea, Nar? I tried learning Polish, but I took one look at the words and said, nah, come on, join the fold. Spanish. I mean, Spanish, there's a connection between Spanish and Japanese. I'm just saying. I know the reading part. Yeah, you really have to. But there's a connection you can make, sort of, between Spanish and Japanese. You can also make a connection between Portuguese and Japanese, right, Nar? So. Hey, the bird said Spanish or vanish. I know, and I vanished to Japan. No, I'm just kidding. I don't live in Japan. But hey. For advanced GeoGuessers, there are many other things that give away the country before the language. Indeed. I watched, what's his name? Lots of clips of what that one guy. I forgot his name, but pretty cool. Chicken. Okay. I'm gonna get back to my lesson. So go on.
おいしか
Vivo en Reino Unido. Reino Unido. Where's that? Wait, is that how you say? No. Yeah, Japanese or broken knees. Yeah. No. Yeah, we know. I know the memes, the Duolingo memes. Yeah. Ichin. Okay. Chicken. Okay. All right. We're gonna finish our lessons now. I've like done nothing today. Like I haven't. We're close to the end though. Today is a half day, so in Japanese it's a review day. Not too bad. Chicken. Okay. Chicken to gohan to salada o tabemashita.
食べました。
美味しかったでしょう。How do I get Super Duolingo? I'm on the 2-week trial right now. The free trial. You can't find it on the desktop. What browser are you using? I was told vicariously. I was told anecdotally by other people. Oh, you're on Chrome? Then I have no idea. Chrome, ¿por qué? I was told that other browsers don't play nice with Duolingo, but if you're on Chrome, I don't see why it's not there. It's actually the Duolingo's main site. So like it's quite literally Duolingo.com. Their other site that has like news and stuff isn't even the Duolingo.com. So their main site is actually the app itself, the desktop version itself. Oh, you mean like getting Super itself? Or do you mean... Oh, you mean getting Super itself? If you're on the desktop version, I don't know if it's the same on the mobile. You should have gotten an ad about 2 weeks trial. I waited till now. Oh, you went into settings? Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting. I don't know. No idea. And then when you hit certain streak milestones, you should have already received... You said a year already, right? You have infinite hearts but no free supers. High income. Oh, wow. So the UK, like, is it region specific? Is it region specific? Because the desktop version used to be unlimited hearts. Because the desktop version used to be unlimited hearts. Now it's not. In this version, like they've since rolled back that. So I don't know if it's region specific. Oh, that's very interesting. Oh, and then it'll show up on your telefono. I know. I love what you're doing, Virus. You're doing exactly what I find people not willing to do a lot of times. You're substituting words, and I love it. Telefono. Yeah. Yep. Denwa. I don't know show up. Yeah. But Denwa. Like it. Yeah, pero es en mi teléfono. Yeah. Es en mi teléfono. Does teléfono... Why do I feel like teléfono has a accent mark? Does this not have an accent mark? I don't actually know anymore. Doesn't teléfono have an accent mark? Okay, all right. I'm like, something's missing from teléfono. Yeah, you can't be bothered copying and pasting. Listen, get your IEM, you know? Go on Windows OS and insert Spanish keyboard input. I'm sure there's Spanish. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's continue.
おしゃれな
おしゃれなダイニングで昼ご飯 昼ご飯を食べました。とても美味しかったです。
美味しかった。
美味しかったです。ダイニングの花瓶は素敵でした。Does anyone want to know days of the week in Welsh? Oh boy. Your laptop is Brazilian, but I hate typing with a PT layout in it. Since it doesn't have question mark, and I've grown very used to the English layout. That sounds like a skill issue. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, we can exchange. We can exchange. Oh my gosh, I don't want to write this okay, we're not gonna I thought I was gonna write it, but I don't want to write it. I'm like, yeah, let's exchange days of the week in our target languages, or like in various languages. So I don't want to write this over and over again though. Oh no, I don't remember my stroke order. I don't remember my stroke order for the bottom thing. Alright, we're just gonna pretend this exists. We're gonna pretend this exists over and over again. And oh no, this is bad. I'm so rusty. 日曜日、月曜日、火曜日、水曜日、木曜日。Oh no. Oh no. I don't remember. Oh no. Oh, writing sucks. Was it 金曜日? There we go. Okay, so it looks like you have the same day. Okay, so you day down, and then it's Moon, Mars. Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah, manifest. I'm aware of the elements. Yeah. So these are the Japanese ones, virus. You just have to remember, you just have to keep in mind that all these exist too, which I don't want to rewrite over and over again. Right. Because I'm lazy like that. So 日曜日、月曜日、火曜日、水曜日、木曜日、金曜日 and 土曜日. I'm not learning. I will not submit. Okay, fair enough. I could say in Fujonese is pretty easy. You're counting in Fujonese. So you're putting like boy is for day. I don't know how to even write it. What does boy sound like. Buai. Boy. And you're just counting. Like day, it's basically day. Boy. Boy. 8. Nay. Sang. Say. No. Oh wait, actually this is Newai. Sorry. Sunday is special though. Sunday is special. This is Monday. They're just counting up. Say no. No. Yeah, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then Newai. Sunday is special. Newai is special. And I actually don't know how to write. I don't know what the word, like, the character is for Sunday. So it's boy a, boy nay, boy san, boy say, boy no, boy no, Newai. Which is kind of like the way you're going about it. Because and then you said Sunday. Oh no, Sunday is still the same. Or like it uses the same like counter thing for your Welsh. Maybe way is related to high. Break my knees. Okay, should you should you cut it? Did you care? In Portuguese, it's also counting. Saturday is sábado still. Okay, yeah. Sábado is same. Domingo still the same. Yeah. Oh, but you count for. Oh, okay. Okay. My life changed the day I realized you didn't need to have yo, tu, l, and aya at the start of the sentence. My life has not been the same since. Well, okay. I know I'm plugging Japanese a lot, virus, but there aren't pronouns. You don't need those most of the time in Japanese as well. Actually, you probably spent the first like 500 hours trying not to do that. Unless you decide to go to Chinese, and then you have to do that very, very often. I'm not plugging it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, I won't break your knees either. It's fine. Your knees are fine. I won't break your knees. What is the Chinese saying? What is Duolingo Chinese phrase? Japanese, like, what was the Chinese saying for Duolingo's meme? Español es muy difícil. Can you say así así? No, you can't say así así. Sometimes. What how do you say sometimes? Per segundo? No. Yeah, I don't know. The first thing I thought of was Tokidoki. Sorry, Japanese. Oh, as veces. Okay, as veces. Oh, in Portuguese. Oh, then it's or oh, that's very close. No, I don't know. Sometimes as an adverb. Yeah, I have no idea. But veces, a veces is probably close. Yeah. Español es a veces. Yeah. How do I say that? Bear with me. Spango. Spango wa totemo muzugashi. Tokidoki like tokidoki Spango. No, Spango wa tokidoki totemo muzugashi desu. It's Spangle for Spanish. At least that's what's taught to me in Duolingo. Spangle. And go is language. So Spangle. When I don't do my Espanol language, I feel great. Hey, Spain, oh my god. Ada El Bird. It's Muzui if you're being more casual. Like in here, no, I wouldn't be casual here. We're just strangers. So Muzugashi is what I would still use. Yes. I know it's the formal. I'm actually choosing to make it formal. Yeah. I tend to speak more formally. And I'm also still using des in this situation. Because we're strangers. Let's not forget that. It's okay to make mistakes unless you have access to nuclear launch codes. Oh my gosh. Alright. I'm gonna refocus. Let's refocus. Okay. Diningu, it was great chat. Focus. Silencio, por favor. We bonded over the internet. Best friends forever. Yeah. I still have Chinese for like 3 or 4 hours. So this is my relaxing time. Today is my Japanese relaxing time. It's the review day. So it's not too bad. But I have digressed quite a lot. Diningu no cabin wa suteki deshita. Hana mo kawaii katta desu.
Hana.
Kawaii katta desu. Pretty sure the same for Portuguese. I think it's sakin. Sakin la boca, right? Like shut your mouth. Oh, it might be kala. I don't know. I thought it was more like sakin la boca. Halarse? Yeah. Or you can just say kayate. Kayate is pretty aggressive. So, kayate. Sorry. Japanese is flowing from me right now. Kayate. Diningu de... Where are we going? Diningu de nani yasai? Oh, yasai.
新鮮な
野菜を食べました。とても美味しかったでしょ
美味しかった。パーティーの食べ物は美味しかったですか？
パーティーの食べ物は美味しかったですか？美味しかったです。チキンをたくさん食べました。Necesito mi clase de español. Necesito aprendo. Use it. Use your Spanish. Okay. テーブルの上にテーブルの上にカラフルな花瓶がありました。That works.
カラフルな。
とても多かったです。大きかったです。大きかったです。
大きかった。
大きかったです。あった。
手作りのピザも少し食べました。
手作りのピザも少し食べました。I ate a bit of pizza. Oh, homemade pizza too.
緑の花瓶は素敵でした。
Midori no kabin wa suteki deshita. Ahora mismo mi amigo o vanish. Now my friend vanish? Ahora now mismo same my friend or vanish. Estoy aprendo mucho de Duolingo. Wait. Manifest. Ahora, now, same, my friend, or vanish. Interesting. I can't comprehend that at the moment. I was trying to think of a rhyming Spanish or vanish in Spanish, was not successful. Yeah, right now. Yeah, right now, Spanish or vanish. Or my friend or vanish. Or right now, my friend vanish? My friend or vanish. There's 20 words for the word start or Espanol. Oh, there's so many words. I don't even want to think about Japanese. They probably meant like Spanish right now, my friend, or you vanish. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, you were responding to necesito aprender. Okay. Right now, yeah, that makes sense. Actually, that makes sense. Wow, you really can cut out two and the others. That makes so much sense. Oh, I can see it now. I see what you mean by not using 2L and A. Hacer eres no amigo. No mi amigo. Eres mi enemigo. Is that how you say enemy? Is that how you say enemy? I actually haven't learned the word enemy. That's a very non-traditional word that I would use. Like I probably won't ever learn the word enemy in Japanese. Like I probably will have a hard time remembering the word enemy in Japanese. I don't usually use that word too often. Unless I'm playing video games, now that I think about it. No, I take it back. There is a chance I'll probably learn the word enemy from video games. It's actually enemigo. Wow. That's hilarious. That's actually pretty funny because it kind of sounds like it's kind of like a Spanglish of how to say amigo, right? If you're not an amigo, you're an enemigo. You see what I mean? So it almost sounds like Spanglish, but it really is. That's hilarious. Okay. All right, thanks, guys. Thanks for distracting me from Duolingo constantly. Let's see. The vase was the green vase was lovely, right? Let's move on.
昼ご飯は美味しかったですか?
If you comment, will you pin it? There won't be any other comments. We don't need to pin anything, Xka. You'll be the only comment. Empeñar. Empeñar is the best word for start. Oh, okay. Nihongo es amigo, no es enemigo. Actually, Spanish. It's Nippon, right? No. Do they use Nippon? Or they? Oh no, Japonés. Japonés. Yeah, Japonés, right? Japonés es mi, no es enemigo. Japonés. Like this. Japonés. We're having too much cross interactions right now. C. Okay. I still remember a bit here and there. Little bites and pieces of Spanish. It's kind of the same as what people feel here. Like I can't construct Spanish. It sucks. Like it's terrible now. However, reading and guessing and feeling long like paragraphs and stuff, it's kind of like Mandarin. It's like, yeah, I can kind of feel it. It's fine. So if people like are around me speaking Spanish, I get the gist of what they're saying. So a lot of times that helps in video games and whatnot, where they like type up lots of chat messages, and I'm like, I get the idea. That's as far as I go when it comes to Spanish. You have 6 accounts, just letting you know, for YouTube, by the way. Okay, fair enough. I'll be aware of it. Bro has answered 8 questions in 4 hours. I know. We need to calm down. I answered a little bit more than 8, okay? Just a little. You're going to Spain next September? Oh, okay. Next September, as in this coming September or the following September? Because English is weird. So do you mean like this coming September? Oh, 2025. Okay, so you mean the next September, not the coming September. It's a me thing. Like when I think of next, I think of the immediate next thing, as in the coming, but I don't think of it as the calendar year. So it's a problem with me, not other people. Sorry about that. Audio English a veces. Can you understand this Portuguese? So something about rice. That's all I got. Now you eat rice and something I don't recognize. I don't know what the second thing. I just know it has something to do with eating rice and something. That's my only guess. Today I ate a lot of rice. I have that too. Oh, I love to have lunch. Oh, I love to have lunch. Okay. I figured you'd be talking about eating. Oh, that's lunch. Okay. Oh, I don't even recognize what that C thing is. Yeah. Oh, you have a verb for eating lunch. Okay. Yeah, I figured you were talking about eating rice, so I think that would be sufficient for me to say, oh, that's nice. I don't know. Los pollos comidos? Comido? I'd probably say something about chicken, like eating chicken. Para mi inglés es muy fácil. Para personas español es muy difícil. That's fair. You think English is easy? Virus? Okay. I'll see about that. You think English is easy? Typical British person. Oh, so you say. English is inconsistent in spelling, bro. I was born with British. Sorry. Yeah, dude. English. I don't know. So let's relate it back to this. So I've been streaming. Learning Japanese for a while, and I've made more English spelling problems and grammar mistakes than all the basic unnatural stuff that they do with Japanese. So I'm still working on my English. My English is pretty terrible. Es terrible. Así. The word in it is cruising, coursing through my veins. Japanese is very inconsistent with spelling if you call it spelling. Well, this isn't a competition for most difficult language. I don't. Why are you guys making this into a competition about difficult language? Are you trying to convince people to learn or not learn? Jeez, guys. It's like a barnyard kid brawl or something. You're trying to discourage people from wanting to learn languages. I did start it though. I did start it. It's my fault. I started it. Was lunch tasty? Right? 昼ご飯は美味しかったですか? Okay. Alright. I did do exercises, by the way, okay? I did 3 okay, I did 6 exercises. So I was cruising until all you goobers had more interesting things to say. And now I'm blaming all my responsibilities are deflected off me and onto you guys. Kitchen no kagu wa suteki deshita. Kitchen wa hirokatta desu.
広かった。
広かったです。
キッチンは少し小さかったです。でもダイニングはおしゃれでした。テーブルはとても長かったです。
Okay. Nice dining. Yeah, stop being interesting, guys. Why do you guys have to be so interesting? Inglés es difícil para mí a veces. Virus, real talk though. There's 2 missing accent marks. Start working on those accent marks, Virus. Seriously, like, you gotta download that OS. You gotta download the IME, and you gotta add those accent marks, man. Inglés difícil, like, you gotta add those accent marks. One is unbecoming of those accent marks. I was just doing like the natives accent. True. That is fair. That is fair. True. I don't like the speaking to the mic exercises. It's often too lenient to learn anything or too buggy and punishes you wrongly. Oh, interesting. The desktop version doesn't have... Oh, wait. Yeah, the desktop version, at least for me, someone told me there is, but I don't have it. I don't have that option. For this. Maybe Japanese just doesn't have the option. That might be the reason why. And that other person was talking about a different language, but there's no speech option for Japanese. Could be because my mic is muy malo. Yeah, it might be that Japanese don't have it. So, it doesn't, Mandarin doesn't have it either. At least not that I can, not so far. So, yes, Portuguese is the easiest language. You can learn in like 2 minutes and you'll be fluent. Started right now after buying my premium course. Oh my god. Totally heckin' meme. I had it in Norwegian, but you can say like, sorry, I can't use mic, and it stops giving them. Oh, maybe that's what I did. I gotta go look. I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of curious about the speaking to the mic thing for Japanese. Yeah. Alright, sorry, I was gonna read this whole thing. Alright, we might as well. Kitchenは少し小さいかったです。No. 小さかったです。でも ダイニングは綺麗でした。テーブルはとても、oh no, 長かったです。いや、長かったです。席長い。And no, but it only cancels for like an hour. You have to keep canceling it. Okay. So I don't have that option. It would be kind of cool though. Even if it's jank, I probably think it'd be funny or fun to do for entertainment, right?
今月
Hey, these are elegant scribbles. Look at these beautiful scribbles. They're beautiful. This is clearly how the world. Hermano, how do you read this? Hermano, brother. Wait, real talk. For bro, do Spanish people actually use hermano? Or do they just go straight to bro? Porque Luis este. No sé. Okay.
今月エリカさんの新しいアパートに行きました。
今月エリカさんの新しいアパートに行きました。Okay. We have we went to Erica's apartment this month. We went to Erica's new apartment this month. Oh, did that slide somewhere? What? The new didn't even slide. Okay. Higashi. Gohan. 今月古い時間ダイニングのokay.
Hana.
We're just gonna move along. Hana も可愛かったです。はい。美味しかったです。Right? 美味しい。Yeah.
美味しかったです。
I'm British, not Spanish. Mi juego favorito o favorita es Red Dead Redemption 2. Okay. Es muy divertido. Divertido. What does that mean? It's very diverse. It's very dynamic. Diverse. Divertido. Fun? Oh, that's fun? Oh. Those cases where the English is completely... Yeah, but... That's fun? I could have... I thought it was a different word for fun. Oh. Dang. Like, embarazada. Oh, yeah. Like how... Demasiado sometimes means too. Oh, okay. Fair enough. ASA. No, I have no idea. I just had my imagination just... Honestly, at this point, I'm only thinking of Tanoshi, which is fun in Japanese. Right now, I'm only thinking in Japanese at this point. Every time I'm reading your Spanish sentences, I'm thinking in Japanese. It's actually taking me a while to think of it in English. ASSO. I'm still thinking in Japanese. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Tana to sofa no, what is this?間にテレビがありました。Okay. You're bad, Mimalo. I don't even know how to express that in Japanese. My bad? Sumimasen is the closest. It's like, sorry. Yeah, sumimasen is probably the closest to that. What language do you think you can speak to a relatively fluent level? I don't know what that means. Virus. Can you be a little bit more elaborate on fluent? Fluent is a very hard concept for me to understand between people. Oh, like C1? No, it's just English. It's just English. So you're quantifying it based on comprehension. Yeah. So it's just English. Me, when I start saying eto instead of it's like the mean, yeah. You could literally do warukata. Okay. Moshiwake gozaimasen. Okay. No say how else to describe it. Intuition, feeling, paraphrasing, conversationalism. There's so many other ways, in my opinion, that other people characterize fluency. So if you're someone who's immersed in multiple languages, you might have intuition, but you have no literacy. However, the way you're classifying fluency requires literacy. So I'm not literate. I'm not literally competent in any language that I also speak outside of English. And here's the kicker. Here's a kicker. The language that I also speak, I don't know how it's written. And I don't know if anyone can tell me how it's written unless I go to China. And even then, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find any written things. And also the eto thing, you can probably know what language I'm thinking of by my filler words as well. Yeah. You can definitely tell when I'm thinking in Fujonese. Because I say a lot of Fujonese filler words a lot of times when I'm thinking. Yayun comes up a lot. Yayun, when my Duolingo. Yayun. Kiu. And Quan Noni, no, right? And then I have right. Right injects into Fujonese. But Yayun is like. It's the word like. So Yayun, like. So I replace like with Yayun all the time. So whenever I'm trying to explain something to my parents, I'm like, I don't know. Why may I? Yayun. It's like so and so. Portuguese classic filler word is either tipo or ne. In Norwegian, it's liksom or oh, interesting. No sé por qué para mí gusta quiero mucho. Quiero mucho. Okay, all right. don't know why, but I like very much. Guess you like saying it. Oh, you like, okay, you like quiero, the word, just a lot. I see. Sí. Quiero comer una quesadilla muy delicioso ahora. Wait, are you actually eating a quesadilla right now? I mean, you want to eat a quesadilla, but are you going to? Quiero Taco Bell. Yeah, quiero is a wonderful word. It's also a funny, like, childish word if you think about it. It's like, I want. Like, hoshi desu. Ga hoshi desu. Right, in Japanese? Ga hoshi desu. I'm guessing Duolingo taught you quiero really early, just like how in Japanese they taught ga hoshi desu. I want, or I want this. I translate that. I have evolved. This is how language learning should be, honestly. Like, I love this. And it's distracting, but it's also very lovely.
Ken-san.
Ken-san no. Ken-san no ie. Ken-san no ie wa stadium. Stadium no higashi desu. Sorry, his new house.
This.
Ken-san no ie wa atarashi
wa atarashi.
Ken-san no atarashi ie wa stadium no higashi desu.
サムさんのパーティーは行きませんでした。週末は仕事でした。パーティーは楽しかったですか？サムさんの新しい家はどうですか？
Yeah, this person couldn't make it to the party. They're asking about it because they had work on the weekend. Oh, and I was talking about not necessarily Duolingo. The way we're interacting with languages and having fun, exchanging ideas and what. Love Duolingo. I just wish it brought up other words later on in different courses to help you remember them. Yeah, you have to do a lot of manual recall. You have to do a lot of manual recall. And I do that by myself. So I do that outside. Yeah, you have to come up with a structure to... It's gonna balloon really, really big. So you need some other... In my opinion, it's heavily advised that you do some active recall on outside of Duolingo. There's that meme that just goes like, ¿Quieres? Do you want it? Yeah. Pero quieres es do you want? Tengo un pregunta por qué japonés? I would also like to make your own course with your own language. Yeah, that's... I know this is going to sound very reductive, but have you considered Anki? And yes, that sounds like a Japanese thing, but I imagine Anki also has like Japanese decks, right? Or is it solely Japanese? Someone tell me. I mean, like, Anki is a platform, right? So there's other languages on Anki, aren't there? No? Yes? Maybe? Yeah, way too much time. Samson no party ni ikimasen deshita. 週末は仕事でした。パーティーは楽しかったですか？サムさんの新しい家はどうですか？So they missed a party and they're just asking about it. Let's see. Aida.
パーティーは午後3時からでした。私たちは少し早く着きました。エリカさんの家の玄関は本当に広かったです。玄関でピンクのスリッパを履きました。
The person is describing arriving at a party, right? パーティーは午後3時からでした。私たちは少し早く着きました。エリカさんの家のwhat is it? 玄関は本当に広かったです。玄関で Am I saying this incorrectly?
玄関
No. 玄関でピンクのスリッパを履きました。履きました。Pink slippers. Boss pink slippers. There are decks for probably every popular language, or you can make them yourself. Yeah. If someone can translate this without Google, it is inteligente. Oh, that's kind of neat. Cute. For a moment there, I forgot how to say thank you, and all I could think about is arigato, and I'm like, oh, gracias, right? Gracias. In my opinion, I regretted using Anki so much for Japanese and Norwegian, but probably an unpopular opinion. That's fair. Dos hombres camina en una tienda. Okay. La mesa es muy bonita. Uno hombre habla. Okay. No me gusta la mesa. Dos hombres el hombre, not hombre. Casa soy muy estúpido. Oh, no, you don't have to be hard on yourself. Gee. No soy inteligente. Basta que hablo no mejor idioma. Alright, you guys need to... calm down, guys. Calm down. I don't know who's harder on virus. Themselves or Nar?
テレビ
テレビは大きかったです。
大きかったです。
Listen, Nar, you don't have to pick at virus. Virus is already hard on themselves. Samsan no Oksan. Oksan ni aimashita. Yasashi hito deshita.
人
Okay.
壁
今月エリカさんの新しいアパートに行きました。
今月エリカさんの新しいアパートに行きました。Okay. We went to... You can definitely tell when there's old vocabulary versus new vocabulary. So this is all old vocabulary. So it's a lot quicker, right? I mean, this is technically new, but I've said these syllables quite a lot. So all of this comes out a lot quicker when there isn't new vocabulary in there. I always pause on new vocabulary, just make sure. So this just happens to be kanji, just a new kanji, so all the vocabulary is old. Let's see. New apartments this month. I wasn't picking up on him unless you were talking about me saying he should learn Portuguese. all the above. No, you're starting a war. Then you're very guilty. And you're proud of it. Portuguese, Spanish plus. Tu madres es muy grande. Niño. Listen. Accent marks. Where's my tilde over niño? Actually, is it? Is there a tilde over niño? Or is it nino? Wait. Is there a tilde? Is it niño? Or is it nino? Está bien. Vale. Vale. Do you know who else is very big? My mom. Oh, you guys are... Yeah, it's Nino, right? Nino. Okay. Okay. I thought I was imagining things. So I said Nino, so just in case. Describe health issues. Alright, so we're gonna do some drills. We have to go back and... Oh no, I'm running out of time. So let's do some word drills while we can, I suppose. I got sidetracked pretty hard today. Alright, we're gonna do some word drill. Tu madres es no aquí. Well... Nar. Tu madres es aquí? You better be careful. Nar might just... You don't know. Oh, no estás aquí. Okay, fair enough. Okay.
バスケットボール。
朝ごはん。
Okay.
窓。家具。
おにぎり。
おにぎり。
窓。家。キーボード。家具。バスケットボール。
朝ごはん。ファンタジー。ナイフ。サンドイッチ。
ゾウ。カップ。
ニュース。おにぎり。
ナイフ。窓。フォーク。バスケットボール。船。駅。大丈夫。家。ニュース。おにぎり。サンドイッチ。家具。早い。島。キーボード。キーボード。ファンタジー。小説。カップ。父。ゾウ。朝ごはん。I wonder how people usually find your system through YouTube. Sounds like much harder to find. My stream? Oh. I'm surprised, actually. I'm actually very surprised. I've had 3 people who showed up on Twitch and said it was because of YouTube. That's the only time. Listen, I've completed multiple lessons, alright? You need to back off, man. Esta es bueno. I get to practice my Spanish with an entertaining streamer and a friendly chat. I hope there are other Spanish speakers. You guys can totally bank off each other. I would totally be a third wheel reading in on it, for sure. I'm learning stuff while you guys are using your target languages. You know? Suripa.
おにぎり。
オレンジ。
午後。
ホットドッグ。
バス。
辛い。ホットドッグ。
午後。
ナプキン。
スリッパ。
何曜日。天気。オレンジ。
おにぎり。クレープ。
ナビ。小説。
ナビ。What? Oh, 水族館。水族館。バナナ。ホットドッグ。アレルギー which I have があります。辛い。天気。何曜日。ドーナツ。ブランケット。スリーパー。ナプキン。クレープ。島。楽しい。時間。バス。小説。おにぎり。午後。オレンジ。Oops. Here's some good Spanish. Tú es muy guapo. That's accurate. But did you just call them handsome? But it might not be correct. It's correct. You just speak Portuguese. Es no para allow it. Oh, es no? Tú es muy guapo? Oh, what? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Not correct. Right? Because eres muy guapo. También. Aw, that's kind of good. Hey, XD. Hello. Apaco si eres yo olvidé. Oh. Olvidé. Yes, más personas que hablan español. Wait, XD, you speak Spanish too? When it comes to Portuguese accent, I tend to use them mostly with verb conjugation because otherwise it sounds weird. Oh, I see. Bienvenido. ¿Qué pasa, hombre? XD's been here for a while. By the way, XD is learning Japanese. Virus. That just means you have to learn Japanese. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right. See, no. Japanese Chinese talks reality, the great Spanish invasion. But listen though, if XD is gonna give you what if XD gives you like a Spanish exchange for Japanese? No? I'm gonna do a few more of these drills and then we have to switch. I'm having too much fun today. Hottodogu. Oh, sorry.
玄関。
朝ごはん。
ダイニング。
午後。
I was gonna do a shorter stream today, like take some rest, but this is so much better.
赤ちゃん。玄関。ヤギ。ポップコーン。
午後。窓。
テスト。ダイニング。誕生日。ホットドッグ。足。
朝ごはん。
パンダ。
赤ちゃん。線。しょっぱい。朝ごはん。ポップコーン。ポップコーン。ステーキ。 午後、ヤギ、誕生日、店。Wait. Oh. 窓、ダイニング、ブログ、ハットトーク、ヨガ、パンダ。What the heck? Lobster. Lobster. Esto. 玄関。ドーナツ。足。Today you learned ageru and agaru. Oh, okay. Yep. What's the difference? One's transitive and one's intransitive. Agaru is to rise intransitively, and ageru is transitive. One's transitive and one's intransitive. I'm curious, are you gonna watch the video I sent on stream or offline? I'm gonna watch it offline. I usually watch stuff offline afterwards. And I'll give you a comment. I'll write a reminder to myself to bring it up later. The difference is mostly, yeah, if you haven't heard of the concept. Something o ageru versus something ga ageru. Agaru. Hey, es tu favorita videojuego? Pero, ¿qué es tu? No sé. I don't know how to say recent, actually. My favorite video games are based on recency. So the most recent game that I played that left an impression, basically. To answer most favorite things, it's based on recency of impression. So the most recent game I played based on recency, I have a journal here, it's Rakuin. Oh, my bad. It's this game. Before that was Dave the Diver. So either one of them is fine. Mi videojuego favorito es Deltarune or Undertale. Oh, interesting. Deltarune. Yeah, no worries. De nada. Okay.
嵐。
おにぎり。何曜日。麻婆豆腐。土曜日。
パスタ。ミステリー。嵐。ぐらい。
土曜日。パンダ。
赤ちゃん。
麻婆豆腐。何曜日。秋。
マスク。
冷蔵庫。おにぎり。
土曜日。冷蔵庫。ぐらい。鳥。窓。足。お手洗い。タクシー。おにぎり。何曜日。嵐。マスク。Pasta. Oops. That's not pasta. Panda. Yasumi. Yasumi. Mapo tofu. Taru. Pasta. Hayai. Akachan. Mystery. Ashi. All right. Okay. That would really ayudame. Let's see. Yeah, what Nar said about transitive and intransitive. Yep. Yeah, we got a lot of transitive and intransitive half pairs so far. Like the one side of things. At least in my opinion. For me, so far, there's a few that got the transitive pair up and running, but most of them are intransitive. Okay, we're gonna switch gears now because I was going to do some more, but wow, we're 5.5 hours. Okay, so we did do our review, so not too bad, right? Not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. So that's the end of our Japanese session. So need to make time for our Chinese session, which it's on the shorter side too. Most of the time our Chinese is dealing with writing. So we're constantly focused on writing at the moment, or remembering the characters. All right, so that ends Japanese section. And for those, who are interested, that's pretty cool. If you're gonna watch this later, that's awesome as well. For those people who are interested in Japanese only, right? Mata ne. Mata ashita. Ja ne. Right? And I'm gonna go take a break quickly. I'm gonna stretch and walk around because I've been sitting for a while. And then we're gonna switch gears. Okay? I'll be right back. All right. All right, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. It is day 12 of Duolingo Chinese. 欢迎大家大家好 right? 大家好 And let's see. Well, yesterday we started Unit 6, which its title, the theme is use adverbs of frequency. However, I think most of the adjectives or most of the things were kind of about locations. It was more like locations and predicates, and then they introduced a bunch of verbs in which you can use a adverb of frequency, right? So let's go over that. Since yesterday was day 1 of Unit 6, it's a new unit. We're gonna try to output the English writing, right? The English writing, while I focus on more or less guessing and recalling on what the tones of the vocabulary itself. So we have 饭馆 饭馆 two yeah two yeah two to go. Shu dian. Chao shi. Yeah, 教师 吃 Han no yeah Han like 韩国 韩人 亚洲 令师 yeah 令习 Oh, the whole point of this unit. Chang Chang, Chang Chang, or Bu Chang. Whoops. My. I think that's all of them. We had 3 locations, right? Restaurant, bookstore, supermarket. And then we had 2 descriptors, Korea related, Asian. And then we had 3 predicates: to go, to eat, to buy, to my, and something we can buy, right? And then frequency. Chang. I think that's it. So that's our introduction for unit 6. Now for unit 5. For unit 5, I am responsible for the Hanzi this time around. So unit 5's topic was it preferences? I'm gonna need the topic. No, it's family members. Oh, okay. Family members. Okay. So let's start. Baba. Lao Po is the poor part, right? Poor. Un. Gao. Xing. Right, 认识你. Ni is not in here. It's a repeat. So we're not writing all the non-uniques. We'll go over that later. Family member. if this is part of the unit. Probably is. Yeah, it's probably is. What is it though? Oh. Oh, I forget this so often. Okay. I think it's日行 no 旅行 whoa, let's see. Amigueto Igueme en Duolingo y yo te digo también. Soy the scientist. Panama. Amigueto. I don't know that. You're a scientist too? I am the scientist. That's interesting. Yeah, I can't read that unfortunately. Something also. Yo te sigo también. So you're also using Duolingo? I'm not sure if te sígueme entiendo. No. Oh, is it not great? Let's see. Oh, what did you guys exchange over here? Oh, I'm doing this. That this Hanzi looks like fake. Fake? Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Take care. Take care, Virus. Sleep well. Sleep well, Virus. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out and sharing and unapologetically using your Spanish, which is nice. Good to have a enthusiastic Spanish user. Yeah, niños and niñas is for children, yeah. De nada. Gracias. De nada. Quiero aprender español. Yes. Good luck. Yeah, it's Hito. Bueno, entonces, here it's a meme. You just add ito to the end of. Oh, right, that's right. You explained that, Nar, about it. Words to make Spanish, so my brain associate hito with fake Spanish. Oh, okay. Hey, you gotta be careful, all right? You gotta establish rapport with Spanish speakers. Behave yourself, Nar. I know, you really want people to learn Portuguese as well, right? And all that stuff. Behave. Yeah, take care, Virus. I'll see you. Yeah, hasta mañana? Okay, hasta mañana. Mata ashita. I don't actually know how to say see you tomorrow in Chinese, actually. The hardest tone for me is the one in the first character of... Oh. D. Oh, D. Yeah, D. My shortcut for the time being is the Fujonese word for fish. Nyi. Nyi. If you can get nyi, like for me, nyi, I use nyi to prime. D. It's not the best, but I just think of fish. Not sakana. Not sakana. Just nyi. I prime myself all the time in my head until I don't need it anymore. So that's how I'm going about it. Is the same kanji ashita in Chinese? I don't know yet, actually. Ashita. Not sure. I've been discovering a lot of fun stuff though lately. I don't know what chi might not be the same here. We'll take a look at the characters and see if we can pick up something. I mean, you got Mizu, right? Mizu works most of the time, but I don't know about Ashita. And then you got I royally messed this up, but this is Gao. This is Gao right here. XD. This is Gao, and Gao also means tall. So when you say something is Gao, yeah, Gao, it's very tall. So it's the same as Takai. It's the same kanji. I really screwed up writing it though. But Takai. It's not expensive though. It doesn't express expensive. At least in my knowledge. I don't associate the sound Gao with expensive. Okay, and then let's keep going. I still need to recall a bunch of characters here. Arzi. 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 Oh, I think I skipped the row entirely, huh? That's fine. We have Ta. Mama. Lao Gong. I'm not writing Lao right now. Lao. Lao Gong. This is Gong. She. So she. This is she. In she. She, which is studying. This is also ta, but he. Ta, ta, this is she. Ta, they're both the same. Phonetically. At least to my ear, they're both the same. And then this radical stands alone too. Which is yeah. 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 Meaning also. And I'm skipping duh, but Jen ma. Jen ma. This is Jen. And the other ma. Not to be confused with mama. Like mama. This is the other ma. And wow, that is a really terrible writing of that, but that's fine. It's okay. So it's fine. You're doing it live. And this radical stands alone too. For nu combined with r, new r for daughter. How many is that? 5, 10, 16, 20. I'm missing something. What's happening here? The hardest tone, okay. The same kanji as according to translator. Ming. Li. Okay. Li. So it would be, oh, okay. But keep in mind, the word I posted doesn't seem to mean, okay, I see. The other word is, interesting. Impressive grid. I don't know where my grid is. Oh, you mean the grid of, oh, okay. Is similar. Oh, and yeah. I'm missing one. I'm either missing one or two characters. What other expressions were in this? Daughter,儿子, new R, Baba, Mama, 老公, 老婆, 很高兴认识你. Oh, I know. It's Duolingo doing Duolingo things. I don't like this character. Okay, well. Whatever. Oh, you know what? Let's make an attempt. I think I'm settled on doing it this way. Let's see. Like, you do this. Longer. And even longer. Like that. So it's Canada. Canada is Canada. Canada. And those are all our characters. This one is so like too many horizontal things. It's very hard to keep the... I'm trying to write them as small as possible, but not like sacrificing the spacing in between. But this one's kind of tough. When it's squished together, when you see it, it's really squished together. So these are all our characters from Unit 5. So we have father, dad, mom, wife, husband, nice to meet you, traveling, son, daughter, studying, really, gendama, really, like, honto desu ka? And Canada or Canada. Oh, and yeah, as in also. Mo. That's all of them. And then the two pronouns. He and she. So those are our ones. Okay. Now we're gonna go into it. And then I can... So these are the characters we're responsible for, right? And we largely know all of them. Occasionally I drop one. Oh, I looked into this. Like, I know I'm gonna have to ask this. I'm gonna be asked this question from time to time. Just like in Japanese. Just in Japanese as well. People always talk about what's the magic number, right? The magic number. And a lot of times when we're studying Japanese, a lot of people say like the 2000 kanji, right? The 2000 kanji, or like the N1 thing. It's like, okay, fair enough. And my curiosity is, well, what about Hanzi, right? What is Hanzi? What are the metrics for Hanzi? And 89% of the most common is represented by 1,000 of the characters. So in case people wanted to get a ballpark, and then when you reach 2,000, you're about at 95%. Right? And so by 1,000, you're hitting the 80-20 rule. So for me, if someone wants to like someone wants to ask me like, oh yeah, so what are your goals, or how do you frame things for immediate things, like, okay, well, we'll just say 1,000 characters. It seems like a round number. It crosses the 80-20 rule for me personally, so let's start with it. We're not talking about fluency, right? Fluency is like por qué, right? Por qué, nani, sino, right? So, fine. 1,000 characters seems like a round number. Pretty nice, right? So just to frame this, and where are we at right now after 12 days, right? We're at 80. We're at 80, and we're talking about reading. We're not talking about comprehension here. So we're talking about like, if you learned kana, right, which is 46, right, then you can sound things if you don't have the kanji yet, right? So when we're talking about the 89% thing with 1,000 characters, that's kind of like reading. So you might not necessarily have comprehension, but you might be able to. the stuff that come up, right? So we're at 80. Just to give people some perspective. So it's going to be a long ride. And if you're wondering, okay, so and people who don't use Duolingo, right? People don't use Duolingo. How many Hanzi are in Duolingo's course currently? 1,000. Now, are they the 1,000 most commonly used ones? You know, as the 89%, right? The 1,000 most commonly used one? I guess we'll find out. Yes, Nar. They generally have one reading per character, indeed. Generally, outside of comprehensible uses, like nuance uses, like ta and stuff. Yeah, on the course. Yep, on the course. Yeah, so are they the 1,000 most commonly used? If it is, thank you, Duolingo, because I'll at least know the 1,000 most commonly used article. If not, that's fine. I'll take like 800. I'll take 700. Doesn't matter to me. What I'm saying is I'm giving why I'm introducing this is to give people context, right? What is the context? Duolingo is a spaced repetition system. It introduces exposure. And in Mandarin, at least how my parents always portrayed it to me, is that it's not that far away from English structure. I'm just going to be real with you guys, at least in my opinion. And my intuition about Mandarin structure offers me a leeway in which I'm probably going to focus on on learning the character. The characters are the roadblock for me. I can actually quite intuit structure, putting in places. So not so much that. So we're going to try to bolster and focus a lot on acquiring and bootstrapping these characters, right? It'll be nice to feel a little bit more comfortable, right? With kanji, you often feel like I wasted too much precious time learning how to write it. I probably not recommend others to learn it if the goal is the same as mine, but maybe it helped to write kanji. If it works for you, if it works for you. If it doesn't, then it doesn't, right? For me, writing is part of understanding a language. So, yeah, XD asks a very excellent question. What is your goal, right? You have to ask yourself what your goal is. My goal is writing enhances a lot of my other skills, and I do leverage my other skills. I actually learn quite a lot from seeing and writing the stuff. And for note, I can't currently write it anymore, even though I practice a lot. Oh, I see. That's fair. That would make it feel... I can see where your feelings are coming from when it comes to unable to anymore. If you feel like you're currently unable to write it anymore. I like to write things. I write things in my head all the time. So the writing is making me become attached to my hand. So occasionally when I forget characters, I write them in my head. So like right now, I'm thinking of Iku in my head, but I'm also seeing it being written in my head. I just think it's a lot of time then. Yeah, it probably is. You definitely get what you put in though, in my opinion. So unless you choose to passively forget it, which that's utilization, right? Utilization issues. Am I going to write in this? I am. I'm probably gonna write quite a lot, actually. Okay, so let's get into our review lessons. These are they kind of go quick. And then we have to start working on reviewing the pinyin for unit 6, and then following after that I will be responsible for the hanzi. Right, that's our pattern right now. Okay.
他也喜欢去饭馆。
Okay.他也喜欢去饭馆。
我常常吃日本菜。我常常吃日本菜。
我也看英文书。
我也看英文书。Oh, technically, I guess that qualifies as 2 different vocabulary words, but that's fine. Bookstore. Shu is in bookstore, so 书店 is still in
书
fourth turn. Yeah, 书店 is still, the book is still in the phrase. 我也看英文书。
韩文书店。
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 我看英文书。
看英文书。
他常常去韩国超市。
Okay.
他常常去
韩国。
韩国
教师。
超市。
他不喜欢去书店。
他不喜欢书店。
他不喜欢去书店。
他常常去中国超市。
But if I were to learn how to write Japanese kanji, I actually practice more contextually. I basically just practice kanji by itself and often couldn't tell what kanji a word was made of. Interesting. I like to write kanji because it helps you remember, right? Even if I could write the characters. Also, I talked with some Japanese who said they're less able to write it nowadays because of smartphones and stuff being used most of the time. That's pretty reasonable. Monikani helps you to keep consistent on kanji vocab. Maybe that helps you. There's a cozy feeling with reading Chinese knowing only Japanese. I don't know how to explain it. Can't understand most. And sort of ponder on what it means. Chinese characters are a quite unique way of writing. That's how I feel. I think in my feeling, if I'm gonna be bold, Nar, that's what it feels like when I see people draw things. And what I mean by that is there's a very comforting feeling when you see someone make a painting, right? And then you stare at it and you're like, I kind of know how this person's feeling. Now you ponder, I wonder what they're trying to get at with their painting or their drawing and stuff. And then if you have the opportunity to talk to the artist, right? That's kind of why, in my opinion, I like writing. I like writing and looking at kanji. Kanji and Hanzi. Hanzi and kanji feels this way to me. So even calligraphy, right? A lot of times people will say, well, what is the ultimate form of it? To combine interpretive preponderance with writing, calligraphy. And some people might focus on language writing as a mechanical thing, right? Like, oh yeah, this is how you write these things and stuff. But there is flexibility in the way it's written. Not in the sense of stroke order. We're not talking about like stroke order and whatnot. There's obviously stroke order, but there is a slight uniqueness to people's handwriting, right? That you can appreciate. You could call it jank if you want, but for me, I use the word charming. If I can still read your handwriting, there's a charm to it. It tells a story, in my opinion. I'm not making excuses for quote-unquote bad handwriting. I'm just not that type of person that likes to remove the uniqueness of people's writing. So if there's anything that I would like to plug for people not to underrate writing, is the idea that there's not a big, in my opinion, writing is not a big leap from drawing. And when you're talking about, well, this stuff doesn't help you, like writing English doesn't help you draw, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. So oftentimes when I ask people, like, have you ever drawn anything? They would say, like, no. Like, well, have you written English before? And actually, most of the time, it's no, because smartphones, right? Smartphones, keyboards, and that's perfectly all right. It is an untapped resource. So yes, if you don't spend a lot of time writing and consistently writing, then it goes in a way of much like being replaced by your keyboard. And if you only wrote in a specific period of time, that means you were out of practice. Like you don't have a practice of using it for memory, right? So what I mean is I have written and drawn things a lot of my life. A lot of my life. So naturally, in my opinion, over this life experience, I've become practiced. I'm very practiced in using writing to organize my thoughts. Case in point, what I'm doing now, I write to sort out my thoughts. When I'm giving a seminar, right? When I'm giving a seminar, you probably see the stage before. There's a podium over here, and then there's someone standing, and then you have a presentation on the board. I'm usually the guy that walks around, pace around, point to the board, and write things on the board. So that type of stuff comes with practice. You don't need to be, like, I want to emphasize this, you don't need to be an extraordinary person to be able to use and leverage this. The stickler here is that you have to be consistent, right? If you don't practice something, it's very difficult to take advantage of it. So oftentimes people ask themselves, should I start writing or not writing? Like, well, do you imagine yourself using that writing skill? If you don't, then yeah, I guess time not well spent, right? For me, writing has always been a part. Like when you go and see a poster, a lot of times you would have like a screen come down and there's a PowerPoint presentation, right? A PowerPoint presentation. Most of the time I combine a PowerPoint presentation with board writing. It helps engage myself and the other people, and moving around engages people too. So it's like leaving a handprint when you start typing a keyboard, it's a different way of leaving a handprint. So if someone wrote me a letter, for example, right? It's that age-old thing. If someone wrote me a letter, it means something different. I'm not saying better or worse, because a lot of people have different preferences, than a digital letter. Now, there are different ways to elevate a digital letter versus ways to elevate a writing letter. And for me, when I make a card, like say if I had to, it's someone's birthday, right? I write the letter and I draw something in it. That's leveraging my skills. That's something I can do that is no longer something that a lot of people can do, right? Or want to do. It's not like they can't as in they'll never be able to. They just choose not to, right? So yeah, I would probably agree with you if most of the time you're typing and you rarely engage in writing in anything else. It will be very difficult for me to expect and reasonably expect that person to be able to immediately take advantage of it. For me, drawing is essential. So like my hands move when I play video games. Moving my hands is also part of the learning experience, right? When I do running and stuff, lots of the things require a hand. For me, can be enriched with a hand mind-body connection. So sometimes, I kid you not, this has happened before. Sometimes someone says a word, and I don't know anything other than scribbling what it looks like in my head. Right? Like, oh, what is that image in my head? Well, you know, it kinda let's see. It kinda looks like this. And then we have like a sun, a cliff, maybe a forest here, right? Right. Then you might have a city in the front, right? And you're wondering like, oh, can you imagine these things? Well, you can kinda. Right? So this is what I mean by you'd be surprised how random strokes and stuff can create a visual appeal in your head. So yes, flashcards and stuff are great, but you can carry that with you too. So it's nice to have flashcards and whatnot, but when you start writing and drawing, you can also imagine it in your head a lot more as well. So like, you know, this is a road leading to a city, which there's a backdrop with some mountains, right? Really tall skying mountains. Then there's a forest over here, the sun, right? Maybe we can add a little grass. And these are all just randomness. Like it's together, if you look really close, there's no image there. Like it's a bunch of scribbles, but it's not too far from this. It really isn't. In fact, it requires a lot more restraint than this. The one thing about these things is not everyone. I've met a few people that said they can't do this. It's called aphantasia, when you're imagining something in your head and then you're like just basically creating the form. But yeah, you end up creating your own mnemonic, even through your hand. Your hand motion is a mnemonic. You're like, when you start imagining your hand moving without like literally moving your hand, you could literally move your hand, and you start thinking it's an additional dimension. If you're not using it, it's not going to be effective, right? So I'm trying to at this point describe what is it that motivates me to writing. It is involved in drawing. So I draw stuff all the time, and it blends in with my drawing. So the more different strokes that I do, the more likely I can, like, you know, make lines in different directions, right? And this program is already pretty bad at capturing these. You can see these kinks that don't actually exist because the problem with this program is it's not registering the full stroke. So that's kind of the idea. What does that mean? That sounds like Super City to you? Oh, this? It's close.
超市
超市 is a supermarket. So it's pretty close. Yeah. So this is like super, like, big-ish, and I don't know if 市 can be used as market for standalone. But this is a supermarket.
超市，他常常去中国超市。他
It's fun guessing, isn't it? In my opinion, you would, in my opinion, being like this makes it so that it's interesting. And you assume here it's a loan word. I think what you're describing is something that is invaluable. Like, hold on to it, in my opinion. Hold on to that feeling, because that preponderance is, you can't replace that preponderance. Yeah, Chinese fight loanware. Yeah. I would hold on to that curiosity. Like, if there's something, being that feeling is amazing. You can see the world and things in a different light if you can find appreciation that's undescribable, in my opinion. Obviously, I'm trying to describe the same thing, but it's very nebulous. It allows someone, you remember like those stereotypes where here's a painting and it's like a small painting, and then there's just this one person standing in front of the painting and they just stare at the painting for like 10 hours. It's an exaggeration, but they would stare at the painting for an hour. That is the preponderance, in my opinion. If you have something in your life that gets you to do this, it slows things down. It makes, like, I don't know if you ever reach that moment, but you kind of just get in the zone. And I think creators, very creative people, and like intellectuals can reach this state all the time. And there's a buzzword that goes around, most people talk about, it's a flow state. A lot of times when you're doing something that you're kind of just feeling out, you kind of reach this flow state, and you lose, like, your time just starts to dilate and go away as you're doing this type of thing. I think artists are a great example, musicians and whatnot. That usually doesn't happen to me, but sometimes it does, and it feels great. Yeah, you definitely do that with music often.
他常常去中国超市。
It's a great place for inspiration. Sometimes for drawing, I get into that. So you see a blank canvas, right? You're stuck. You're stuck for, like, I stare at a blank canvas for like 30 minutes. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna draw today. Like, I have no idea. And then suddenly, you stare at it long enough and an image comes up, and immediately in the next like 5 minutes, the canvas is filled with an image. That's flow stating. It just come pouring out. It's weird. It can be a song I've heard countless times already, but on that specific moment, it just hits so hard. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the to me, what you described is those epiphany moments, and that's kind of one of the nearly some of the best feelings that life has to offer, in my opinion. It rivals things like falling in love with someone. That's an epiphany moment, you know, the moment you're like, this is it, this is the one. Or another one for language learning would be the moment you're like, wait a minute, I understand everything now. Why can I suddenly speak Japanese or something? Those are like those moments. So I would hang on to them and, you know, mine them all the time. It gets you so high on life, in my opinion. It counteracts all the tireless hours and grind and life beating you down. I think those moments are incredibly electric. They offset years of maybe negative thoughts about wasting time and whatnot. Recording yourself, writing, drawing, all those stuff gets you to realize that. I'm not doing it literally. I mean, I'm not doing writing literally, like in a notebook or anything like that. But I've seen people who like, they're like, this is what Japanese looks like to me. And they would have like a 300-page stack, like a huge stack of just characters in their notebook. That is awe-inspiring. Or artists who like reveals their room and they have like 20 years of portraits in there. Like that's the kind of thing. And for me, I'm recording it, so it's irrelevant how fast I'm doing this. It's irrelevant where I'm gonna end up. The idea is, this is so wonderful. It's a wonderful experience. So of course I'm not in a hurry to make it faster or slower. Everything I'm doing is reaching a state in which it doesn't provide negative energy, right? Surely if I go to work, that's a different story. This isn't a job though. Definitely the feeling of when the language starts to click is awesome.
他常常去中国超市。
常常
去
中国超市。
他常常去中国超市。
Okay. 我喜欢去韩国 Tone 3 韩国饭馆It doesn't even need to be when you become fluent. Even just starting to understand a bit can already be very rewarding. Yeah. And when you get the click moment, I don't even think that's when you become fluent, if you know what I mean. For me, the clicking moment is when someone overcomes their insecurity. It's a breakthrough in like, this is my personal take on it. Unpopular opinion, possibly. But when something clicks, your inhibitions are gone. So you could still be speaking terribly broken Japanese. That's not my point, right? That clicking moment is the moment when all your inhibitions are gone. You're not restricted, right? You sleep and wake up one day fluent. Yeah, so that's what I mean by the flow state. You're no longer restricted. My example about being stuck, right, for 30 minutes, staring at a blank canvas, that is your inhibition. You're no longer like, oh yeah, it's just coming out now. Everything is coming out. Oh, that kind of sounds lewd, doesn't it? Everything is coming out now. So regardless of your knowledge or your comprehension, you have officially become unhinged. you are in the flow state. That's where the word, in my opinion, that's where the word flow comes from. It's coming out uninhibited. You're no longer being like writer's block, memory block, English, that kind of thing. You've entered a flow state. Everything just comes out, right? That's the click. Yeah. I mean, when does one truly become fluent? I don't even know how to answer that. You know? You sleep and wake up. The clicking moment for me in English is when I know when a word is incorrect because sounds weird. So what do you do with accents, XD? What do you do with accents when you have to reconcile something that sounds weird? I'm genuinely curious. 我不常买
不常买
They group them together even though I expect them to be separate. 我不常买中文书
中文书
I gotta close up my shoes. 我常常 oh, I have trouble with snacks. 我常常吃韩国 wait, is that tone 2? I gotta double check this. Hold up. I am responsible for the pinging tomorrow. Oh, it's tone 2. I thought it was tone 3. Okay. 韩国 Okay. 韩国 认识 零食 Let me guess. No, yeah, see, this one's higher. Okay, 零食 Fair enough. I got the tone markers, right? But can you be specific about what do you mean by accents? Do you ever find that accents are weird sounding? Like for English? So if I continue to say development over and over again, like development, does that sound weird? Does development sound weird? Maybe by sound weird they mean that like grammatically wrong sentence or wrong word. Oh yeah, true. We learned from British books, but our teacher used the American accent. Yeah. But development is not, it's British, actually. And what I mean by that is other colonial places say development. Since you said American accent is development. The real deal is Indian accent. That is. Oh, and that's funny because development is an Indian accent. It's my exposure to development is prominently the Indian accent. You have no idea what that word is? Oh, development? Development. Yeah. Development. I heard this quite a lot in my professional career because we do have quite a lot of Indian internationals. So development versus development. And it took me a while, actually. This is something that I had to adjust to because I wasn't sure. I mean, from the British pronunciation, I couldn't tell it was that. Yeah. So it sounds weird, but I think you still click. Like you're still in a clicking situation. So I was just illustrating. I was curious. Like things that sound weird also mean it clicks, right? Because I was trying to illustrate what XD was saying. Because if you think it sounds weird, it's also good at like it's also clicking. As in, you don't have to be accurate to click, right? So sometimes things sound normal and some things sound weird. But it just you make a very fast determinants of what you heard and what you didn't hear. It's like, oh yeah, I don't know that. Oh, here's one. Here's a clicking moment that you guys might not think of. In my opinion, this is my clicking moment. It's like you read this, right? And you're like, I don't know this. Period. I don't know this. I'm 99.9% sure I don't know this word. That's a clicking moment too. The moment you suddenly become very confident in what you know and what you don't know, to me, that's also an incredibly clicking moment. Your confidence skyrockets. And not in the sense of false confidence. Because now you know what you don't know, in my opinion. And to me, that is something special. So I've been accused of this a couple times. Many people think that I think I'm smarter. I think I am smarter than I really am. This happens a lot. Like, oh yeah, you're just being like condescending, or you're overconfident. You sound overconfident because you think you're smarter than you really are. No, actually not. The reason why I'm confident is I can appreciate, in my opinion, I can appreciate and also accept what I don't know. What I don't know. And not only that, there's a lot of things I don't know. Isn't that exciting? I mean, isn't it? There's a lot of things I don't know. That's exciting. You can learn that stuff. That's awesome. There's so many things. How do you describe a scientist's passion? Like the pure scientist's passion. The unknown. It's both scary, fearful, and exciting. Every time you get to know something else, you have even more questions. That, to me, is why I'm confident. Not because I'm confidently all-knowing. So the moment someone accuses me of thinking I'm smarter than I am, is the moment I know for sure this person and I do not share the same confidence. The person that is ridiculing me is based on confidence of knowing only. So when they provide advice, it's based on what they know, what they assume about me. They are not confident and not even worried about what they don't know about me. And this is false arrogance. So, I'm confident because I know there are lots of things I don't know. And because of that, life is worth living. Right? I want everyone to explain things to me because I think I don't know a lot of things. And I hope those people aren't regurgitating things other people are telling them. I want to hear what you know and don't know, not someone else's thing, right? So that's kind of the another thing that I like to emphasize. There's a beauty in knowing that there's more to discover about yourself, about your work, about things. It is scary, and you probably don't have control over it. However, overcoming that insecurity, in my opinion, can be incredibly confidence building. I think Granola asked me a couple times already, like, aren't I concerned about the wrong pitch accents and whatnot? Like, no, I'm not. That just means someone else is going to teach me some pitch accents. Can I work on it now? Yeah, of course I could work on it now. Do I have to? No, not really. I'll work on whatever I need to work, what I ever feel like working on. There's too many things to worry about. So, might as well enjoy it. Unrelated, but I was looking through the Shun guy and he has videos going to Chile and Argentina, but no Brazil. Oh yeah, that's right. That's true. He did travel to Chile and Argentina. I don't know why he didn't go to Brazil. I didn't watch enough of it to I didn't catch an explainer as to why he didn't go to Brazil. He did explain why he went to Argentina and Chile. So I really like the guy. He's very humbling and nice. Like, there's something kind of nice about his demeanor, at least in my opinion. I think he's back in Japan now. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure he's back in Japan now. I love listening to different accents. It's cool for me to learn some less common American and British Oceanic accents, and also listening to European Portuguese. Dude, that's it. It sounds like you have your thing. So in my opinion, I wouldn't promote writing. It sounds like you have a really great knack. To me, it sounds like you have a great knack for listening. So it does kind of check out why writing might not be so fantastic, and that you tried writing and it didn't really resonate with you. It really sounds like you mentioned music, right? And sounds. However, if you're looking at this, that might be another gateway to wanting to look at writing again. I don't know. If you were to pronounce Brazil, the Brazilians use Z sound for the S. Oh, I see. I pronounce Brazil because Spanish. so I actually do it for the opposite. But yeah, Brazil is I didn't know that they pronounce the Z or not. I say Brazil is because Spanish. I don't know. Yeah, and like Argentina and Chile, right? Argentina and Chile, Uruguay, right? Uruguay, those things. I've already adopted it into my lexicon, so I don't usually say like Mexico. I don't say Mexico very often. I say Mexico. We have this thing in Portuguese called a weak S when it becomes a Z sound. Oh, okay. Well, I might be the only person who calls it the weak S. Not sure what the term. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I'm no stranger to throwing stuff around. You know, it's kind of like virus. I like using language, and learning and using language, it's, in my opinion, your insecurity to output at any time with any opportunity is going to, you have to circumvent that at some point, regardless of when it happens, when you click. If insecurity is blocking you, I think it's truly the insecurity that causes the block, right? How much is enough before you reach critical mass? The lower your insecurity is, the lower that, it will lower the critical mass in which you start throwing it out. I think virus was doing something that I haven't witnessed in a very long time. Like the ability to be so affirmative. Like virus is already substituting and using hybrid language, right? Hybrid language isn't just for language learning. It's for science, it's for psychology. Like the discipline you're using, if you are using that discipline, it will become second nature far more gradually and like smoothly than suddenly expecting to click, reliably click, like harshly click. The stuff that virus is using, the approach that I'm using specifically for myself, you won't even know. Like in my opinion, sometimes you just transition. It's like, yeah, I don't remember the last time I worried about this. Like for drawing, I didn't remember when drawing became something so secondary to me. I did it, I used it, and one day it just smoothly transitioned into it. Like there's no, I woke up fluent and I'm shocked anymore. Most of the skills I have are really gradual because I begin to use them from day one. And that's kind of what Duolingo is trying to do, but the mindset is not really on point with most people's mindset. Video games do that. Most of the time when you're playing a video game and you're learning new mechanics, it's like, yeah, sometimes it can feel clicky, as in you were struggling hard and it suddenly clicks. That means there was a big gap between how you were applying the thing versus when you reached it, right? But the beautiful games are the ones you keep playing, roguelike games, by the way, like Hades. You keep playing, and then one day you're like, all right, I'm going to start over. I'm going to start over from the beginning. We're going to put it at the hardest difficulty, right? Suddenly, and then you're playing, it's like, wait, was the game really always this easy? And you're just cruising on through. That, in my opinion, is what I'm talking about when it comes to bridging learning. You won't even realize your proficiency going up because it's so smooth. You put in the hours, you just smoothly transition into it. And to me, that's how I got past 3 years of Spanish. That's how I love what I did for a job, right? That's why I fell in love with science. I was practically married to the job. I didn't even realize it. There are some dangers, obviously. I burned out. That's kind of one of the natural tendencies. When you stop getting negative feedback from doing something, you stop pausing and you burn out, basically. You burn out really fast when you didn't realize, like, oh yeah, you're pushing yourself too hard. No, you just keep pushing. Like when you're in a flow state, that tap keeps going. it just keeps going, and you could run yourself dry. So there are pros and cons, obviously, to all of this stuff. Yeah, it is a curious phenomenon to almost not realize you're getting better most days, which can sometimes be discouraging. Indeed, the diminished return kicks in really hard. And to me, I would encourage anyone to write something, create something. When you output something, save it. Output something. It doesn't matter if it's not your ideal, it's not perfect. When you create something and you output something and you save it, that is permanence. So if you're more of a permanent, literal person, record something. Say something to yourself. Write in a journal or something. That, in my opinion, helps actualize when you become discouraged. Because time is still time. So when you do something, that time is being used for something. So while you can forget what you have done, creating something and outputting something is at least for as long as you live, right? It's maintained for as long as you live. So it's a building monument to all the things you have. So I know that you mentioned that writing didn't stick with you and now you can't do it. However, if you have recorded yourself and you've written stuff and created stuff, that stuff don't leave you. That experience and life, while you might have forgotten about it, has already happened. You've done that before. So it's one of those things, like, even then, something forgotten still has a value, right? At least that's how I like to encourage people who are discouraged by saying the key phrase, the trigger phrases, how much time they're wasting. Yes, all of us feel the pressure of mortality in our limited lifespans. We're all human, right? We're organic living creatures. However, it doesn't have to be as rough as you might think. Output something, put it away. Use my output. What are my outputs? I invest in people. I've already said this earlier today, but I invest in people. That is my output. There's nothing that goes beyond investing people. However, when I'm alone and I can't invest in people because I'm too tired and stuff, I write things down, or I do something that will have some permanence, some things that even if I forgot, I will know. So like my Steam profiles, right? My Steam profile, I don't know, my Discord library journal. Like, I record a lot of random things everywhere. It's hard. And then people can be imprinted by the ideas that I have, right? And that's cool. It doesn't serve anybody else value but myself and that person. So that's fine by me. It reminds me and keeps encouraging me. So what is the totem of motivation, as said by someone else earlier today? I kind of like it. What's the totem of motivation? You feed energy into this by finding time to once in a while output something so that you don't forget. What's an output? Recall, reminisce. You can reminisce. You know, you can go outside, buy a paint bucket, and go ham on a canvas. It doesn't matter what it is. It's something you're outputting, right? So that's kind of, if you're in that situation, in my opinion. This is not for, what I'm saying is not for people who are incredibly healthy, who have no more time to think about themselves. I'm talking about those people who become discouraged, have too much time to think about themselves, but they are unable to enable themselves. They constantly have negative core ideas that constantly feel like, yeah, I'm not using my time wisely. How do I use my time wisely? Real talk, just as a little bit of a hot take. You can make any time valuable, irregardless of what you're literally doing, as long as you are able to imbue meaning on it. That's the whole idea of what's the meaning of life, right? It's meaning. What is it? What is your meaning? Right? And for me, Duolingo is not about learning Japanese. It's about how many opportunities I get to demonstrate that something so imperfect, something so astronomically divisive, can be incredibly valuable and meaningful in a language learning journey. At least that's my little whole spiel, my little like mantra right now. Your language learning journey, I'm not saying it has to look like this. It can look like anything. Sometimes you might want it to look like something because it has to, like you need that, and that's perfectly fine. Find your level of affirmation that you require in order to continue to stay motivated. My motivation requirements are like non-existent. Like I can motivate myself to stand in one place for until I fall down. Like that's my take on it, right? If you want to think about wasting time, I'll sit here and talk and just share a space with you for several hours if it makes you feel better. That's a time well spent, in my opinion. So know how you value your time and try to do something about it, right? When you first learn English, I wrote a lot of diary stuff, and it was really funny looking at a longer, as it get fatter. Yeah, I had completely forgot that at some point I could not do English after. Oh yeah, after. Yeah. You gotta do it again. Keep it up, folks. Do something. Do something to remind yourself. This is what Duolingo does well, by the way. Because Duolingo reminds you of your streaks. It reminds you of how far you are in the lesson. It reminds you of how many days you've done something. So even the most inconsequential things, there's pros and cons, obviously, right? Double edge. The catharsis, the encouragement that comes from keeping your streak up can end up being purely cosmetic. But think about how powerful that is when you couple it with the urge and motivation to constantly stay active, right? It's just a feeling of like, darn, this grammar and vocabulary is completely wrong. I completely forgot I even wrote like this, but now that I see it again, it makes sense. Fair enough. Okay. I gotta get. What? 常常吃。你呢？你呢？ Okay. I'm taking it chill today. So yesterday, the last couple of days I've been hitting Mandarin pretty hard. So today I'm gonna try to I'm skipping the routine that I've been doing the previous day where I try to do all of the characters. So today I'm only responsible for getting the Hanzi of this unit and then ironing out my pinyin for tomorrow. So not too bad. Lots of time to reminisce and talk about random things. Oops. Wrong ta. 常常去中文中国 sorry 中国超市 Oh. Yeah. Let's go practice right now. Let's do it.
超市
Okay.
超市
This is related to
超市
shi versus shi.
超市
like she, like 老师 versus 超市. It's really close. It has like one stroke difference,
超市
which is really interesting.
超市
超市
Like 老师 versus 超市. This Chinese is simplified. It's simplified.
饭馆
Not traditional. Can you only imagine how complicated the traditional is then?
饭馆
Yeah, this is simplified.
饭馆
And they largely focus on Puntunghua. Like the common.
饭馆
Yeah, this. Oh, you were thinking it's like it would look a lot more simplified than this. Yeah, this is simplified Chinese. So I don't even know what traditional traditional characters look like.
饭馆
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 Yeah, this is the non-Souls like
饭馆
version.
饭馆饭馆
饭馆
Oops. Stroke order.
饭馆饭馆
饭馆
Sushi. Shudan. Shudan. Shudian. I keep saying Fujianese. Dying is Fujianese. Shudian. Shudian.
书店
Shudian.
书店
I keep going closer to dying. Dying is store.
书店书店书店
书店
Okay.
书店
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna mess up the stroke order at some point.
书店
Okay. Oh, also, there are some radicals that appear in Japanese that are different stroke order from simplified Chinese. It's already happened once. Or, like, the stroke order is not what I think it is. And there is one situation where the character is the same. The radical is the same, but the stroke order is different.
去
I don't know if that's intentional or not, but I'm pretty sure it's the wrong. They're different stroke orders. 去
去
Okay.
去
But for the most part, they're the same.
去
Or similar.
去
Similar enough that I can't tell the difference.
去
Because I'm inexperienced.
去去
去
Yeah, one radical that looks weird to me because of Japanese is the one in the left of, which is traditional, is, oh, I see. Oh, okay. Ah, like this radical, these radicals here. Okay. Like this thing. This? Yeah, I see it. So it's substituting for something for this one. Oh, I can kind of see it though. I see.
超市
超市
超
超市
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 Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry.
超市
超市
Okay.
超市
This is where I did the last
超市
like 6-7 days straight. I love doing this, but it's also very exhausting. It's a very positive stress, I would say, moment. However, it's still really exhausting. And it's something I don't do with Japanese, so it's completely different. So I'm learning, I'm emphasizing learning in two different ways, so that
超市
whatever I'm doing in Japanese feels remarkably different from how I'm learning this way. So it feels kind of refreshing. Whoops. It feels like I'm playing,
超市
I'm doing something different the entire time. Keep it fresh. Sorry. It's very hard for me to talk and focus on this. 吃饭 吃饭
吃饭
吃饭
Okay.
吃饭
吃饭吃饭
吃饭
How's this for
吃
squiggly?
饭
吃饭
吃饭
Now that's a stroke right there. Sorry, kids.
书店
书店
书
店
Okay.
书店
书店
书店书店书店
书店
书店
书店书店
Okay.
书店超市
超市
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 超市超市超市
超市超市超市
Oops.
超市
书店
书店书店
数学
书店
书
书店
书
书店书店
书店书店书店
That's a little short.
书店
饭馆
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 Oh, I think this part is simplified too. So I think this is a simplified radical as well, Nar. So this down here, this is a simplified one. So instead of doing like I don't know, this radical, they have this, in my opinion. I think this is a simplified one too, as opposed to doing it this way. So you'll probably see it in like the reason why I'm saying that is if you look at Gohan, you have this, but Fun is this, and it's way like it's a lot easier, in my opinion. And this element, like this little line element that happens in this one, this radical occurs a lot more frequently than other things. So I have a feeling this type of element is something that's commonly simplified.
饭馆饭馆
饭馆
It's actually pretty nice. Like what I mean is when you see it, you're like, yeah, we know how to write this one.
饭馆饭馆
饭馆饭馆饭馆
I'm taking a guess. Obviously, I have no
饭
idea
馆
if it's accurate or not. Just feels that way. Okay.
超市
超市超市
超市超市
超市超市超市
超市
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 超市超市
Oh, roll quarter.
吃饭
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 吃饭吃饭
吃饭吃饭
Oops.
吃饭
Okay.
去
去
去
去
去
去
去
去
去
超市
Oops.
超市
超市
超市超市超市
超市超市超市
超市
I'm not sure if Nar is here at the moment. I don't think so, XD. I don't think Nar is here at the moment, but I don't think so.
书店书店
书店书店
书店
书店
书店书店
店
书店
店
书店
店
书店
店
书店
Oh. Is this for store? Oh, it's mise? Oh, this is mise, huh? Nice. That works out. That actually checks out. Mise? Very nice.
书店
Unfortunately, book doesn't check out. Shu Dan. Unfortunately, Shu doesn't check out. But Dan, nice.
书店
书店
That is quite a fine,
书
actually.
店
书店
I haven't come across mise yet.
书店
I'm sure
书店
it's in there somewhere.
书店书店
There'll be a
书店
way to spoil 1,000-year-old language XD for me. Thanks. Now I don't get the satisfaction of knowing when it happened. I'm just kidding. XD. Actually quite helpful. Mise. It's my catchphrase. You guys heckin' spoiling. Maybe with the onyomi, because it's 10. Oh, okay. I see. I don't know enough to be able to comment on that. Okay, personalized practice. Is this our first personalized practice? Oh, no, it's not. No.
老婆爸爸
老婆
老婆
爸
爸爸
Okay.
老师
律师
律师
Sorry, it took me a while to like get it.
你
like I was the sound. I knew what I was going for, but like I really need to prime myself for that one. And I think someone else mentioned. Is it this one? Was it UXD? The yu is something I need to prime myself for still. 意大利人。音乐。
加拿大人和中国人。
加拿大人。加拿大。加拿大。加拿大人。
加拿大人。
英国
人。
哦，
和加拿大人和中国人。
哦，和中
国
人。OK，
这是我的爸爸。
这是我的爸爸。这是 ，Where is it？ 这是我的爸爸。
他是你的儿子，对不对？
他是你的儿子，对不对？
他
Did they add the other ta just to be mean? Oh no, they didn't. 他是你的儿子，对不对？
对，不对
Because you could accidentally say she here.
他是你的儿子，对不对
As opposed to he, because son.
他是加拿大人。
他是加拿大人。
加拿大人。汉堡包和茶。
汉堡包和茶。
爸爸，老婆。老婆。
他是我的儿子。
他是我的儿子。他是。Wait, is the other ta here? Ooh, there it is. There's the other ta. 他是我的儿子。
他是美国人。
Sorry, I had to sneeze. Okay.
他是
美国
人。他是美国人。
加拿大人，英国人。
加拿大人，英国人。Okay.
加拿大人，英国人。汉堡包和冰茶。汉堡包和
冰茶。
他是意大利人。
他
是意大利人。
我的儿子。
我的儿子。
数学课、音乐课。
数学课、音乐课。数学课。
音乐课。
对。
我的老公也是律师。
我的老公也。Did you say 律师 or 老师？
我的老公也是律师。
对。
我的老公也是律师。
很
高兴认识你。
唱歌。
对，我喜欢跑步。
对，
我喜欢跑步。 我的老公是英国人。我
I force my ears to hear, but the onyomi actually sounds like the Chinese pronunciation like 大人 or 大人 for 大 is tai or die, and for the 人 Jin. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Or Nin. Yep. Jin or Nin. Yep. Yeah. Da. I'm surprised you didn't went with oh, I guess Dai. I'm surprised you didn't went with Ooki. That is a stretch to go for oh. Imagine calling Osaka Daisaka. A Daisaka. Just randomly say, oh hey, Dasaka. Dasaka. Wow, it's really weird mixing tonal with non-tonal with pitch. So like Osaka, right? Osaka. But dai is, it feels more like 2 mota. It's like 1.5 mota, and it changes in the word. So like when you're combining them, like Dasaka, it sound, you can clearly tell it's coming from two different systems. Like instead of saying like right, ocha, right, cha, ocha, cha, right, cha versus ocha or cha. That one stays this. That one you don't have to worry about, right? Cha and cha. As one of those words that the kanji have a different pronunciation of. Yeah, it's oto no otona. Okay, otana. Another example is ashita. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got it. Mm-hmm.
我的老公是英国人。
And also, I don't know if you already noticed this. My parents do it all the time, but when it comes to borrowed words, oh, it's Thai? Oh, interesting. I don't know if you already noticed this, but when it comes to borrow words, instead of having like a separate writing system, right? A separate writing system, like katakana, you have to suspend your disbelief on what this actually means, right? So this is a Janadarin, but it's because it sounds like Canada. Usually, that's like idari. If you try to break apart and try to make meaning out of it, it's not. It's more like katakana, where they're using it so that it sounds like the thing they're going for, but the characters then will throw you for a loop if you try to make connections with it. Idari. The only reason da is in there is because it sounds like it, not because it has anything to do with big. If you know what I mean. Like this too.
加拿大人。
Well, technically, if you make a stretch, Canada's pretty big. I guess.
我的老公是英国人。
我的老公是英国人。
英国人。
英国人。
我的老公是英国人。中文课、数学课。
just to relate to the whole die, right? Which is funny because there's also like daigakse, and daigakse is 大学生, 大学生 for Mandarin. So you still have the da in the front. And then 学, right? You still have this too. And then you also have this technically. Right? This is 大学生 for a college student. And you still have daigakse, right? Like a orthographic mistake in English, like writing zebra as zebra. That's kind of funny. Cafe are also purely phonetic characters. Oh, that's a good point, Bunny. Yeah, cafe. That's right. Cafe. Trying not to. However, this is a good example of like Japanese and Chinese connection, in my opinion, early on in Duolingo. Yeah, this is a good one. Daigakse versus 大学生. You can kind of also hear some coincidental things in it too. Yeah.
中文课、数学课。
Oh, and hello, Bunny. Hello.
中文课、数学课。
中文课。
中文。
中文课。
课。
数学课。
数学课。
数学课。I there's something about breaking up. I'm even more enthusiastic than I've ever been. There's something really electric about learning two languages at once. It's not for everyone, but man, you get like a second win. Like in Japanese, like, yeah, you know, I've been doing it for a while and I've ironed out some of the stuff. And then suddenly you're like, switch to Mandarin. It's like, second win time. Here comes the second win.
美国菜.
It's like playing a game for like 5 hours and then suddenly, I'm really tired. I should really go to bed. Then you just start up a different game. It's like, nah. All right. We're gonna go for another 5 hours. And you just reset.
美国菜.
美国菜.
美国菜. 美国菜，日本菜。
Okay.
美国菜。
日本菜。
日本菜。
嗨，很高兴认识你。
In 3 months, you'll be learning Korean. It's going to be Spanish. I hope it's not 3 months. I'm going to give myself a little bit more time. But Spanish is it's going to be the next language. So, yeah, we're going to learn a third language. The nice thing about it is I'm staggering based on how much I know. So I went from the language that I'm interested in, that I know the least amount, to the language that I know the most amount. So because like we already started messing around with Spanish and stuff, so Spanish is the third language. And it's going to be the one that it's going to be the most developed course though. So that's different as well. So it's going to take, basically I'm not overwhelming myself. So I deliberately went from something that will require a lot of investment in the sense of thing. Am I B1 in Spanish? No, probably not. I wouldn't be that excited about B1. Don't ask me about those things. Because if I had to tell you, I would just pick the lowest grade possible. I'm more of a person who don't promise things. Okay, what is B1? Let me see. B1. Spanish. What is even B1? You can understand instructions and give direct instructions. No, I'm not B1. No, not even close. Okay. All right, maybe. I'm looking at the thing now. That doesn't mean I remember anything at the moment. It'll come back to me if I start reviewing stuff. Like if you give me maybe like a month, or like I mean like a month of casual reviewing, because there's a lot of material to get to B1. Most of it will be very familiar though. So it's not like I'm starting from scratch. Like, oh, this feels wrong. Like this, I don't know what this is. It's like, no, when I read something, it's going to either feel wrong or right, or all the way up to possibly B1. Possibly up to B1. Yeah. Possibly. Which is fun, isn't it? That means we're going to start learning. It's kind of a backwards way of doing things, but I tend to go harder and then start weaving in lighter things. I need to know how much I can handle and then dial it back. I'm more of a dialing it back kind of guy when it comes to like the forward effort push. If I don't go hard enough, then I don't keep consistent. As in like, I become too complacent very quickly. Will Korean be the fourth language? Unfortunately, there won't be a fourth language for a while. Cantonese is probably the fourth language. Which has a, you know, it goes without saying that. Just the only reason Cantonese is being mentioned here is that I didn't know that Duolingo had something for Cantonese. So it naturally also goes from Mandarin to Cantonese. And it fits my schedule on using my target language to learn another language. So Japanese, the next thing I'm going to do after Spanish is I'm going to use Japanese to learn English. Because I want to know what English people are learning. And it might help me review my English. So then I'm going to be using Japanese to actively relearn English, or like to review English. And to me, that's very valuable. Because then I'll be using the language, the act of my target language, in order to discover another thing. And then Chinese would naturally fall into Cantonese territory. Yeah, that's like 2 years. Let's put things into perspective. That's not for another 2 years. So, patience.
嗨，很高兴认识你。
Yeah, the Japanese to English course. Yep. I wanna know what it's like. And I want to use my time to learn what it's like with my target language. Just like I'm going to play video games in Japanese, right? Video games in Chinese. I want to use the target language in what I'm doing. My goal is not speaking to natives, in my opinion. Like for me, like my goal isn't to live in Japan and speak to natives and love that. My goal is to use that target language in all my activities that I currently do. So my current activity is teaching. So if it involves teaching English, I need to remember what people actually think of learning English. Like I don't actually know anymore. And then it leverages what I spent a lot of time doing. And then when I play video games, it's still leveraging what I'm doing so that I keep constantly practicing. Things do not become second nature without practice, without being part of your life. So naturally, using Japanese, the furthest thing away from English, to see what the English course is like, would be an interesting experiment. It'll allow me to practice Japanese in a quote-unquote practical manner, while at the same time integrate a lot of things that I'm curious about and answers even more questions. I have thought about using like maybe Spanish, because that would be a bridge that happens a lot. But yeah, I will need to study Spanish as well to help you. That's what I'm talking about. XD, that's what I'm talking about. Nar is a Portuguese speaker, right? I mean, Nar, you know, like we could convince Nar to embrace some Spanish again. I think this is what it's about here. It's about finding incentives to encourage other people to do things, right? And then integrate it into your life. Because I genuinely believe that learning becomes effortless, eventually become effortless, if you're constantly in a state of being creative. Creative on how you get yourself to do something. So when I'm running, I'm in Japanese thinking mode. I don't know. And then when I'm like watching movies right now, I'm in Chinese thinking mode. And I'm, you know, I'm actually actively speaking to my parents even more often now, because it's an opportunity to ask about Chinese. In my opinion, whenever someone says, oh, I'm learning this because my dad or my parents also know this, my first question to you is, are your parents talking to you? Like, are you talking with your parents? Like, get yourself to do more, right? Like, quote unquote, kill more birds with one stone. Like, hit more birds with one stone. And that, to me, is called efficiency building, in my opinion, in life, right? Yes, using Duolingo makes me less efficient at Japanese, but I wouldn't be having these discussions without Duolingo. So there are lots of trade-offs, but it's often a maximizing win-win for me. Is Duolingo slow? Yes, it is for most people. Is it slow for me? It kind of still is slow for me. What does that allow me to do? Well, it allows me to digress and talk about other things and spend a random 2-hour session speaking random Spanish to someone who is like very enthusiastic about Spanish. If this was super hard and I'm drilling super hard, I wouldn't have been able to talk to Bunny and Lotus and Indy and everyone else, right? How? That's not my goal. My goal is to do a lot of everything. So all my time and stuff is very meaningful. All the things I learn in Japanese is all the extra things I learn is attached to people now. Like Aru and Iru, that first lesson, that's Indy. I still remember this too. Shinkansen. Shinkansen are the characters for main truck line, and I still have not received the kanji in Duolingo for Shinkansen. So, and then Jiao, I still remember Jiao, Jimmy Jiao for Kudai and Kudai and Kudai, or Kudai versus Kudai, right? So Dracula store, that doesn't help, but Dracula store from Sub-Zero. Tekken Dracula store. XD. Tekken Dracula store. Do you know what I'm referring to when I'm saying Dracula store?
嗨，很高兴认识你。
Duraku store. Duraku store. Dracula store. Yeah. Drugstore. Yeah, drugstore. Yeah, drugstore. He said it one day and I can't unhear that forever.
嗨，很高兴认识你。
It sucks, but you know.
嗨，
It's very hard to remember. Forget drugstore.
嗨，很高兴认识你。很
高兴，
高兴认识你。嗨，很高兴认识你。
跑步
Oh, and Zhao pointed out something yesterday. Dozo. I practiced that a little bit. Dozo. Dozo yoroshiku. Because I found out what a fricative is. And I understand what a fricative is now. But dozo. Dozo yoroshiku. The reason why I keep using a fricative, like jo, this fricative, jo, is because of my accent in Chinese. I have a Chinese accent where when I see a Z, it's like jo, as opposed to zo. So I was saying dojo instead of dozo. Dojo. Not dojo. So no dojo, but dojo. Dojo. Or the other way around, sorry. The other way around. Dojo. So dozo. Dozo yoroshiku. Right? Gotta remember that too. I remember a long conversation about my my versus my as. I don't think that person's around anymore. I'm not sure. But my oh, that's Blue Jelly actually. I think Blue Jelly talked about my and my as. Saying I will go to the drugstore is not the same as I will get drugs. Okay. Wait, why are you What's that random thought about?
跑步
Wait.
我不喜欢唱歌，你呢？我
不喜欢不喜欢 What the heck is Oh
喜欢
唱歌你呢 Are you asking?
你呢？我不喜欢唱歌，你呢？
Okay.
真的吗？我也是律师。
真的吗？我也是律师。真的吗？ Where are you? 真的吗？
真的
吗？真的吗？我也是律师。No, 律师。Yeah, 律师。
真的吗？
Okay. 真的
吗？
我不喜欢跑步，你呢？
我不喜欢
喜欢
跑步。
你呢？
And you?
你不喜欢音乐课，对不对？
你 Okay.
你不喜欢音乐课，对不对？
你不喜欢喜欢
你不喜欢音乐课，对不对？
音乐课对不对？
对不对？
Oh, I remember. This is a different phrase. It's yeah. Instead of say,对不对？对吗？Yeah. 对吗 is what I'm more used to hearing. And I don't know if that's right or not. But 对吗 as opposed to 对不对对吗 or and like right. I wonder if they will share different things. Okay. Oh, we are so behind. All right.
你不喜欢去书店，对不对？
你不喜欢去书店，对不对？ You don't like going to the bookstore, right? 他常常吃韩国yeah 韩国菜 oh I used wrong tone.
我也喜欢去饭馆。
我也喜欢去饭馆 I also like to I like going to the restaurant. Where is 他
他常常
吃米饭。你呢？
他喜欢去超市，对不对？
他喜欢去超市，对不对？Oops. Oh yeah. 超市。我也。Where is it? Oh. 我也喜欢去饭馆。
他喜欢韩国菜。
Okay.
他喜欢吃韩国菜。他喜欢韩国菜。
他喜欢韩国菜。
日本超市。
我喜欢去书店。
我喜欢去书店。Okay.
他看韩文书。
He reads 韩文书。Okay.
我常常看
韩文书。Where are you? Wait. Oh.
韩文书。
When they break it up like that.
我不常去中文书店。
我不常去中文书店。I infrequently do Chinese bookstore to the Chinese bookstore. Okay, 日本令习 认识认识
日本
日本认识认识认识零食零食
零食
零食 I know it's tone too, but man, you just don't
零食
零食
亚洲超市，中国超市。
亚洲亚洲超市中文超市亚洲中文超市 Dang it. Heckin' articles. Ling Shu. Ling Shu. Shu. Ling. Ling Shu. Ling Shu. Okay.
我
买中国中国零食零食零食
零食
零食
他不常买书。
他
不常买书。
OK
他
不常买书
买书。
对，
他也喜欢亚洲超市。他他也喜欢亚洲超市。
他
也
喜欢亚洲
超市。他也喜欢亚洲超市。
OK, that's fine.
我常常去超市。
我常常去超市。
我常常
去超市。Okay, now we have the trophy. And I'm behind. So we're gonna definitely try to at least work on Hanzi a little bit. Anwen.
韩文
饭馆超市
我喜欢去饭馆。
我喜欢去饭馆。老公书 that hurt my soul. Oh my gosh. Let me hear again.
书
I'm saying she because that's she. I keep. Oh my gosh.
书
OK 书
音乐
他
老婆
你不常去中文书店，对不对？
你不常去中文书店，对不对You write? No, I'm just kidding. you go to you infrequently go to the Chinese bookstore, right? Oh. How did I picked... Dude, I tapped on right. Don't you at me, Duolingo. I probably tapped read. Because it started with an R.
老公
儿子
零食 no 零食 Oh, thank goodness. 音乐 Oh yeah. Okay.
女儿
他常常买书。
他常常买书 Okay. Okay. 我喜欢亚洲超市
亚洲
超市
Okay.
他常常吃零食。
That's not really 超市
他常常吃零食。
他
常常
吃零食。
他常常吃零食。
吃零食。
他
常
爸爸常常
吃韩国菜。
我也喜欢去书店。我也喜欢去书店。
我也喜欢
去。我也喜欢去书店。
书店。女儿 is daughter would are change the meaning? That's a good question. 儿女 I don't know. 儿女 I don't actually know what 女 is. That's a good question. I don't know why they switched places too. So, right, because arts this is son. And then 女儿 this is daughter. And this is a feminine marker. A lot of times. It's a feminine radical a lot of times. So that's a good question. Because the R you might be associating with an offspring. Right? An offspring. Or a child. A child. Like someone's child. So I don't actually know why they swapped the order. Although a lot of times 女 like this radical is often on the left side or on the bottom. When it comes to like when it deals with these kind of things. Like for example, This is la po for wife. So this is the po part. And lao is both common to husband and wife. So 老公老婆, and you can still see it here. It's this thing down here. And then when you look at the left side of this is how you tell if it's she versus he. He is the same, only the left radical has been substituted. So I don't know why they swapped the order here. You could go 自儿 or son instead. It's kind of funny. So, if you add a lid to a woman, it becomes cheap. The lid. Oh no. True. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, the lid. Oh no. Yeah, Yasui. Oh no. Yeah, let's keep a lid on that one. All right. Let's call it a hat. If we place a hat on the, cheap. I don't actually know what that's. I don't know if that reads anything in Mandarin yet. I haven't encountered something that read for Yasui yet. Yasui. Okay.
他
常常看 I keep messing up it's han so han so han yeah han 文书 oh my god, I keep thinking it's Korean books as in like Korean people's books, not Korean language books. 韩文书 that's fine.
美国超市
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 你不常去中文书店，对不对？
你不常去中文书店啊，中文书店对不对？ You infrequently go to the Chinese bookstore, right? Okay. Oh, we passed midnight. All right, so we really need to squeeze in this. I was supposed to practice these things today. So all right. Okay. This is where I focus very, very strongly on the pinyin that's on top of the hanzi, and I'm like really trying to listen to the variances and see if I can pick one out I can focus on. I can be a little bit more consistent. Okay.
吃饭
吃饭
Okay.
吃饭
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 吃
饭
吃饭
吃
饭
吃饭
吃饭
Yes. Yeah, Tabe and Maru. Yes. There is. The eating stuff. Yeah. Okay.
超市，
超市，超市，超市，
超市，
超市，对，超市，
超市，
这是超超
超市，
超超
超市，
超
超市，超市，超市，
超市，
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 超市，超市，
超市。
超市。
How was my weekend? Wait, it's the weekend? Wait, is the weekend over? Or is today? Today's Sunday, isn't it? Or now it's Monday for me. Wait, is tomorrow Monday? Oh no, I have never winter tomorrow. I mean, later today. The left radical would be a simplified radical? Possibly. Possibly.
上医生，
My weekend was pretty good, pretty excellent. Today we
饭馆，
talked a lot, so I'm so behind. How are you? How was your weekend, Lotus? 饭馆，饭馆，
饭馆，
饭馆. Tone 2 over the tone 3. 3 over the A. 饭馆，
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 饭馆。
饭馆，
What have you been up to?
饭馆，
You went to Disneyland. Fun but tiring? Okay. Alright, where was my invitation? Disneyland?
饭馆，
Wow. You see this kid here? You see Lotus? Just busy flexing. Flexing like, yeah, you know, I casually went to Disneyland. No
饭
biggie.
馆，
No. Second.
饭馆，
You'll invite me next time? Oh. Bet.
饭馆，
Wait, that means going to SoCal. Actually, I have been to SoCal in a different way. I thought San Diego was lovely. I don't actually know where Disneyland is actually.
饭馆，
In there.
饭馆，
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 馆，饭馆. Disney is between LA and San Diego. Okay. Where's San Francisco in all of it? Is San Francisco really far north? Like, what I mean is relatively above that. Did I go to the zoo in San Diego? I heard it's cool. I didn't get a chance. I had friends. One of my best friends lived there before. And they took me around. Like, around the San Diego thing. Like, it was really wonderful. It was kind of surreal, really. I was in a really bad place mentally during that time, and one of my best friends, who now are back together over on the East Coast, the best friends I have, said like, yeah, sure, why not, just come and visit. So I spent a weekend in San Diego where they originally reside. It was like a pretty tough time at the time because I needed to get out because I realized that I was having problems with a lack of a social life. So that was the time. So it might have been extra special. Like San Diego felt unreal. Like when I was there, I couldn't think about work. Right? I couldn't think about work. And that was pretty fantastic. Oh, they took me to the university. Was it UCSF? Yeah, they took me to UCSF. That's where they one of my friends were. We went around campus, and it was nice to like visit a different campus and whatnot, and mess around. So it was pretty nice. Pretty cool. We did some shenanigans. Oh, fun little side story. That's where I learned what a what is it called? Hang on. Let me try to find this. It's a what is it called? We drank a little bit. What is this? What is the shot where you chase it down with a pickle juice called? It was the first time I tried that, and it works. I kid you not, it really works. It's something. So you're supposed to like, you pick your like, shot. Yeah, pickle juice. Yeah, it's whiskey. Like you take whatever you want, like whiskey or something, like a shot of whiskey or something, and you chase it with pickle juice. Pickles were really nice too. We ate the pickles first. Obviously, we bought a jar of pickles and ate the pickles. Dude, holy heck. It's so dangerous. Like, it neutralizes everything. Like, and I didn't mind pickle. Like, it kind of just balanced and tastes like not really anything. So, that was... Oh, pickleback. Let's call it pickleback. Yeah, that's the first time out of just sheer experiments my friend introduced me to. Like, it was a good time because I needed to get my mind off. Yeah. I needed to get my mind off of the craziness that was happening. You know, it's good to have great friends. Yeah, they kind of know when it can become pretty obvious to your close friends when something is amiss. But yeah, pickleback. You get to enjoy some pickles too. I don't know if pickles for everyone, but it was surprising. You know, you take a whiskey shot and you're like, oh, it's burning, and then suddenly you just chase it. Like there's nothing happens. It's almost like though you didn't consume anything. That's very dangerous. There's that. that's one of my stories.
超市
So it's San Francisco, 6 hours drive north of LA. Okay, so it's actually quite far north. Okay. San Diego. We didn't get a chance to go to the zoo. That's okay. So it's between LA and San Diego. I see. Got some fantastic tacos. Ooh. Tacos. Those some fantastic tacos. Was that one of the iconic spots? Hey, what am I doing? Okay. 超市. Okay.
超市
超市.
超市
Okay. 超市.
超市
I gotta make sure I don't mix this up with the
超
other
市
one.
超市超市
超市超市
超市
So what does your week look like now? Yeah, there's so many different like Tex-Mexing. Like what I mean is like American, like the fusion is great. The fusion is fantastic. Mexican and American, the fusion is freaking fantastic. Got some burrito. It's like hard to know. You're gonna play a lot of Magic the Gathering this week since there's a new set out? Dude. What is up with you and Shady? I swear. Like you guys in actual card games. I haven't touched MTG in a long time. Holy heck. Wow. Oh, you actually play MTG? Dang. 한국.
한국.
Oh, 한국. I don't feel that's right.
한국.
Not with this. 한국. I guess.
한국.
Yeah, I guess.
한국.
Ooh, hey, this is a familiar radical. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, yeah. So we do have to keep in mind, there's a chance this is simplified. So we don't know. We don't know if this is simplified because it kind of looks like the one that the Japanese have is traditional, right? This is the Japanese one is probably traditional. This is simplified, and then this might be just a stylistic. Oh no, it looks the same. Yeah. So yeah, this is probably simplified. It looks simplified.
한국.
XD and I are trying to guess which one's simplified and which one's not.
한국.
And I think Japanese, for the most part, they take the traditional character, right? At least all the ones that you guys have shared before, they happen to be the traditional characters. So I don't know if I'm ever gonna see them in their entirety. So it's kind of hard to know which one it relates to unless it's the yeah, it'd be that XD. That is the correct one. Yep. That is what Lotus
韩国
on Twitch Lotus showed. Yeah, Japanese is 100% traditional. So it's kind of fun to figure out what are the simplified shapes. That's kind of what fun at this point. If it's attached to like a specific meaning that overlaps.
한국.
한국. 한국.
한국.
Someone made a comment about that already. So if you're like already really advanced in your Japanese, they some, you know, there was comments about like you might as well learn traditional because there's a lot you can leverage with your Japanese, being that it's traditional. You would have to learn a whole set of separate simplified ones. If that doesn't align with your goal, a lot of times having traditional is still gonna, be awesome and likely more applicable than simplified at the moment. So it's up to you if you want to spend time learning a whole host of simplified radicals. I wonder if you put hun to a Japanese person can be able to read it. Oh, that simplified thing like this? Lotus, did you know what this meant before you saw Korean? Or like, if you would have guessed, would you be able to tell? I'm actually kind of curious.
韩国
Oops. Oh yeah, it's pretty obvious it's the same to you. Oh, there you go. XD. It didn't even take a Japanese person. I mean, I'm not trying to second class Lotus, but Lotus noticed. XD. And lotus is a oh yeah, if it's especially next to guo. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can context it with guo. Yeah. Anguo. And even better, it's also next to ren, which ren is the same. So there are a few exceptions, right? Ren is too simplified already. So you still have Japanese still, like, if the traditional stays, one of the few examples where the traditional and the simplified stays the same. Like if Han, right? But if Han was next to this, you probably could guess that as well, right? I wonder where else this is gonna show up. Chang Chang. Chang Chang.
Chang Chang.
Chang Chang. What does this look like?
Chang Chang.
Chang Chang. Oops. What is that stroke order? Oh my gosh, that stroke order.
Chang Chang.
Really? Okay. Alright.
Chang Chang. Chang Chang.
Fine.
长长
Fine.
长长
长长
Oh my gosh.
长长
Well, at least I recognize the rest of
长
them.
长
Oh.
长长
There's several places that I would mess up the stroke order.
长长
Oh, I just did. Okay.
长长
I knew that was gonna happen. Like,
Chang
dang
Chang.
it. The only simplified kanji that I know is okay, the one that looks suspiciously like the katakana for o from whatever that is. And they only simplified that because on the TV they couldn't read it. That's funny. What does it mean? That's hilarious. Although I do have to admit, like, it looks suspiciously like oh in katakana. Sai oh Jusai. Okay, Jusai. I see.
吃饭
吃饭 Yeah,
吃
this
饭
吃饭
this is the fun part is also, that's why I conclude that this has to be this is probably simplified as well, because Gohan has a traditional character.
吃饭
吃饭 吃饭
I'm not sure about
吃饭
it's still kind of hard for me to
吃饭
see where this is
吃饭
吃饭
or to eat.
吃饭
Okay, we need to at least expose ourselves to this.
韩国韩国
Okay.
韩国
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 韩韩
韩国
韩国
韩
韩国
韩国韩国
Okay.
韩国
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 Oops. A little off the side there.
长
Okay, Chang. I'm okay with Chang.
长长
长长
Oh no, not the character, but opinion right now.
长长
Whoops. Oh my gosh, please.
长长
Stroke order.
长长
长长长长长长
Oh.
长长
Oh.
长长
Oh.
长长
Oh my gosh. That lip is
长长
constantly no oh my gosh.
长长
Oh, that's interesting. This character is used in several Japanese words. Oh, interesting. What does that mean? It has he next to it. Is that a time of day or something? Like a day related thing? They really are completely different languages that just happen to share a writing system. Yeah, I know, right? This is 亚洲
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 Oh my goodness, what is this? Well, at least it goes from left to
亚洲
right and top to bottom.
亚洲亚洲
亚洲
Well, I feel like this is simplified. This has to be simplified, right? Oh, that's every day? Oh, every day / daily. Oh, okay. 一九 Interesting.
亚洲
日常 probably.
亚洲
亚洲
This has to be simplified, right?
亚洲
Like something here is majorly simplified, I feel.
亚洲
亚洲
Oh, this is not
亚
simplified?
洲
Are you serious?
亚洲
This feels like chicken scratches at this point. Oh my gosh, please.
亚洲
Yeah, it's going this way. Right. Okay. Okay. Kyushu uses a radical from it. Yeah, Kyushu. Oh, the state of Japan. Yeah, Kyushu. Oh, you know, I didn't even realize that Kyushu is 2 U's. I have been saying, yeah, it's kind of like Tokyo all over again, because I've been pronouncing it Kyushu, but it's probably this, right? I'm guessing that's how they were supposed to write it. Kyushu. And most people decide to not write the, like, this part. And so I've been saying Kyushu most of the time. So it's Kyushu. I see. And that's how you write Kyushu. Okay. Interesting.
亚洲
Oh, the left one is simplified. Well, there you go. You know what this reminds me of? Lotus? It's the door to your storage closet. You know? You know? Okay.
英国亚洲
亚洲
Oh no. The stroke order. Oh my
亚洲
goodness. Please.
亚洲
What's with this being, you know, does it matter? Like, why are these different lengths?
亚洲
Why? Someone explain to
亚
me.
洲、
亚洲，亚洲，亚洲。
There's gonna become a time where it's like that can't be like because someone sat on it.
亚洲
Like there's no way. Like there's no way if I wrote this to say like, right? If I did this. There's no way if I wrote this would be mistaken for something else, right? Come on. Like is this another thing? Like please. Like if this is another thing, I'm going to be that's absurd. I mean, we have seen crazier things, right? Like I don't know. Right? Ooh, I'm getting pretty good at this. Like we've seen crazier things, right? I'm sure, but even this is not like that, right? 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 Sorry. Let's get back. Oh my gosh, and it's just
亚洲
okay.
亚洲，
I swear, if you guys do find a Hanzi that looks like the symmetrical version, I'm gonna lose it.
韩国，
韩国。
韩国，
I still don't know how to write so and n. Oh, oh yeah. Oh yeah, the I don't know why my is so far out, but the beautiful and then the so. Oh, this is no. My bad. I wrote no. My bad. This is so. Yeah. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Isn't it fantastic? So that's what that reminds me of, really, though.
韩国 韩国
I'm like, come on.
韩国
Don't do this.
韩国，
韩国、
韩国，韩国，韩国，
韩国 韩国
韩国、
韩国，
Oh my gosh, I'm so far behind. Okay, this is... I keep not... Ning shi no ling shi ling shi ling shi ling shi ling shi no ling shi ling shi
零食，
It's the completely wrong thing. It should not. I was thinking XI. Yeah, I was thinking this. 零食. Good night, Lotus. Thanks. Good night, Lotus. Take care. Good luck. Good luck with your work week.
零食，
零食. Here's your tabemas. Here's your taberu or tabe. Oh, well, you know what? What's the XT? What's the kanji for okashi? Because this is snack. So, does okashi have this too? Probably, right?
零食，
零食。
零食，
Okay, alright.
零食，
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 It's fine.
零食，零食，
零食，
零食，
This one's gonna be a nightmare.
零食，
Nightmare.
零食，
Like for the spacing. Oh. Oh. Son of a... Oh my gosh. That one's gonna be a nightmare.
长，
长长，
Focus. Focus.
长长，
Oh.
长长，
长长，
Short quarter.
长长，长长，长长，
长长，
Oh my gosh.
Chang-chang.
Short quarter. Oops.
长长，
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 Okay. My.
买，
My.
买，
买，
Really?
买，
Really?
买，
Oh my gosh. Okay.
买，
买，
买，买，
Okay.
买，
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 Oh my gosh. I was a little overzealous.
买，
Ah, short quarter. Oh, that reminds me of she. Oh, is that what it is? Okay, so it's not even close. Okay.
亚洲，
Yeah, Joe.
亚洲，
I'm okay with yeah, Joe.
亚洲，
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 亚洲，亚洲，
Okay.
亚洲，
Yeah, Joe. Yeah, Joe.
亚洲，
Yeah, Joe.
亚洲，
That's a good one.
亚洲，
Yeah, Joe.
亚洲，亚洲，亚洲，
Oh gosh. Short quarter.
亚洲，
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 零食，零食，零食，零食，
零食，
Okay. Okay. 零食。
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 吃。
零食。
I keep drawing, I keep going straight to Densha. I keep going straight to Densha sometimes on the bottom radical.
零食。
So it's like a little bit of a monka.
零食。
That's the top part is the radical from Densha.
零食。零食。零食。
Okay. That's fine. Okay. 零食。
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 Look at this.
零食。
Look at this one. Crutch.
零食。
This is a crutch. Crutch.
零食。
零食。
Hot dog.
零食。零食。
Hot dog. Whoops.
零食。
零食。
零食。零食。
零食。
Good old reliable reliable kanji.
韩国。
Okay.
韩国。
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 Oops.
韩国。
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 Okay.
韩国。韩国。
韩国。
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 Okay. My.
买。
My.
买。
买。
Okay. Stroke order.
买。
Resist. Stroke order.
买。
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 I kind of like the flow of that one.
长。
Okay. Chang.
长长。
Okay.
长长。
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 长长。长长。长长。
长长。
长长。
Oh, my pen.
亚洲。
I think there's a bug. There's a ko for mouth, and it's not in the unit, and it looks like they just skipped it too. So they still need to correct some stuff, like rearrange some stuff.
亚洲。
亚洲。
From the last update, they synchronized quite a few things, but there's still
亚洲。
there's still characters missing. Like Pao Bu, I'm missing Bu in Pao Bu.
亚洲。亚洲。
So don't know when they're gonna add those
亚洲。
retroactively
亚洲。
and move other things.
亚洲。
It's pretty clear that things are still being
亚洲。
updated. So I like it. More things to look forward to. Yeah, like this is not in the
口
oh, even though it's kuchi, right? Kuchi, and it means mouth as well. Transferable. And it's gonna be skipped, so it's just gonna be left out. Who do you say moneda? Moneda in English. I mean moneda equals USD in pesos? Who do you say moneda in English? What does moneda mean? I'm a little confused from your question.
Yeah.
亚洲
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 亚洲亚洲亚洲
Oops, stroke order.
亚洲亚洲
亚洲
Ah, stroke order. Stop doing that. Ling shi. Okay.
零食
It's so difficult to define. What does... Oh, okay, so moneda. I have no idea. If it's that difficult, then I probably have no idea.
零食
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 是
零食零食零食
零食
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 Okay. Can I get kan, please? Kan.
买
Do I like my though?
买
买
买买买
买
买
买
买
Okay.
韩国
韩
国
韩
韩国
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 Oops. I totally just scribbled all over the place there.
韩国
Oops.
韩国
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 I'm not normalizing the height. Okay.
韩国
Moneda is recognized means of determining the value of goods and services. In the... Oh, okay. I see.
韩国
What do I say in English? Or what? Or moneda? Currency? You mean like currency?
亚亚洲
亚洲亚洲
亚洲
is a synonym of money, but isn't a specific word. I see. Determining value of goods.
亚洲
See.
亚洲
So I don't know what the question is. Who do you say moneda in English?
亚洲
亚洲
亚洲亚洲亚洲
Okay, I'm okay with Joe. Changchang is
长长
Changchang is okay.
长长
长长
长长长长
长长
长长
长长长长
Whoops.
长长
长长
Okay. Currency. How I wrote it wrong? Oh, was the word currency that you were looking for?
亚洲
I see.
亚洲
亚洲
亚洲亚洲
Stroke order.
亚洲
Stroke order.
亚洲亚洲
Stroke order. Don't do it.
亚洲
Don't do it. Okay. Alright, we're coming to the last cycle, so fair enough.
零食
零食零食
零食
零零
零食
零
零食
I'm so far behind. Holy
零食
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 Where did the time go?
零食
What happened to all the time today? I was just having too much fun,
零食
I suppose.
零食
What happened to all the time?
零食
And tomorrow we have a super jam-packed day. Oh, here it is. Wait. No. 食堂? That's not tang. Oh, 食堂. 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 That's a new one.
食堂
食堂. Interesting. 食堂. It has got to be cafeteria, right? It's eating. Oh, wait. Is this the same as shokudo? Is that the same kanji for shokudo? Or something related?
食堂
Chitang. Japanese currency. I don't know the Chinese are different. Kanji numbers to prevent fraud. Oh.
食堂
That's a fair point. Wait, is
食堂
is this the symbol for
食堂
shokudo?
食堂 食堂
食堂食堂
It's not one of vocabulary, so we can't take a closer look at
食
that
堂
yet.
买
买
Oh, there's no ooh? Oh, I thought there was a ooh in it. Huh. Oh yeah. Shokudo. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same. Nice. There's another one. Not simplified.
买
Yeah.
买
Yeah, same one.
买
Very nice. Oops. Joke order.
买
买
买
买
Easy clap.
Yeah.
That's one connection.
亚洲
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 Yeah, do.
亚洲
Chokudo.
亚洲亚洲亚洲
Yeah, Joe.
亚洲 亚洲
亚洲
Yeah, Joe.
亚洲
Okay, here it is. On.
看
It's a lot of strokes. That's a heckin' lot of horizontal strokes. On.
看
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not too bad.
看看
看
看
看看看
Okay, we're gonna
Cut.
stop here. As we hit this. I'll be finishing up my
看
Hanzi tomorrow
Cut.
when I'm responsible for it. I just wanted to see the stroke order. Okay. For my hand. So for tomorrow, I need to review these. So this is the vocabulary is Ban Guan, Ban Guan, Chu, Shi, Dian, Shi Dian. That might be actually Shi Dian. Let me see. Whoops. Yeah, Shi Dian. Okay. Shi Dian. Chow, Chow, Shi. Oh, it might be Chow Shi. I think it's Chow Shi. Chow Shi. No, Chow Shi. Yeah. Chow Shi. Ci, chi. An. Chang, like Chang. Yao. Zhou. I might be marking the last one. Actually, no, never mind. Yao Zhou. Yeah, Zhou. My. Ling shi and kan. Oh, actually, son of a. Oh, I didn't even say kan. I didn't even say it correctly. Kan. I said it with tone 4 and I marked tone 1. Okay. So that's what I'm responsible for tomorrow. And then the day after, I'm responsible for the characters. The last kanji, the last character there means watch over someone. It makes sense because it's a hand and an eye. Oh. Yeah, and it's for read. I see. So you mean this one. This one, kan. Makes sense. Oops. Got it. Is this box the eye? This is eye, right? Because I kind of remember seeing it. And is this and all right, I got in some extra practice today. That's fine. And it's part of the word nurse. Okay. I see. All right, that's good enough practice today. I was ahead and I'm still on track. So I'm still on track. Tomorrow is the new unit, right? Oh, tomorrow's going to be a big day. Form questions. Interesting. I'm gonna backseat, or I'm gonna leave these on the back burner for a little bit and see how much I retain once I go back to it. Right. I need to practice my kanji too. My kanji writing. It's been falling behind quite a lot actually. Okay, well, there you have it. It's the end. I got some good little discussion bits in there too today. Alright folks, that's the end of day 12 Duolingo Chinese. Thanks for hanging out folks. If you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching. And until next time, right? Stay safe, stay healthy. What's a leaving message? Yeah, invest in people. I think that's the leaving message today. Invest in people. If you have time and you have like things to spare and you're like asking yourself, I'm kind of bored. What can I do? I feel you know more Chinese words than kanji. what you call it? Yeah, well, the take-home message today, in my opinion, is if you find yourself bored, maybe possibly demotivated or something, and you have time, honestly, it's kind of magical when you invest in people. I know that ideally people don't, they might take it and run. That's certainly true. But if you're in a gift-giving mood, like you're like, yeah, I'm sitting pretty, I have 15 extra minutes. What can I do? What can I do? I think something that has unpredictable, because now we're not talking about unsolicited advice here. There's a difference between unsolicited advice and observable affirmation. So things like, hey, that was pretty nice. Like, it looks like you're making observations about the person, right? Observations about the person is fantastic. Not unsolicited. It's different from unsolicited advice, where you're imparting like dictation on the person. Sometimes I go up to someone, occasionally it's like, hey, that's pretty awesome. Or I genuinely do the whole thing, like I ask a question. I know it can backfire sometimes when you ask questions. Like someone would say, oh yeah, but I said this a million times. Like, well, then those people are not the people that will be thinking about you in the long run. However, when you ask enough questions, like you go up to someone, for every 9 people who's like, oh yeah, I don't have time for this, I've already answered this question a billion times, I can't be concerned with you, then those aren't the people you're looking for, right? But you're not really looking for the norm, you're looking for the exception. And that's when you get lucky. That's why I feel when I mention you increase your luck if you invest in people. That doesn't mean the odds are great. However, for every 9 people who brush me off, there might be one that says something. And those are keepers, or like those are individuals. Like if you can farm collectively create that, those people don't forget, in my opinion, because they're not busy worrying about a lot of things. When people don't have time for you, then yeah, certainly they don't have time for you. However, one question could mean the difference. So personally, if you have 5 minutes to ask a question with someone, ask a question to someone. The worst thing that, in my opinion, the worst thing that could happen to you personally is that person doesn't have time for you. That's perfectly all right, right? It's a small amount of time that has an unpredictable amount of return, and especially when it could be possibly something you're interested in. Some of the most valuable people in people's lives is built, not serendipitously encountered. So for example, successful people don't naturally become successful because another successful person decided by happenstance that they believe this person is successful. It's actually, successful people tend to be people who weren't successful yet, and they worked with other people who are ambitious and aspiring, and they became successful together in the time. So like nowadays, in my opinion, is even truer than ever. If you're expecting someone who is successful already to somehow optimistically have time for someone who doesn't have influence or like doesn't have notoriety, it's very unrealistic. That doesn't, I would take a chance and invest and ask a question to 30 people who are starting something, or in the middle of something, versus someone who has already made it. Investing, in my opinion, in someone who's already successful, that is not an investment forward that has a return or small input. saying hello and what you're doing to someone who has a future, like who has this shining thing, you can be part of that eventually. So for me, connections and investments are made towards people who are can do a lot with that initial investment, because we're not all millionaires, we're not all billionaires, right? You can invest a fraction of your time and your value to someone who doesn't even have a fraction of yours, and that's kind of the investment for it I'm talking about. Investing in someone who's negligently going to be impacted by your influence, realistically, you have to understand that you have to be very lucky for them to understand. It's not that you shouldn't. I love listening to Hank Green and John Green, but I have to admit, like, their sphere, their reality is way beyond anything I can ever touch or appreciate to approach. So I'm perfectly fine with having a parasocial relationship with them. However, if I had 5 minutes, I would go around, pick someone that aligns with my interest. And if that person seems like they have a future that aligns, like, is interesting to you, the return of spending 5 minutes a day or 10 minutes a day every once in a while, that person would likely not forget it. In my opinion, they are less likely to forget you than someone who's already juggling millions and millions of things, right? Inconceivable things. So that's kind of probably the message that I want to leave for today. Not me, but someone else, right? It's incredibly rewarding to see someone become successful, and it's even crazier to think that maybe one day some of the many people you said hi and hello to, they become big and they start with a story that involves you. That, to me, is the ultimate thing. And that's why I like teaching, right? You catch them, you get an opportunity to contribute to a person's growth. It's different than contributing and trying to gain attention from someone who's already sufficient, who is already really well adjusted. That's more of a, for lack of a better word, like a closed off, like, it's a group thing situation. Like, oh, you're successful, I'm successful, let's be successful together. And they're like, well, I have my own thing doing and you're having your own thing, so you don't really, you're not dependent on each other, right? There are people out there that may need a little shove, and that's my sentiment. I sound very sappy, but that's truly what brings incredible joy. When if you know something and you can kind of show it and not dictate it, as in you share something, an anecdote about your story, and then you practice expressing it. You share that a little bit, and that's what that person needed. It's pretty electric when, if you're feeling happy or you're proud of something and you're able to show it in a modest way to another person, that person can go on to do great things. And you can rest assured they probably remember the story you shared with them, because that story is going to be it's a part of you that you're offering to another person, as opposed to telling the person what to do, right? When you go around and dictate that the person needs to do and follow in your footsteps, that's a different story. That is assuming a higher ground. So most of the time, when someone was very happy, I tell them about it. Like, hey, I haven't seen you this happy for a while. Like, how do you feel? Like you finally got this achievement done, right? Dude, how does it feel? Live it up a little, right? That's kind of the thing what I mean by investing in people, right? So try that every once in a while. It could be, your brother or your sister, or maybe a friend you already have. I think it genuinely goes a long way when every once in a while it's like, hey, like, how's life, man? And like, I don't know, like, nothing's really worth sharing. It's like, tell me about it. Come on, let's talk about some. Here, I'll share first. I thought this was weird and this happened to me, and then immediately start talking a little bit, right? And that 30 minutes is going to be so much more of an investment than waiting for an opportune moment to help someone. It's the difference between investing in catharsis than waiting for something bad to happen. So oftentimes I think I get acquainted with a lot of people who wait for trouble to find them, or wait for things to go south before working on it. And personally, that works for a lot of people who are very resourceful and have lots of resources. There are people who, when they fail, they crash. And it takes another person or another system to support them and bring them up. What happens when you don't invest in people? You're not going to have a system to carry you. In a really future romantic future that I can think of maybe a service on the internet that can provide some blanketed reassurance to save people, to help unconditionally a place. Back in the day, I know this sounds a little bit dark, but back in the day, it was a suicide hotline, right? These are hotlines. You call it, you find support, you find something that will help you. The greatest people in the world can be under so much pressure that even they have a support system that saves them. I mean, leaders of the world have advisors and cabinet members, right? It's a shared burden. So even the most craziest people in the world have abilities to safety net themselves. So that's kind of what the investment forward is about. I already kind of shared it a little bit today about I was in a really bad place, and surely enough, my friends noticed. So definitely worth investing in a safety net. There's something really great about knowing you can even fuel it, right? If you want to dream big, knowing that there are people who have your back because of your investment forward in people, you can dream big because you know someone's going to catch you. You're going to know a lot of people are going to catch you, and then they can dream big knowing that you will likely help catch them. And that's kind of like the incredible magic. That's also how billion-dollar corporations are started, by the way. They're called startups. The concept of startups is that you have a gigantic dream and you collect as many people you can invest forward to carry the dream forward, right? And one day, that was the humble beginnings of most gigantic corporations. If you want an interesting thing to contrast, watch a documentary about Bezos on how Amazon started and the philosophy behind Amazon. So that's kind of the talk here, right? All right, that's a wrap. Thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for chilling. I love the energy today. The energy was ripe, but tomorrow I'm gonna have to get on task. All right, guys, as always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Mata ashita. Mata ne. Ja ne. Take care. And bye-bye.